toll of bad news on the psyche of Nigerians and practicing media professionals amid insecurity and bloodshed. Well, these are the conversations on our table this morning.
Good morning and thanks for joining us. I am Chukwuma. Aside from those three major topics of conversation, we also have other interesting trending news that we are going to talk about briefly in the course of the show. Come along with us. Let's take you through all of these.
Good morning, and thank you so much for joining us on VOP this morning. My name is Jane Ogoye. Let's just dive in. The Lagos Metropolitan Area Transport Authority, LAMATA, recently announced a 13% hike in the fares of all the bus reform initiative schemes, including BRT and standard routes. LAMATA said the hike followed Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu's approval. A day after the announcement, LAMATA released a list of the new fares for BRT services, effective 2nd March 2026. Some Nigerians have criticized this development, claiming it is coming at a time where Nigerians are suffering from revered hardship and inflation. Here we go again. Yet another government policy, yet another government announcement that just, stifles the pulse of the people. There's so much hardship. On paper, Mr. Okoro, when you hear 15%, it might sound like a small amount of money, but here I am doing a simple calculation. A woman, a mom, maybe of 2 or 3, who lives in Ikorodu and has to, maybe she's a cleaner in Lekki. How much of, what does 15% increment in BRT, which is supposed to be like the cheapest, the people's transport and the fastest, what does that amount to in Naira and Kobo? So that's almost like, in my head, I'm thinking maybe that's through three loaves of bread, taking off their meals, their meal table. They will have to deny themselves 1 or 2 things because 15% is a lot. And then the government is saying it's for maintenance. And I thought the Lagos State government said there's a transportation reform going on. How come, because of this reform, the burden is being pushed back to the people? I don't understand. Where we have rising we have a hike in the price of foodstuffs, we have inflation at an all-time high. So I don't really understand the rationale behind this 15%. I just feel it's just another way that there will be so much hardship.
Oh, well, Jane, I understand your perspective, but what you have said speaks directly to the debate, the ongoing debate between a deregulated economy and a command economy. Yeah. The fact that the Lagos State government says we are going to reform the Bus Rapid Initiative, I'm not sure that they say that they're going to reduce the prices.
No, they said 13. It's not even 15. Sorry, I said 15. It's 13% hike.
13%
on
yes,
the cost.
13% hike. Yes. Now you have to situate all of that within the economy to the extent that, well, the government is supposed to provide essential services, but at what cost?
Yeah.
Are we running a welfare state where they say, well, anybody can jump on the BRT and just move on freely? Exactly, the answer is no.
Is no.
Now, the government is also responding, to the economic stimulus of inflation.
Yes.
We have inflationary trends, and they don't buy fuel for free, and the subsidy has been removed from fuel. So is Lagos state government going to start subsidizing, the price of fuel for BRT?
Yeah.
So essentially what they are trying to do is, okay, let us move on with the trend. If inflation, headline inflation is at 15.5%, and they say, oh, well, let's do a short hike, a small hike of 13%, well, it still falls within limits. I think what Nigerians should be more concerned with is what the economic handlers, the economic team of the president, what do they do instructively, to push down the national inflation? That should be our major concern, because BRT, in as much as it's essential service, might not come free to the citizens, because like the reform angle of it says, well, we also bear maintenance costs and all of that. So is government going to take money from somewhere to start maintaining BRT buses so that Lagosians will be happy, or what? So these are the basic questions. I think it's in place, but well, maybe what Nigerians or Lagosians can do is probably, to put some pressure on the government to reduce the hike from 13%, probably to 1 digit, single digit, 7, 8 or so.
So according to BRT now, they said Igondo to Obalende is now 1,140 naira. Okay. And if there's a 13% increase, sorry, I suck at maths.
No,
if there's a 13% increase, what does it mean that the previous cost is yes?
No, you ask Moses.
Moses.
Well, the thing is, my take on this, it's not, now, because of the hardship in Nigeria, because people are struggling to feed, struggling to do a lot of things, and then government at some point had decided to reduce fares for people. This looks like it's a very high increase. If you look at it critically, it's not a very high increase, because going through the figures, I don't know what it's like from you talked about Ikorodu, yeah? Okay.
Igondo.
Well, I don't know what it was.
40 naira.
I don't know what it was from Igondo to Obalende, but some time back I used the BRT, and from Oshodi to Obalende, it was around 300. I think it was around 300 and something at that time. And then if you were to take the normal buses would go for maybe 700, 800 and thereabout. So now, if it was 300, 350 at that time, using the carry card, because that's what you have to buy, the carry card. Now, if it's, I see here, Oshodi to Obalende is about, I can't see the monitor, it's too far from me. But Oshodi to Obalende here is about 630 naira. So 630 naira from 300 and 350 or thereabout, which was some years back, if I'm not mistaken, up to 3 or 4 years back. I don't think it's so much of an increase. Yes, thank you very much for expanding that one. So yes, there you have the figures. Oshodi Obalende, 630 naira now. Ikeja, Iyanokpaja, 440. Yeah, it's not so much of an increase. But where I have a problem is, if you're talking about this, then what is government saying? Are they using CNG buses for these? If you talk about maintenance and the rest of it, how many CNG depots do we have along these routes? Or are we back to using fuel? Chukuma, you talked about subsidizing fuel. Will they be subsidizing fuel? But government said it will provide CNG buses. And reports has it that from now to March, there should be some 2,000 CNG buses, being brought
state
to
government.
State government, yes, the state government.
Including BRTs?
For BRTs.
Okay.
For BRTs. About 2,000 CNG buses are expected to come in. So if those buses are going to come in, shouldn't they reduce the purchase of fuel and the rest of them? Now, besides CNG, they also have the hybrid buses that use both fuel and batteries. So all of that should ordinarily reduce maintenance cost, if you remove repairs and the rest of them. So I don't think government should be complaining about maintenance costs.
No,
and the
but
rest
when you
of
talk
them.
about maintenance costs, now the angle that you highlighted is the fixed cost. There's one that is fixed, there's one that is invariable. Like the fuel and CNG of a thing, is a routine. It's something that you necessarily have to do every day. We're talking about fixing tires,
repairs and the rest of them.
and all of them. Like it's within limits. If you ask me,
It's within limits. I
all
think it's
honesty.
okay.
And I saw there from Ikeja to Bega or what?
Yes, Ikeja to Bega, 470.
470.
Yes, it's within limits.
No, it's within
limits. Because if you take regular buses, they're pretty expensive.
You pay a lot.
They're pretty expensive. You regular buses, you'll be hearing 1,500 for some routes.
From Mile 2 to Marina. The last time I used it, I don't know how much I paid. But it's not up to 1,000 naira.
So it's not.
And
so
I remember
much.
from Marina to Aja too, I paid in excess of 1,500 at some point. That was even 2 years ago. So all of that.
But the thing is, Nigerians just want. Government, the state government, at some point reduced fares. When they were talking about minimum wage being increased or not being increased, and some Nigerians enjoyed it. And I think Nigerians just want to continue enjoying.
Yes, but the bigger picture in all of this is that we need to push harder, so that the economic team can bring down headline inflation. The moment it comes down, not this cosmetic thing that we see, when it comes down and begins to trickle down, so that we can feel it, all of these things will take care of themselves somehow. Anyway, let's move away from that. A video footage has emerged showing a very young boy spraying money indiscriminately at a supposed pool party, sparking concerns and conversation about the role of parents in curbing moral decadence in the society. Well, many have questioned how the youngster came about such wealth and why he would wish to display it so brazenly and spend it so thoughtlessly. Many others have pointed out that money spraying counts as a desecration of the Naira notes and is an offense punishable under the Nigerian law. There we go again. I think there are issues here. There are several issues. Beautiful. Beautiful.
In fact, that's a new shirt.
Yes.
That's a new shirt. The tag is still on it.
It's still on it, yes.
Yeah,
okay, it's a tag, yes, and he's displaying it proudly. So this guy, give or take, should be between 16, 21 years at most.
He's not up to 21.
Maybe 15.
Okay, now I said at most between, So
15 or 16.
15, 16, yes.
15, 16, So now the question will be, how did he get this money? What did he do to get this money? Is it scam? Is it ritual or what? And so it speaks to the value that, our value that has eroded drastically, and the slide was unprecedented. It was precipitous. And so I was reading one book yesterday, Out of Control by Zbigniew Brzezinski, He wrote it. One thing about nations that do well is that they are futuristic in their thinking. Now, this man was the Deputy National Secretary of Deputy National Security Advisor in the United States at some point, and the book Out of Control, he devoted a portion to what he called permissive cornucopia. At that time, his emphasis was on the fact that, look, America had allowed unnecessary consumption of goods, irrelevant goods and all of that, and it was telling desperately on their value system. And he predicted that within the next, I think that book was written in 2023, within the next 20 years, that there was going to be an outburst, of crimes in American society, and that is exactly what we're witnessing now. So all those values that they lost, Trump is trying to one way or the other bring them back. And so we have a problem here. The other day we talked about National Association of Yahoo Mothers, when a scammer is arrested and taken to a police station, the women will mobilize and go to that place to say, well, if you have people in government stealing and you can't rein them in, why should you rein in our children? And we see a lot of young men get into scam, get into ritual killings and all of that. All what? Because you want to impress society. When we were growing up, if you made bad money and came back home, the society will ask you questions. How did you come about this money? But in all of this, what we see now is parents tell their children, well, if you know what your mates are doing to make money, just go out there and make the money. They don't care how you make the money. And when you run into trouble, they will start crying, running from pillar to post. This boy, it's an issue of parenting. It's an issue of societal value and all of that. Back in the days, the raising of children was the responsibility of the community. But now we are so individualistic to the extent that, hey, what's the problem with my child? Is he a child and all of that? And so that is the society we live in. Until we begin to travel back to our African values, I'm afraid we might see more of this and society will be destroyed more than we have at this moment.
I agree with you. Whether we like it or not, this is the blueprint of success in Nigeria. And I always say that we are dealing with the monsters we have created. This is also a situation or a case of a poor moral, poor parental upbringing, and the clamor, the kind of emphasis we place on wealth. And then I was thinking, when you talked about communal parenting, which was what we had when we were growing up, I just thought that event, this show of wealth did not happen in isolation. This boy, they actually paid for the poolside to use at a hotel. And I'm thinking, who owns the hotel? Who granted them that access? Even if somebody else, maybe they booked it by proxy, and then maybe they found out that, oh, they are underage, that, are having such this kind of display of wealth, why couldn't they step in? Or did they sneak in? Were there some people, staff of the hotel, who were complicit? I'm just thinking, because it's not enough for us to keep saying parents, parents, parents. We have a collective responsibility.
Yeah, shared responsibility.
We have a shared responsibility.
At the point that they are making the booking, the hotel probably will be interested in making money and space.
Yes. This is social media culture and a combination of, poor parental upbringing. But we can't keep blaming the parents alone.
Let's hear from the advocates. Let's hear from the advocates. The child rights advocate.
I think we've said all there is to say. poor parenting and the rest. But it didn't start today. It didn't start today because of the advent of social media. Now we can see these things. Now it's extreme now. We see a lot more display of affluence, a lot more display of bad behavior now than back in the day. But all of these things, back in the day, we also had, 16-year-olds smoking, engaging in those kind of habits behind at the backyard and the rest of them. We had children go to pool parties like this and the rest of them, do some crazy things as well. But it's on the increase now, and we get to see more of it because of social media. But you see, this is a society where there's a video that trended some years back. It's been a while now, if I'm not mistaken. It should be up to 4 years. Some two girls, aged 15, between 14 and 16, were seen trying to lodge in a hotel. They were. You remember the
Yes,
video?
I recall.
And someone accosted them and asked them, "How old are you? What do you want to do?" They said, "I want to lodge." I'm like, I saw the video, and it was concerning, that they thought, okay, they could, and if they were going to get a room, what would they be doing? You're wondering, 16, 15, 14.
Yeah, I guess
Those were the
that's
ages.
mine.
The problem is not even the boy. The problem is our ecosystem that is grooming him and encouraging him to do this.
He has seen his older people,
Yes.
older people do this. We've seen politicians do this.
Yes.
Role
We've seen
models, politicians who
You
are
see them
somehow role
in
models.
convoy,
Yeah.
spraying money and the rest. You see role models, musicians do this. You see,
Even people-
you see the likes of Cubana chief priest and
The
the
likes
rest
of the Yaya
them.
Bello, people that are undergoing investigation by EFCC will buy a car worth about what billion naira, will come and open the roof and start spraying money.
Start spraying money.
And he's
So
guarded by police, by DSS, by soldiers, paid by tax.
So if you want to correct them, they look at you like, okay, so why don't you fix it from the top? And that's the problem. It needs to be fixed from the top.
From the top.
You see this
yes.
issue of spraying money, it has to be fixed from the top. If not,
And
it
it's
just-
not about
just
jailing some
lip service.
inconsequential people, while the higher mighty continue to...
Exactly.
But you guys, there's this mindset thing that we are not talking about, and it's slowly eroding. You said we don't even have values again. There's a mindset that the younger generation have about wealth. They understand or they think that wealth equals acceptance.
Success.
Yes, wealth equals success. And if they have this mindset at 16, let's just say, give or take, the boy is 15. If he's thinking or acting this way at 15, what happens when he's 18? Because trust me, except he's rehabilitated and unschooled, in quotes, he's going to get worse by the time he becomes a teenager.
Now let me shock you. A lot of these people are not looking at getting old.
Let me just enjoy.
Yes, that's the mindset now.
Yeah.
They just want to live this life, enjoy as much as they can, even if it's 5 years they have. I mean, he's how old now? Probably 15 or
Yes, or
16.
16.
If it's gonna live up to 25 and then he's gone, he's okay. As long as he has lived a
Well,
good
how did
life.
we get here?
People tell you,
How did we get here, really?
do I want to be old and gray and walking with a walking stick? I don't want to do that. Let me just enjoy my life. And that's what they tell you. That's what they tell you.
But
I
when he
remember-
gets to 25, he wants to get to 40. When he gets to 40, he wants to get to 60.
they don't care.
No, they care.
To be honest, they don't
And
care.
at some point, they will start caring.
You need to interact with the younger people more. You need to interact. I had a conversation with, a friend and I had a conversation with a young man many years back, I think around 2002, yes, around 2002. This young man was trying to get admission into institution, and my friend was his
Guarantor?
tutor, lesson teacher, and the rest at that time. So he stopped attending classes, stopped attending lesson. And so my friend called me and said, let's go see this guy. Around Ejigbo area, So we went to see the guy, and he was home, and he was living large. He was sipping on something, and then had a car parked outside. And we're like, what's the problem? I said, look, that he just made 30 million. I'm talking 2002. And he just made 30 million. it was Yahoo Plus
Yes.
at that time. And like, what's he going to school for? If he goes into the university, is it not to come out and get a job and make money? If he's making the money now, then why should he bother himself about
make
going to
money
school?
so that he can have any woman of his choice. Meanwhile, the women, on the other hand, the younger girls are also praying like, let this man hammer so that he can take care of us. So we are in deep shit.
We are
Very big problem.
We're in deep shit, really. We don't really know yet.
language, please.
I'm sorry, but I'm just angry.
And yes, you see, now that you mentioned the female aspect of it, it's a bigger problem because there was an information that came out the other time where women, young girls, secondary school girls, were accused of using contraceptives to ensure that they don't get pregnant. You know, they put these things in their arms and then on their bodies and all of that. And you start to ask yourself, what's an SS1 student doing, thinking about not getting pregnant? So we have a big problem on our hands.
Permissive cornucopia.
Permissive
Oh, well.
Yes.
I don't know what that is, but you probably will explain whatever that is. Oh well, it's a big problem, and yes, we're laughing, but it's not funny. We're trying to draw the attention of government to this, and you know, it's not just about the government at the center. The government, they have their role cut out for them if they will do it, but parenting also should be. And then it's a difficult problem because when I try to think of a solution, I see more problems come up. We have younger parents now. We have parents who are 15-year-olds. We have parents who are 16-year-olds, 20-year-olds. So how does a child raise a child?
Yeah.
So that's the problem we have on our hands.
Big problem.
A big problem. Oh well. Another problem, but this moves away from morality. This basically is on the government. Residents of a community in Nigeria have raised concerns over their drinking water source. In a conversation, when asked about the type of water they use, they responded, "This is the water we are drinking. Sometimes we add alum before drinking it. We add alum before drinking it. This is the water." It looks like beverage. Oh well. They made a passionate plea in Yoruba language, calling on Nigerians for assistance. The community is appealing for support to access clean and safe drinking water. I wonder why the producer didn't tell us which community this is. It would have been nice to know the particular community, but this is across Nigeria. If you go to the Niger Delta, the water available to the people, it looks like this, or sometimes even worse than this. I mean, you put alum in this and then you let it, stay for some days before you drink it, and that in itself, you're taking something poisonous into your system. Where is the Lagos Water Works? Where is the Water Corporation? Are we even talking about that? People now dig boreholes for themselves and the rest of them. You know, so there's a lot government should do as against. It's okay if you want to build roads. It's okay to build, these things, infrastructure, but provide water. Provide water. If people have access to good and electricity as well, life will be better for Nigerians. But that's my take on this one.
Yes, I mean, with practically everybody in Nigeria now, it's a local government on your own. You provide everything you need. You provide water, you provide electricity. Sometimes you provide their security and roads and all of that. Oh, well, that's a lot of Nigerians. But we need to put pressure on our government to start to take responsibility and become responsive to the extent that they provide the basic needs that citizens need.
I agree with you. And I was just juxtaposing the first banter and this one. And then it just occurred to me that we actually live in three types of Nigeria. We have the Nigeria where people are debating over the increase in BRT bus fares. We have a Nigeria where a 15-year-old is spraying money, recklessly at a poolside. And we also have a Nigeria where people are drinking water that is, more yellower than tea, because they are treating it with alum. And it's just so unfortunate that in 2026, we have leaders, we have local government. That location looks like a place, one of the states in the southwest. But I don't know, we're not sure it doesn't look like Lagos.
The video says that they were speaking in Yoruba.
Yes, it looks like a southwestern state, and that state, that community has a local government, have a
They
state
have
government,
a state assembly member,
have
they
a
have
state
a local government,
exactly.
Federal House of
Yes.
Representative member, and a Senate. I think this video also trended sometime last year,
Yeah.
and we did talk, or something similar happened last year,
Yes.
and we did talk about.
See the quality of water. It's so shameful.
All right, then. Well, let's move away from these conversations. Let's take you through the papers. Now, we do have, yes, the Punch newspaper has these headlines. Diso declares total war on police corruption, impunity. Tinubu decorates acting IG, demands new NPF. Nigerians are my bosses, Diso pledges. Time's up for lawless, dirty officers, says new IG. We wait to see. Tinubu to Senate. Amend constitution for state police now. Recapitalization. 13 banks race to meet March 31 deadline. Tinubu's executive order blocks 2 trillion naira NNPC fees. And also, labor issues Friday out on wage arrears. All right, I saw that one coming. Lautech mourns that 6 nursing students die in road crash. 2027 Kwankwanso Midday hold closed door meeting. Well, these are the headlines on the cover page of the Punch newspaper.
The Nigerian Tribune leads with gunmen attack Ondo Church, abduct 6 worshippers. Army, police, local vigilante rescue 1, apprehend suspects. Community protest blocks highway. Kwankwaso Makinde in closed door meeting in Ibadan. 2027 Catholic bishops warn against use of state institutions to manipulate elections. Tinubu to Diso, you have my full support. Restore peace, lead firmly but fairly. Okay, so I think we should just take over.
All right, now let's quickly move over to the New Telegraph. Banks, cement, telcos drive Nigeria's stock market valuation with 112 trillion naira. Naira sustained sudden decline on official markets to 1,356 naira, 0.11 kobo to a dollar. The window headlines. Alleged corruption, ICPC says to arraign El-Rufai as ex-governor asks court to stop ICPC, EFCC, DSS from blocking his assets. Executed projects, while Justice Minister seeks reversal to old payment system. 2027 will be referendum on Tinubu's reform. Courage, APC. ADC remains only option left for Nigerians, Abdullahi. FCT poll, INEC queries staff for sabotage, blacklists transporter. Now the big story, Catholic bishops to Tinubu, save Nigeria from collapse, end killings, fix elections. With the rider, say bad leadership, distorted understanding of politics, major cause of nation's afflictions. While restore peace, strengthen security nationwide, Tinubu charges new AG, new acting Inspector General of Police, Diso. We can see a picture of the new IGP being decorated by the president and his wife assisting. Tax law, FG targets 59.7 trillion naira revenue. NAFDAC has power to enforce sachet alcohol ban. Health Ministry tells court. More headlines from the New Telegraph. Bandit leader counters FG, insists abducted school kids ransom for 60 million naira. Ondo, gunmen invade church during vigil, abduct worshippers. Edo, palace chief killed, 2 daughters abducted. DSS nabs 6th Owo church attacker. Suspected ISWAP commander hid in Edo village for 4 years. LP, why Obi lost 2023 presidential election. Edo attack, help tame lawlessness in Nigeria. Obi, we won't succumb to terror. ADC tells APC. Attack, premeditated group. And now the bottom strip headline. Not eating 3 hours before bed can improve heart health. That's coming from a study. And that's it from the New Telegraph newspaper.
And that's pretty much how far we can go on newspaper headlines at this hour. And at 10 o'clock, we'll go deeper, newspaper review. But in the meantime, let's get into the first conversation. More electoral arrest storms, Federal Capital Territory Police Command confronts Works Minister David Umahi over alleged 250 million naira debt and illegal detention of women. Let's talk about this when we come back. Join us again.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
From the views on the streets
we go to bed empty hunger
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, Vop TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. Vop TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Well, thank you very much for joining us. Now, human rights activists and former presidential candidates Omoyele Sowore on Wednesday confronted Nigeria's Minister of Works, David Umahi, inside the Federal Capital Territory FCT command of the Nigeria Police Force, Abuja, over unlawful arrest and detention of a woman allegedly owed 250 million naira by the minister. Sowore disclosed this in a video posted on his social media handles, accusing Umahi of using the police to settle personal scores in what he termed an abuse of power and intimidation of a private citizen. According to Sowore, the confrontation occurred inside a conference room at the FCT Police Command, where he alleged that the police operatives had created an enabling environment for the minister to harass the detained woman. He identified the woman as Tracy Neitha Nicholas Ohiri, describing her as a married woman who was allegedly arrested in Lagos on claims of cyberbullying and subsequently transported to Abuja. Sowore maintained that Ohiri's alleged offense stemmed from her accusation that Umahi owed her 250 million naira for over 12 years, a matter he insisted was purely civil in nature. Now, before we proceed, let's take a look at the video of the woman accusing Umahi of orchestrating her arrest. After that, we'll take another video of the altercation between Umahi and Sowore at the FCT Police Headquarters. And finally, a video of Showore's counsel, Marshal Abubaja, speaking on the situation.
Nigerians, David Umahi, who has been owing me for 12 years, just arrested me, and right now they're taking me to Abuja. I'm very high in my spirits, but should anything happen to me, Nigeria should hold David Umahi and the Nigerian police responsible. This man, David Umahi, has been owing me for 12 years because I refused to date him. And right now, he's using his power as a politician to weaponize and arrest me. I'm on my way to Abuja. Nigerians, I just want you to know. Thank you.
Madam, can you please calm down? Madam. But Minister, this Sowore, you are not supposed to be using police to settle personal scores. You are not supposed to do that.
Have you watched everything she had?
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the Minister of the Federal Republic. You are not supposed to use police to settle personal scores.
Johnny, what's the problem? Johnny, calm down. What's your own?
I'm talking to you now.
No, you can't.
Johnny, can't come here.
Listen,
No,
please.
You don't come here.
Don't push me.
I'll talk to you.
Don't talk to me anyhow. Don't talk to me anyhow. Don't talk to me anyhow. Don't talk to me anyhow.
Bring her to Abuja here, and she has been in detention. We are mandating, as a matter of urgency, that that woman must be released. And she's not the only person that Dave Umahi has done this to. More than 20 women has come out publicly to say the moment they ask Dave Umahi to pay them their debt, he uses the police to arrest them, and lock them up. And these women have come out to say that Dave Umahi would not pay you once you refuse to sleep with him. Well, that is not our business. That is the allegation. But what we're saying is this: no matter what the allegation is, if you are owing a woman for a contract she has accepted and she has documents in that regard, you are bound to pay for her, and you have no right under the law to start using the police as a means of suppressing and gagging people who have simply asked that their right be enforced. So we're calling on the president to call Dave, also mandate this new IG, to also mandate this new police IG, that he must act squarely within the mandate of his office. The constitution is very, very express on what the IG is supposed to do. At the moment he bears up that road, he's our friend. We are not denying him. This new IG, he's our man. But on no account should he be carried away.
You know, take the woman's remaining land. But when she started making to a kaput, I don't feel. I said they should go and acquire the land. And not be any other person.
Oh, well, there you have it, the video of the woman and the lawyer as well, and Dave Umahi, Minister Dave Umahi. Well, we have with us in the studio a reporter and a public affairs commentator, Dele Fanimo, and also Mazi Amobi-Heguru, who is also the public affairs commentator. We'll be going to Benin. Joining us from Benin, we have Honorable Comrade Edosa Okumbo, former Chief Press Secretary Oredo, Local Government Chairman, Edo State. And from Abuja, Honorable Dari Balogun, National Publicity Secretary, BAT Vanguard. He joins the conversation as well. But we'll touch on our outstations very shortly. But let's start from the studio here. Now, the information available is they had some contractual dealings and monies were not paid. And this ties into contractors that have been complaining about monies not paid to them. We've had cases. In fact, in the FCT, there was a protest not too long ago where, the protesters claimed that some lives have been lost because they borrowed monies to execute government contracts and monies were not paid. But it goes beyond contract dealings now. This talks about personal relationship as well. He refused to date me. What do you make of this, Telefanimo?
The total sum of all this is unbridled abuse of power. And I think this is not the first time. One, the minister has anger issue. And he has demonstrated it about 3 or 4 times. Particularly when he's talking to contractors on site and all that. And he has this attitude of, I hold the reins of power, I can use it anyhow. Now, let's go to the specifics. We are not privy to the contractual agreement between Umahi and this Ohiri woman. It is either it's a personal contract, perhaps, if not, maybe a contract that involves the state government when he was governor of Ebonyi State, or now as minister, that we need to separate.
No, 12 years. 12 years.
12 years, definitely when he was governor. When he was governor. So now, if we are going to ride on that, the the onus is on this man to pay the woman's money. 250, as a matter of fact.
Million naira.
That's what I'm saying. I said 250 million at that time should be almost like 1.5 billion today, according to the exchange rates. Because 12 years ago, exchange rate was not up to 300 naira to $1. Today, it hovers between 1,300 to 1,400. So it's like times 4 of what this woman is being owed. And perhaps this woman may have taken loan 12 years ago. And when they want to charge, they charge from the principal and even accumulated interest. They will still charge interest on accumulated interest.
Okay, I'm sorry, to put more clarity to this, 12 years ago, Dave Umahi was deputy governor of Ebonyi State, not even the governor.
Oh, then definitely it's a private business. You couldn't have awarded that contract.
Was 2014, and then he was deputy governor.
So what that means is he was not governor as at that time. That means he became governor in 2015.
Yes.
So automatically, he doesn't have that power to even award contract to the tune of 250 million naira as at that time as deputy governor. So it must be a private contract. How it came about, we are yet to know. But then, it is in the process of maybe this woman had gone to everybody who is close to Umahi to help appeal to him to pay her money, that probably she just resorted to, let me just escalate this thing in the social media and say, this man is owing me so much and he needs to pay my money. And then you now said she is guilty of cyberbullying. And you came to arrest somebody in Lagos for a crime that is supposed to be domiciled in Lagos, and it's not a federal crime, because it is only violent crime, felony, that you can consider as federal crime. You took her to Abuja, you locked her for days, and it's unfortunate that the police is also complicit in this.
Let's talk about the police angle to this. The use of police in the police interfering in personal issues. It's not the first time.
Civil matter.
The other day, there was the video. I don't know if anybody here saw the video of some young men in a gym, and then a man walked in and arrested a man for impregnating his daughter.
Oh, yes, I saw it.
And he used the police to arrest the man. And people said, look, this is, and the daughter was there. I said,
the private matter.
This is a private matter. Why are you using the police to arrest a man for impregnating your daughter? We've seen in lots of cases like this. We've seen the people that are tailors, not delivering on clothing, and then you use the police to arrest them. We've seen cases like this, like arrest, not just report the case. You arrest and then compel them to sew your clothing or do something like that. Let's talk about the involvement of the police. Is it the fact that the society is broken? What led us to this point? Mazi?
Yeah, let's look at it from this angle. I heard somewhere that is election-related materials or whatever during the election or so, that this contract was, consumed between Umahi and the lady. Be that as it may, just like Dele pointed out, Umahi has demonstrated in no small terms, certain tendencies that is unbecoming of a federal minister. Recall a few days ago, whether it is AI, I do not know. I need to some people to educate me. He said it's 10 times bigger now than when he was a governor. It was all over the place. And he's more dangerous. That was the language he used, And recall also that he also, embroiled with a skirmish between himself and a lady vis-a-vis coastal Calabar Road and all that. You can also trace it to the situation that arose between him and Arise television correspondent and all that. So there are many, of these things. So, and if you trace it, once you are a governor, and now you metamorphose into being a minister, a governor, you have executive powers. You are you are very conversant with instructions, giving instructions and all that. So when you become a minister, you carry it over. That is why you see such tendencies between Umahi, Wike, and the rest. You know, all these governors all these ministers that have become governor, behaving. That's my personal view about it. But however, this thing happened just a day after Tunji Dishu has been appointed the acting IG, and this commotion happened. And the man has been talking like other IGs, tackling corruption and all that. This is part of it also. You cannot pull out corruption from meddlesomeness of the police. He could have been advised that this is personal issues and all that. It's not a criminal matter. Why are you taking this woman from Lagos to Abuja and all that and all? And then the thing is becoming messier. So we need Umahi to come out clean on this. Tell us what has happened. Even the woman has not even been able to catalog what has happened, straight in greater details what has happened. So the citizens are still wanting information for us to commit.
In as much as we're using this as a case study now, let's move away from Umahi himself and look at the police.
That is what we are saying.
The actions of the police. How do we curb it? How do we curb such actions? I have seen cases where couples are having issues and then the husband uses the police to intimidate the wife. Try to get her back to the house because she packed her things to leave. So we've seen cases like this.
The police should be educated sufficiently so that they can know their boundaries. Anything goes. Police is used as a debt collector.
We are in a country where the president gave an order that police escorts for VIPs should be withdrawn, and they were not withdrawn.
Yes.
In fact...
And what did the presidents do? They changed their uniform. Some of them are putting on multicolors, and they are still doing the job. What did their president do? It's not sufficient to give orders. You see it through. That makes you, that puts you ahead of others, other leadership. Leadership is not about giving instructions. I have informed, I have instructed that this thing should be done. You should follow it through at any point. And the media also
follow through when you're dealing with people that ordinarily should take orders. I mean, that's part of how.
That is why you need an energetic president. You need somebody that has hands-on. You understand me? He may not be able to. He may not be able to, visualize everything. But his lieutenant should be able to tell him, "Oga, this thing you said 2 days ago has not been complied with, and all that. We need to enforce it." So it is. That is why some leadership have what they call kitchen cabinets, or people, caucus, or whatever you call it, that will almost always insist or give the president information. The one that has escaped him, we still need to action this and all that. And the president will, readily do it. What we are having now is
Mazi, there was something you said a few seconds ago. You said the police need to be educated on their rights and their duties, the boundaries. Yes. But do you think it's more about the absence or the lack of knowledge of their rights, or is poor remuneration? Because I don't think the police don't know what their duties are.
Yeah, it's a combination of both. You see, within the armed forces range, armed forces, Navy, Air Force, soldiers, and what have you, it seems to me as if the police is, holding the shorter end of the stick. Walk into Air Force base, space, see how those places are. Navy, walk into a typical police, space, and see what you see. Recall what happened some few years ago when there was a reportage on Ikeja police, whatever, and how the authorities handled it. That even sparked off kind of rejuvenation of that place. So what I'm saying in effect is that go to a typical police station, you buy your pencil, you buy your paper and all that. You may even be asked to get fuel to power the generator.
Okay.
And all that.
All right.
So it is a combination of both.
It's a combination.
And also, the citizens should also be educated on their rights. You understand? Just like this woman has decided to escalate this problem.
When you talk about the issue of what happened, in the police, the video of the police station, Ikeja, I think there was a police barrack, during the Jonathan era. And instead of looking at the issue, what the Jonathan administration came out to say, oh, this is the handiwork of enemies. Absolutely. I don't know if it was the enemies that allowed the place to become dilapidated and all of that. But then let me come to you. Mazi said something, that is why you have a kitchen cabinet, people who are close to the president, personal handlers, so that they will be able to tell the president that this is exactly what is going on. Now, if you have a kitchen cabinet, that is supposed to advise the president, Mr. President, this is what's going on and all of that. And now you have these same people being the promoters of bad behavior in society. How do you handle that? If you talk about the president's kitchen cabinet, you will agree with me that the Ministry of Works is very, very key, and you have a day of Umahi, who throws tantrums anyhow. He's not very unmindful of his public conduct, according to what some analysts have said too. And then you have another Wike, close to the president, Minister of FCT, who holds that position in trust for the president. You have his CSO, his chief of staff, who has issues of integrity in the United States and all of that. If you have a president or a government that is surrounded, the people that should have the ear, the president should have their ears are the ones committing these offenses or these crimes. How do we move away from that bind?
You see, when you talk about kitchen cabinets, there are layers.
Okay.
Some may be outside of appointive positions. Some are appointed. Like you rightly said, the works ministry is key to the day-to-day, because what are you going to showcase as a president or as a governor? It is the infrastructure you build, because salaries, emoluments are taken as rights. It's not your money and you have to pay as long as it is available. But it's at your discretion to decide to use capital vote for infrastructure. And who is going to drive this infrastructure? It's your Commissioner for Works and your Minister of Works, respectively. Now, you now begin to wonder, with the posturing of this man in public space, what he is likely to be telling the president in their closet. These are people that would probably be in league with Al-Mustafa of those days. That some people said when Abacha says, when he wakes up and says, are we still in government? That he will say, we are not just only in government, we are in power. And the man goes back to his inner recess, believing that all is well. You see, in all layers of governance, you see these people. Majority of them are sycophants. They tell the man, because he has enormous resources at his disposal, and he also has executive powers, the power of life and death. I have a book that an erudite lawyer wrote on the executive powers of the president. In fact, if you look at that, if you read that book, you will know that no president since 1999 has even used 10% of the powers inherent in that book, according to the Constitution of Nigeria. So when you now have to meet somebody like that you know he has the power of life and death, some of these people will be very careful. Because don't forget that it's not on the basis of merit alone that they got this position. It could be as a result of one favor or the other that made them get this position. So they are eternally betrothed to the principal, and they are not likely to tell him the truth. And imagine if this woman has not escalated this case, nobody will hear of it.
I was just going to say that.
But that there's a trend. We are seeing the rise of a lot of activists.
Yes.
Social media activists that take up matters like this, because this woman has trended for years. I've seen her videos one off in the last 5 years. But it's also, interesting that it took a Showore to step in and, get a lawyer and all of that and even had a face-to-face, almost a fist cuff with altercation with the
with the minister for her to even have that fair hearing. So I'm wondering, has it really gotten to that stage where if you don't have a serious activist backing you, even when you have a legal case in Nigeria, you won't be given a fair hearing?
The foundation for impunity is the absence of those who have voices to challenge. Yes. I've always said, previous governments deliberately annihilated the civil society organizations. And the icing on the cake of trade centers, NSC and TUC, by giving opportunities to those who can compromise the tenets of these organizations. Remove Serap, remove Sowore. Sowore is able to do what he has done because he also has his own private medium.
And even the means.
Because somebody like Umahi would have access to the media full time, that they can turn the narrative against that woman. But because Sowore has Sahara reporters, so he can escalate it beyond Nigeria. And that's why you have all these things playing out. Right. And that means we need more civil society organizations to put these people in check. People who have the tendencies to abuse power just because they have it.
Just to chip in, if I were Dave Umahi, I could have used that altercation between himself and Sowore to lay bare this matter. That could have been a master stroke for him. I could have used it. So, okay, my brothers will come, let me explain to you what has happened. The scenario we are facing now wouldn't have been so, because he explained to supposedly an influencer and all that, and that could have, doused the tension now. He failed to use that opportunity.
It's just arrogance.
Yeah. All right.
Always ready to talk to me.
Let's rest the conversation here. We'll pick it up as things unfold. I would have loved us to talk more about the police, because Mazi Amobi, you said something about the police being poorly paid. I would have loved us to expatiate on that, the payment of the police, because I see the police doing contribution. This daily contribution. Thrift. Yes. Someone tried convincing me to join a contribution at some point. I was speaking with, because I like to talk to people, because you get information that way. So somebody was telling me, that he's into this contribution where they contribute 5,000 every day. And I'm like, how much do you earn?
Is this splitting his salary?
No, he's an Okada rider.
Okay.
And he pays 5,000. And he says if you default, there's a penalty that you would have to pay. That's a lot of policemen in this area are part of the contribution, and they pay 5,000 daily. They say yes, they pay. They don't even default, And then I thought to myself, these guys will be making a whole lot of money if they're paying 5,000 naira daily contribution.
Multiplied by the number of Okada.
Policemen.
And they get this money from these Okada riders and the commercial.
The Thrift Society is run by policemen. I'm not going to mention the police station, but it's somewhere not too far away. Yeah. So they run that Thrift Society. They own it, they run it, and they contribute 5,000 naira daily. So should we still be talking about them not earning a lot of money, because they seem to be putting up?
They are not statutorily. They are not earning enough. Statutorily,
but they are making a lot of money.
That perhaps explains why you talk about corruption, Oga. How are you? We're on the road. Things like. Some of them are very cautious these days. Instead of asking you about your papers, they will just say, Oga, we are on the road. Anything for us and all that.
This weather is hot.
Yeah, and all that. So this is what they do. To rake in and more money. But statutorily, their salaries are not enough.
Will an increase
just
in salary
like any other civil servant in the society?
Will an increase in salary fix things?
An increase in salary will go a long way.
You think so?
An increase in salary and orientation.
Pay them 1 million naira a month. They will still do what they are used to.
They will, but it will reduce it. Because out of desperation, they are doing what they are doing. You understand what I'm saying? I do not think. I think the last time we checked, it said an army officer, an army recruit earns 107,000 naira. In today's Nigeria, where would that get you to?
Last time I checked, a DIG, an IG of police earns less than 800,000 naira.
That is it. So what we are saying in effect is that give them good salary, then reorientate the police force, and then the Nigerian society at large. It's not just the police, because police are an integral part of the society.
All right then. All right then. This will be a good place to hang this conversation. Like I said, we'll pick it up later. But in the meantime, let's get into another conversation now, and this borders on security. IED explosion rocks Zamfara. Ondo residents stage protests amid waves of insecurity in Nigeria as President Tinubu charges new IGP to confront banditry. Let's talk about this when we come back. Stay with us.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lord.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, Vop Tv, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. Vop TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Welcome back. Well, an improvised explosive device exploded early Wednesday, that's yesterday, along the Gusau-Funtua Highway in Zamfara State, damaging a trailer conveying cement at Unguwa, Mine Chida, and disrupting traffic. Well, the device is suspected to have been planted by bandits who have been under pressure from ongoing security operations in the area. In Adamawa, at least 18 people, including a village head, were killed on Tuesday when suspected Boko Haram terrorists stormed two communities in the Shawari area, unleashing hours of terror that left residents fleeing for safety. Local sources report that the attackers invaded the communities in the late hours, shooting sporadically, and setting parts of the settlements ablaze. And in Nasarawa State, gunmen have abducted an All Progressives Congress councillor representing Doka Ward in Doma local government area. Muhammad Ormenya, well, that's the name of the councillor that was adopted. It was reportedly kidnapped on February 23 at about 7:35 p.m. along the Doma Yewa village road while traveling within the area. And in Edo State, a high-ranking palace chief in Odua Kingdom Asian West local government area of the state. Chief Jima Oboy has been killed and his 2 daughters abducted. The gunmen struck on Monday night and instantly shot at the chief while they used a machete and other weapons on his wife, who was left in a bad state. One of his sons, Lucky, said he stepped out to purchase an item when the incident occurred. And in Ondo State, residents have staged a protest over the abduction of worshippers at a church in the Owo local government area of the state. The protesters barricaded the busy Akure Owo Expressway, leaving motorists on the road stranded. The police confirmed the abduction of 5 worshippers at the church in Uso by gunmen. Meanwhile, President Bola Tinubu has charged the new IGP, Tunji Disu, to confront banditry in the country with every instrument at his disposal. Now, there's a video to that. Let's take a look at it, where the president decorated the new acting IGP, assisted by the wife of the acting IGP.
The acting IGP, Tunji Disu, your decoration today is not simply a conferment of rank, but a solemn charge to serve Nigeria with courage, integrity, and unwavering commitment to the Constitution. I took this decision for you to assume this responsibility because I know your record. I believe in dedication that you've exhibited while you were in Lagos and I was the governor of Lagos State. And now you assume this responsibility at a defining moment for our nation's security, and expect you to strengthen the discipline, enhance interagency collaboration, and restore public confidence in Nigerian police. Lead firmly but fairly, demand professionalism at every level, and ensure that safety of lives and property remains our highest priority. It's a daunting challenge. I know you can do it. You have my full support as you have to advance the security pillars of the New Hope agenda. You are a straightforward individual, committed and respected. You have sufficient amount of discipline, and you can draw from experience of who had been there before you.
All right, that's the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, charging the new IGP to take charge of policing in Nigeria. Well, we still have in the studio here with us Mr. Dele Fanimo and Mazi Amobihembo. Gentlemen, thanks for staying with us. I appreciate your presence. And we've been joined from our Benin outstation by Comrade Edosa Okumbo. He's the former Chief Press Secretary to the Chairman of Oredo Local Government Area. Good morning, Edosa, and thanks for joining us on VOP this morning.
Thank you very much.
Okay. All right, good to have you. We appreciate your presence. And from our Abuja outstation, we've been joined by Honorable Dare Balogu. Dare is the National Public Secretary of the BAT Vanguard. Good morning to you, Dare, and thanks for joining us on VOP this morning. All right, Dare, I need for you to unmute your device so that we can get your audio feed. Can you hear me?
Hello.
Okay. All right.
I can hear you.
All right. Beautiful. Beautiful. Thanks for being part of the show.
Yeah.
Let me start with you there in Abuja. Now, we have, in the recent past, we have seen a doubling down of terrorism across the length and breadth of the country in Zamfara State. An IED, supposedly or purportedly planted by terrorists and bandits, exploded, damaging a truck conveying cement. In Edo State, people killed. A palace chief, killed. 2 of his children abducted, the wife manhandled. And in Ondo State, residents have been protesting, the incessant attack by gunmen and all of that. Why do we see all of these things happening, despite the fact that, the president declared a state of emergency on the security sector, and we even have collaborations between the United States of America to help us provide intelligence and operational support and all of that? Why do we see a doubling down of terrorism in the recent past? Can you help us explain all of that?
Thank you very much. The escalating and the current wave of insecurity is a great concern for all of us. And the security agency that we have in the country are doing their best, but they are limited in numbers. Nigeria is a big country of over 220 million of people. And with the total number of security, less than 1 million people, what can they do? Nigeria is under police. We have a lot of ungoverned space that is occupied by the enemy of the society. The new IGP that the president just appointed and gave him charge to arrest all the situations. The impact will not be felt much as long as we still continue with the centralized security system that we have in the country.
Dari, we are having a problem with your audio. We will leave you now with the tech team so that they will fix that audio problem. We'll come back to it in a bit. In the meantime, let us run to Benin City, where we have Edosa Okumbo, injured with machete and all of that. What's going on? Does it look like, the security apparatus in Edo State, what problems do they have? Because from what we hear, the governor seems to be doing a lot, but the reverse seems to be the case in terms of the result. Help us through all of this.
Thank you very much. I want to say that the governor has done a lot to improve the security situation. He has declared war on cultism, kidnapping, banditry, and all. But the recent resurgence is as a result of what I would describe as insecurity fighting back, fighting the system, trying to make sure that the governor's effort is not appreciated. For instance, I keep saying it, there's no kidnapping that will happen without the input of an insider. Because I keep saying, if you come to Benin City, there's that confidence. You can drive to anywhere in the night, even with this happening in the hinterland or in the rural area. For instance, Nekpoma, that is very well, is a metropolis city, having a university there. And then all of a sudden, you are having this issue of kidnapping and everything. It has to do with rival court-related issues.
Now, Edosa, we understand all of that, rival court-related groups. Now, does it look like these people are trying to overpower the government? Non-state actors, are they trying to overpower the government that apparently should have, the monopoly of control of legitimate means of violence?
The system has been compromised.
Who compromised?
And it was boiled down to corruption, because the police as an institution, I know that in the beginning of this administration, the governor bought equipment, security equipment, vehicles for them to tackle this insecurity. For instance, I know the number of buildings, houses that have been pulled down that were used by cultists or kidnappers. In Benin now, any house where a kidnapper is alleged to reside, that house is brought down.
We understand all of this.
Yes.
Now, the direct question is, does it look like non-state actors are or have overpowered the state actors? That should have or that have.
That is why I said.
So what's the problem? What's the solution to the problem?
The solution to the problem is that the people have to take this back to themselves. They know those who reside in there. They know those who are foreigners or who are criminals. So if they want to succeed, for instance, I know a community in Benin, you cannot penetrate because the people, the vigilante there, they know everybody. So when they see a stranger, they will know and they will ask questions. So until that system is adopted, whereby the people will take back their community, this problem will continue to escalate.
Okay, so apparently what your position now is that, well, communities should form vigilantes to help the police or to help themselves.
Exactly.
All right, good. Thank you very much. We'll come back to you in the course of the show. Let's come back to the studio here. Mr. Fanimo, Ondo State, your state, people are protesting. Incessant killings, unknown gunmen killing people at random in Ondo State. What's the problem? Help us.
The problem stems from the fact that those areas where these attacks are more prominent are places where it borders some other states. So infiltration is very possible. Owo is part of Ondo North Serotonin district. So anybody from Kogi can infiltrate that place. Anybody from Kwara can infiltrate that place. And the last one, I am still interrogating it and I'm still asking questions from the local community. If it was really bandits that came to kill that traditional ruler, or maybe some people who masqueraded as bandits to even score with the man. Because it was apparent that they actually went for him. It wasn't as if they just came to disrupt peace in that community, but they were specific. They went for him. They knew when he returned from his trip and waited for him, laid ambush and attacked him. And they had all the time to neutralize some of those powers he was said to have had and dragged him out of that area before he was finally killed. I think they smashed his head to kill him when bullets and machete couldn't penetrate his body. Now, the question is, in that axis, Chief Olufala, a former SGF of the Federation, and now a traditional ruler, his farm had been attacked more than 2 or 3 times. So it's like they're just resurging now. And it's not just enough for you to say you want to protest and block the major highways. Like the other man in Benin said, isn't it also necessary for people to see how best they can secure their environment in the absence of any effective policing as we have today? Because these guys, they are penetrating the south gradually.
They are penetrating the south.
It is Ondo State today.
We also have Amoteku. I don't expect Amoteku to be everywhere, at the same time. We also have forest guards and all of this. Now, in the midst of this, when we talk about citizen journalism, citizens who try to, report incidents, when they happen, should we be talking about citizen defenders, where citizens begin to defend themselves? And what will be the place of government if government fails in its responsibility to defend the people? Do we get into citizen defenders or what?
You see, how long can we wait and look while people are being killed? Everybody knows that an average person in this country today is a municipal. You provide your own water. You provide your alternative electricity. You provide your road. Even transformer you provide. And even you have your local guards, apart from the community vigilante and all that. So if we have to, I'm not condemning Amotekun that they are not doing their job, but how much of the space can they really protect? Can they really cover? So it's something that rackles my brain that we are not able to tackle this insecurity up till now, after more than 15 years. And they are even coming to the internet. You recall that after the December 25th attack, I said something. I said, these people are going to morph into nomads. They are not going to have bases anymore. They will just move from one point to the other, attack here. And rather than our security agents using superior intel to track these people, they are more proactive. I mean, they are more reactive than proactive. You wait until somebody strikes today, and then the next day you are bringing soldiers, you are bringing policemen. So the man will wait after the whole thing is already in the media space that he attacked yesterday and killed the old traditional ruler. So he will now stay within the vicinity for you to come and pick him. It's not going to happen. Why didn't you find out there are communities where if you see a strange person, you will know that this person is up to something. Because if you come to a community today, within 1 or 2 hours, and you are not able to enter a particular house, that means you are a complete stranger.
Okay, so apparently you're talking about community policing.
Community policing.
Part of the panacea.
Yes.
Right.
And that's why we still insist that state police is overripe.
Exactly the point. Now, Maz, in all of this, where are we? What do you think that the state police can do for us?
Yeah, when Mr. President was inaugurating Tuji this issue, he talked about this community police issue. He said this is the right time to actualize, Nigerian dream of community policing. The importance of that cannot be overemphasized, particularly now that the whole place is engulfed, And then politics have taken 75% of the time our leaders needed to, put their foot down, leaving 25% to whatever. So insecurity can, can blossom, as it were, because there is total absence of governance. What is preoccupying our mind now is 2027. And that is why you have this. At a point, Nigerian people are engulfed with certain irrelevancies. Recall that it took Nigerians about 4 weeks to debate Section 163 and all that, transmission. After that, we went into Abuja elections and all that, and we have forgotten about the transmission thing. That is the way. Nigerians have forgotten about the transmission. It is now a way of life. Now, the federal, election in FCTA has come and gone. Results have been published and we saw it. That has gone. You understand? So, at any point, there is something that occupies the Nigerian people. And once one comes, in the next 1 week, it's gone. So, what is left of the country, in terms of governance, is zero.
Okay, so apparently you advocate the establishment of state police to help us.
Absolutely. If the federal police cannot solve this problem, then let's try state police. Because once every person is pointing fingers at state police as a panacea for internal security, then let's try it and see how far we can go.
All right, then. Thank you very much, Mazamo Binebo.
Mazi, let me take you up on this. One of the things that a lot of analysts like yourself have said is that one of the things the acting IGP would have to confront with is the insider threats. Let's take this Zamfara IUD explosion incident, for example. It happened, according to the report, it happened 1 hour after the military had cleared the road. So how do you think, or what would you advise the IGP to do? Because you still have that insider threat,
The IGP cannot do much. A lot of people have ascribed the role of the IGP as being mosaic in nature. It is not. Some people are even talking about the IGP making welfare cornerstone of his administration and all that, and a lot of things. The IGP alone cannot do it. It's not a role for the IGP. The system, there is systemic breakdown, institutional weaknesses. That is what we have. So the IGP can only do little. He's an administrative head. He can do little. That is why a lot more people are calling on the federal government to put their foot down and solve this insecurity problem. The police alone cannot. It has been exemplified, over time. The military alone cannot. The citizens' participation cannot. So it's a kind of synergy. There must be a synergy between the citizens and the security agencies to be able to tackle this problem. And the rate we are going, they are assuming a lot of muzzles these days, sporadically attacking sports here and there. And that will not be too good for the citizens. Now, Dele has tangentially talked about this thing coming down to the south. Gradually, it is coming. So it is also left for the southwest governors to be able to, have a hedge against this insurgency. Because if the southwest is under siege, like the north central, northeast, and northwest, then Nigeria is captured.
All right, then this will be a good place to anchor this conversation, and we'll get into another conversation. Now, we must say a very big thank you to you, gentlemen. Mazi Amobi Iheburu, thank you for your contribution, and also Dele Fanimo, who joined the conversation. Thank you very much. Now, we also must appreciate Okumbo, Edosa Okumbo, Honorable Comrade. Well, thank you very much for your time here, and also Honorable Dari Balogun. We will like you, gentlemen, to join us at 10 o'clock for newspaper review. In the meantime, let's get into another conversation. This time around, we're focusing on health, mental and emotional health. It's taken a toll of the bad news has on the psyche of those of us that report it. I've always said, waking up in the morning every day and talking about the issue of insecurity, you get to see pictures of people being massacred, killed, and the rest of them. It takes a toll on the psyche of the reporter. Now let's talk about how broadcasters, journalists, reporters can deal with these issues. So stay with us as we get into another conversation. And this time around, we'll be talking with a mental health expert, and that's after this break.
Headlines are too often filled with stories of abductions and brutal killings. The emotional toll does not end with the news cycle. For many Nigerians, and especially for the journalists and media professionals who report these tragedies, the trauma can linger long after the cameras are turned off and the stories are filed. Bearing witness to grief, violence, and fear day after day on the mind, affecting sleep, relationships, and overall well-being. Today, we'll take a closer look at how Nigerians and those in the media are coping with the psychological impact of covering and consuming these difficult stories, and why conversations about mental health are more important now than ever. To help us understand the emotional effects of repeated exposure to traumatic events and the healthy ways to manage them, we are joined by a mental health professional who works closely with trauma survivors and frontline reporters. Let us understand how to deal with the unseen trauma that can take a psychological and mental toll on our well-being.
Welcome back, and you're still watching VOP this morning. Now, to make sense of all of this, we have Dr. Miracle Ihioma, who will help us understand how to deal with the emotional strain of conflict reporting in Nigeria. Good morning, Doctor. Good morning, Doctor.
Yeah, good morning. Can you hear me?
Thank you so much. Yes, I can hear you. Thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Okay. It appears as though we have become very numb to all of these things. I mean, as a journalist, as a broadcaster, every day we come on air, we consume and we broadcast very grim, sad stories. And sometimes I wonder, I actually struggle with keeping those sad stories aside when I get home and just live my normal life. And I'm sure it's the same way for a lot of my colleagues. So how best can media practitioners handle the moral conflict and between that and empathy?
Yeah, so thank you very much for having me and for asking that question. Yeah, what you go through is not very much different from what I also go through in my practice, even though I might not interface personally with these victims, but I get to talk to people, see people, and conduct therapy sessions for people who have had different traumatic experiences in their lives, and that in itself can have a toll on one's emotional and mental health if care is not taken. And I can understand how it is for journalists who interface with these people every single day. And it's very important that we are talking about this, because I'm sure that there are many people who are struggling, some in silence, and you know, I'm happy that we're having this conversation. So the first thing I would say is psychoeducation is important. For many people, for example, this is the first time they're hearing about this. Sometimes it's possible that an individual cannot even reconcile why they are feeling the way they are feeling about their job, you know. So it's important to let any and every journalist out there listening to say that if you're feeling numb, if you are having traumatic experiences, understand that it is an expected behavior in quote.
Let's understand, because we have a limited time. So let's understand now, what are the signs? Are there telltale signs that will show that, look, the job is beginning to make us go cuckoos at some point? What are those signs that one would see and say, okay, I need help at this point?
Yes, so there's something called secondary trauma stress, right? And you know, secondary trauma stress usually happens to third parties, in that sense, who listen, watch other people go through certain types of trauma. Journalists, in this case, for example.
Okay.
So they experience similar symptoms like the people who experienced it firsthand. So they have things like flashbacks of those experiences, sometimes nightmares of those experiences, sleep disturbances, right, of those experiences. Sometimes it could even be what is called compassion fatigue, right? Compassion fatigue is when you get exhausted as a result of interfacing with the problems, trauma of other people. And it could be displayed in symptoms like loss of interest in previously pleasurable events. It could be you just lose interest on your job. Sometimes it comes with numbness, where you are just numb, nothing, if you begin to feel like nothing else matters, you know. So these are signs of compassion fatigue. And also the other one could be experiencing traumatic symptoms.
All right, doctor, we're almost out of time. So let's just talk about self-care. How can journalists, media practitioners manage their mental health better?
Psychological boundaries, very, very important. It's important not to get too attached to the stories that you're telling, because when you get too emotionally attached to it, it has a tendency of affecting you even more, right? It's also important to onboarding. Onboarding is very important. I understand that as journalists you have to debrief, but we need to move beyond debriefing facts to debriefing emotions as well. Talk about these things, how you felt, you know, how your perception and the meaning you created around those stories. It will help you to onboarding, to you know, lighten up some of those things that you feel. And we must also normalize professional counseling and therapy and things like that. So if, for example, you see that some of these symptoms have persisted for up to 2 weeks, you know, 1 month, then it is time to start talking to a professional and to somebody. And media houses, for example, could even go into negotiations to make these services available for their journalists and their, you know, employees, to help them deal with these things. Right.
Yeah. All right. It seems as though we are almost normalizing the way the news reportage and, you know, everything we see in the media every day. So if the Nigerian media space continues to remain this chaotic and volatile, what sort of society do you see us morphing into in the next 10 years, psychologically?
I see a society that will be filled with people who are dealing with different traumatic experiences, and we see that play out, you know, in different trauma responses that people put out every other day. Sometimes, and you know, trauma can be very subtle, because you could be dealing with a traumatic experience and not even know. It only takes the eyes of a clinician, for example, or someone who is knowledgeable in this area, to spot that this person is dealing with, you know, trauma in the way they are responding to different situations. So yes,
talking about trauma. So when Nigerians say things like, "I'm tired of Nigeria," or when we say things like, "If you think too much in Nigeria, you will go," you know. So is that a sign of emotional burnout, or it's just normalized living?
Of course, it's emotional, but it can't be normalized living when people are tired of their country, because that's a lack of patriotism right there, and it speaks to a deeper issue, really. When you see people talking about that, it speaks to how they are really feeling, what they are really going through, you know, and the fact that they might really need help, actually, beyond even the infrastructures, maybe psychological help.
So what can modern newsrooms, you know, begin to adopt in this line? Do you think we need a mental health department in an average Nigerian media house?
Well, maybe and maybe not. Well, if you have a psychological department, that's great, but everybody needs access to psychological help and support. That's the most important thing. Whether it is instituted in your media house as a department or you outsource it, you know, but everybody needs access to that.
Okay. From an expert point of view, what does repeated exposure to graphical news, such graphic news, what does it do to the brain at the end of the day or in the long run?
Of course, it affects your nervous system, right? It affects, because like I said earlier, you know, that when you begin to experience secondary trauma, stress, as a result of this constant exposure to these graphic images and what have you, which is why there must be a regulation sort of in how journalists are exposed to these things. So journalists, for example, should not, so there should be maybe a routine, or one person should not carry the burden of always having to report
these stories,
right?
Okay.
To be even better.
All right then. I was just going to ask you, what would be your advice now? Because sometimes we can't help these things. We have people that cover security issues, so they have to be there. They have to go to the sites, they have to see these things, they have to report it. It's their beat, all right? The same way we have those that cover insurance, bank, and the rest of them, finance, and the rest of them. Now, what would be your advice to the ordinary journalist who's inundated with these things, these reports every day? What would be your advice? Final words now.
Yeah, so what if we create support groups for them? It could even be journalists in that particular aspect who come in maybe once a week, once a month, just to talk about this experience, how they feel, maybe with the presence of an expert there, helping them guide that conversation, just to onboarding, let out these things. I think it might really help a great deal for them to be able to continue doing their job and not face the consequences of doing that job.
All right, thank you very much. But some support groups, that sounds very westernized. It doesn't seem like what we are used to in this part of the world.
Yeah.
But we should adopt that. Okay. Well, thank you very much, Dr. Miracle Ihuama. Thank you he's a clinical psychologist. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for having me.
Well, that's it on the show today. That's it on VOP this morning. I am Moses Humphrey. Join us again at 10 for newspaper review. Bye for now.
And I'm Jane Ogoye. Please join us tomorrow morning, bright and early.
I am Chukuma Okoro. Bye for now.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react. Understand.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface. exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Vop TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on Vop TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to Vop TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching Vop TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is Vop TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
I'm Sarah Nystrom from Sweden, aka Chief Omobawale, Communication Queen. Keep watching Vop TV.
I am Samantha Jacobs, representing the states. Miami's in the house, and I want to make a shout out to Vop TV. I'm a humanitarian, and I'm also a rep in the film industry and the art industry. I help dreams come true, and I help you keep on that path. Shout out to Vop TV because you're helping people stay on their path too. Cheers.
All right, my name is John Odibo. Keep watching Voice of the People because it's a fantastic station to be with all the time. Thank you very much.
My name is Pastor Evi Siru, the convener of the Voice Achievers Award, and keep watching VOP. Yes, that is the channel for all the people. No color, no race. Thank you so much.
Yo, ladies and gentlemen, this is Abbas Sunkan from the Netherlands. I am a designer and I'm here in Eco Hotel and Suits. Keep watching VOP, the Voice of the People. Don't.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Aviation. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with discourse.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation scope. The sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Welcome to the Locker Room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Aviation. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with discourse.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Mamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, it's a brother shagging the man back with Melanie Poppy Blast Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know what you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weights.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers wherever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Jide Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Apologies for coming this late because, I mean, it's network and technical issues and everything in between. So it's just one of those days where, you know, technical issues has to actually put us on hold for a bit, and we have to ascertain that everything is all right before we come on board to give you the latest of sports stories. Welcome to Sport Republic this morning. I'm Ikechukwu Agwago. A lot happened in the world of sport yesterday, and it's been so amazing. Vinicius Jr., they say thunder doesn't strike, lightning doesn't strike, I beg your pardon, in the same spot twice, but Vinicius Jr. did, and he did so remarkably as he finally dragged Real Madrid to the round of 16 in the UEFA Champions League. We'll also be looking at the world of boxing, where one man, Fabio Wadley, is very furious. He's talking about, you know, the fact that Usyk is actually facing someone who he deemed not very good in terms of, you know, his level when it comes to the world of boxing. But all this and more we'll be looking at in the world of sport this morning, and we'll definitely be starting with what really went down last night. It is the UEFA Champions League, and the playoff stage is officially concluded, and the teams that will be doing justice in the round of 16 has been finally, you know, made their way through to that one. And then we'll be expecting, and definitely we'll definitely be getting all of this, you know, tomorrow. All of the draws will be seen, and teams that will be squaring up in the round of 16 will also be known, and, you know, get to see how that is going to pan out. A lot is at stake in the UEFA Champions League, and Victor Osimhen also made a very good mark, made a good account of himself. You know, he stood up right there and showed us why, you know, he's arguably the biggest star in the Turkish Super League. All this and more we'll definitely be talking about in this episode. Steps from Real Madrid, as Real Madrid finally secured a place in the last round of 16 UEFA Champions League with a 2-1 victory over Benfica in the second leg, winning 3-1 on aggregate. The spotlight was on Vini Jr., who scored the crucial goal just a week after facing alleged racial abuse in the earlier match. In front of a passionate crowd at the Santiago Bernabeu, Vinicius Jr. took the field after first leg in Lisbon, where he was reportedly racially abused by Benfica's Gianluca Cristiani, a claim that the player denied and UEFA had imposed a provisional suspension on the player ahead of the match, although he was included in Benfica's traveling squad to Madrid, I beg your pardon. Before kickoff, Real Madrid fans displayed banners in support of Vini Jr., who had previously netted the only goal in Lisbon. Two powerful messages: no to racism and respect. I mean, that's a huge one and resonated through the stadium as the players entered the pitch. Benfica struck first, leveling the aggregate score with the 1-1 from Rafa Silva in 14 minutes. However, Real Madrid quickly regained control through Aaron Tuchmani, who powered long-strain efforts to restore parity in that particular game, and decisive moments came with just 10 minutes left when Vinicius Jr. broke free and scored, sealing Real Madrid's passage to the next round of the UEFA Champions League. The celebrations were electric, dancing by the corner flank as home supporters erupted with joy. An emotional night that signified a lot and marking not just the goal, but a response to the event that took place last week. And that's all for Vini Jr. That's the man on your screen. I mean, he's a man who's been really in midst of lots of controversy, lots of drama, and still talking Champions League football. Nigeria's own Victor Osimhen secured Galatasaray's place in the round of 16 UEFA Champions League with a crucial goal in their 3-2 defeat against Juventus during the round of 32 playoff. Galatasaray entered the match with a commanding 5-2 lead from first leg in Istanbul. However, Juventus pulled off a surprising comeback, scoring 3 unanswered goals to equalize and force extra time despite being down to 10 men. In the first half of extra time, Osimhen scored to put Galatasaray back in front, but Ayab Yunis sealed the victory with a second goal for Juventus, for Galatasaray, just a minute before final whistle. Despite a 3-2 loss on the night, Galatasaray advanced with a 5-7 aggregate victory, marking their first progression to the UEFA Champions League round of 16. I mean, that's huge, and that's the man on your screen. You cannot, write the story of, the Turkish giant right now without, looking at this man on your screen, Victor Osimhen. He's doing a whole lot, for himself and, of course, for that particular club side. And again, still talking about football and talking about stories relating to Nigeria and Turkish football. And one man is in the news, the lanky, huge Nigerian forward, Paul Onuachu, is in the radar. Yes, it's in the radar. Paul Onuachu, the Saudi Arabian Professional Football League is definitely cutting him. And the club that's looking at Paul Onuachu at this point is Al Ahly. And of course, if he expressed interest in Trabzonspor striker, the Nigerian lanky forward, according to reports, of course, Al Ahly is prepared to offer the Nigerian international a lucrative annual salary of 6 million euros, significantly higher than his current 2 million earnings as Trabzonspor. Onuachu, who joins Turkish Super League side from Southampton last summer, has been in a remarkable form, helping his team as the leading top scorer with 17 goals in 20 appearances in the Turkish Super League. And of course, Al Ahly is reportedly considering Onuachu as a replacement for England international Ivan Toney. I mean, that's the man. I mean, we also saw him right there at the AFCON. He came on, he got a goal, even though his minutes was quite very short. But then he did so well, proved that he's a very good backup for Victor Osimhen. And I mean, it's just one player who I would say is not really had it lucky for the Super Eagles team. And if you look at him, it reminds me of Nigeria's own Jonathan Akpobore. There are certain players who come to the national team, find it very difficult to actually establish themselves, but then when they go back to their club side, they become a different beast. Of course, remember this guy also was the best player in the Belgian Super League before he moved to the Premier League. And he moved to the Premier League. It was a very difficult time. He struggled and then moved back to Turkey. Right now, the same league Victor Osimhen is playing at the moment, and he's doing amazingly, superbly, well. I mean, So definitely it says a lot about the player. And of course, yes, I just got informed that my guest is in at this point. I mean, Bolarinwa, good morning and welcome to Sport Republic.
Good morning to you, Ikechukwu. Thank you for having me on the show.
All right, so Bolarinwa, let's start from the very big one that happened last night. Vini Jr., Victor Osimhen. I mean, tell me exactly, what you were expecting before the game, and if these guys actually lived up to the billing.
All right, let's start with Vini Jr. And again, just like you said at the beginning, the thunder doesn't strike 2 times, but Vini struck twice, and he gave his, let's say, the dance that led to all of this bickering and the back and forth with UEFA. But a good game right there, good game. Real Madrid are always, when it comes to European football, they always show their class. They show that we are the ones who own this European football. We own the Champions League. And again yesterday, even while Benfica thought to come back, having that goal, credit to Rafa Silva, credit to the Benfica team also. They had Prestini was not going to play, and their coach also, Jose Mourinho, was not on the stand, so due to the red card, and we all saw this. But Real Madrid stood their ground and kept on fighting, and Vinicius' goal came in the 80th minute. And that's one of the deadliest times for Real Madrid. The last 10 minutes of the game, they can out you and still get the 3 points needed, and which they did yesterday, ensuring a 3-1 on aggregate win against Benfica. After the goal, Vinicius Junior did his dance, and definitely he got that goal for them, and he placed this team at a very good stance. Even if they hadn't scored, he will still be on 2-1, but he ensured he hit his name on the scoreboard and still had the dance, which is just a good one for him. He's been carrying the team. I think it's 5 goals and assists in 5 games now, and it's just been good. It's just been good.
Absolutely, and of course, Victor Osimhen. Lots of talk about him. Actually, before that particular game, he said a lot about Juventus, how much he actually respects them, and it's a side that he's not going to rule out a possible move to. That is one of those sides he looked at and said this is actually an elite team that he would definitely love to play. And then he's the man who actually puts the sword to put them to death last night in that particular encounter. Tell me about Victor Osimhen. And Juventus has been so terrible for them. The last couple of seasons they've been struggling to actually break through this round. What's going on with Juventus? And tell me about Victor Osimhen.
So let's start with Victor Osimhen, our own top striker right here in Nigeria and African football. Victor Osimhen, just like you said before the game, he said he made some comments as regards Juventus, and he credited and respected Juventus, saying they are a top team, and you can't just go to Turin and expect to have a very seamless game. They will even if you're going to beat them, they will give you a run for your money, and which indeed we saw yesterday. They scored 3 unreplied goals just before in regulation time, right before Victor Osimhen scored in I think 107th minute or something. So they indeed knew what they were up to. They came back and they had it 5-5 on aggregate, and they knew that it was a crucial time. But I was listening to a post-match comments from Victor Osimhen while he was talking. He said it was just he was disappointed in the performance of his team, but then they had the fighting spirit, and we believe Victor Osimhen is one of those players who has that fighting spirit, and just like you said, he put the dagger to their chest and he laid them to rest with that goal. And Victor Osimhen is just top class where he is, and we know the class of Victor Osimhen. We understand his quality. Go on. But for Juventus, right, again, another European championship cut short. Another exit for them. Over the years, they've been, either been out of the group stage or not even qualifying. Or, it's not like the Juventus we used to know when Ronaldo was there. Not like the Juventus we used to. We call them the Serie A giants, the likes of Inter Milan, the likes of AC Milan, and you'll be mentioning Juventus in those boxes. But then over the years, it's been downing for Juventus, and we just hope they have good players, right? They have good players. We just hope someone will come and be maybe a Moses for them to lead them past this Red Sea that they are facing right now.
Absolutely. We just hope someone's going to become the Moses, like you said. But let's still talk about Victor Osimhen one more before we actually move on to the next story. But Victor Osimhen, at this point, he actually is the joint top 4 scorers in the UEFA Champions League this season alongside Erling Braut Haaland. And he's actually scored 13 goals, breaking Milan Baros 12 UEFA Champions League goals of Galatasaray. He's broken their record in his very first 2 seasons in that particular club. Tell me about this young man, and of course, what exactly does this mean for the Nigerian forward?
So we all know what Victor Osimhen is capable of. We have seen his quality, and this it's a pride for us as Nigerians to see that our own striker is being etched in the names of top strikers. globally, right? It's a pride for us, and even for the player himself, it's a result of hard work. You know, when you are being praised alongside other strikers, it's just looking at Erling Haaland, right? We respect Haaland, we respect what he's doing here at Manchester City, but looking at Osimhen, you see that they play similar football, and they play similarly, but Osimhen even has more, just because of I believe the African spirit in him is even more agitated. He puts the pressure more, and it's just a good one for Osimhen, and we hope that he's just about 26, 28. Yeah. We hope that he would hit his prime, and he's in his prime already. We just hope that he will continue on this form, and also not just win the African Cup of Nations or African Player of the Year, but also each his name. Yeah, he has gotten to the Ballon d'Or rankings, but we want to see him up high. We want to see him up high, win probably the FIFA Pro or something. Let's just see. Yeah, that's where we want to see our players right now.
Absolutely. I mean, that's definitely what we want to see our players. But let's move away from Victor Osimhen's story to another story that concerns Nigeria in the person of Paul Onuachu. Paul Onuachu is being courted by Al Ahly. They're looking at replacing him with, Ivan Toney, who they actually got about a couple of seasons ago. I mean, Paul Onuachu, you cannot, overemphasize 17 Turkish flight league goals. I mean, top scorer in that particular league where Victor Osimhen also plays. And yes, it's not been the very best for the Super Eagles whenever I put on that jersey, but he's doing so well. He did it in Belgium. He's presently doing it in Turkey. Let's talk about Paul Onuachu. I mean, are you going to? Let me put you on the spot. If you are his agent, right? Will you advise him to leave the Turkish Super League to a more lucrative in terms of the value that they are offering, because they're offering €6 million per year compared to what he's currently earning around 2 million euro in Turkey? Are you going to actually advise him to make the move, seeing that he's in his 30s right at this point?
All right, thank you very much. For real. Let's be honest with ourselves. Footballers play for the money, right? We would not want. Who would they be offering 2 million currently, and he's seen an offer for 6 million and would not want to accept it, right? But let's say he's in his striker's prime at the moment, 28, 30. He's in his striker's prime, right? 30. And he's 31 to be exact. 31. But if I was his agent, I would consider the Saudi offer, but then I would still pitch him up for more European clubs, right? Paul Onuachu is someone who can get the goal for you when you need it. He has the box presence. He's 6'7". He's 6'7". How many players even in the Premier League, just Bradley Watermade and of Newcastle and those that can compete in height? But he has the box presence. He has the experience. He's been to Belgium, like you said. Even now, if not the highest goal scorer in Turkey.
He's the top scorer, 17.
He's the top scorer in Turkey as it stands. A league where you have Osimhen also doing his thing, but you have Onuachu there becoming the top scorer. So he should show you his quality. I would not want him to go to Saudi Arabia this early. I would still want him to stay in Europe. Probably get a team in the Premier League, take them up, maybe a smaller team, right? We can look like that of Everton or the likes of Southampton, just the teams where they would most likely need a top 9, right? And let him go there. Let him use his goals, his technical abilities, lead them forward. Then you can probably later in his later years. Okay, let's go and play for the money now and save up for the family.
You talk about later years. I mean, he's very much in the twilight of his career. He struggled at Southampton. I don't know which other smaller team you're talking about.
Yeah, I know that.
But I mean, I get your point. But let's move on to another story, and this one concerns, the ineligibility protest by the NFF as the Jamaican Football Federation has actually expressed unease over FIFA's delay in announcing a decision regarding Nigeria's sports rights against their opponents in the intercontinental playoff. I beg your pardon. And of course, Jamaica is set to actually face DR Congo for a chance to qualify for the World Cup later this year. However, a FIFA rules in favor of Nigeria, who protested that DR Congo fielded ineligible players in that particular game against the Super Eagles of Nigeria in the final in November. It could definitely mar, their chance of going to the World Cup. And Nigeria has definitely lodged a formal complaint to FIFA seeking the disqualification of DR Congo in the quest to actually represent Africa in the forthcoming playoff in March. With just 3 weeks remaining before the crucial game, the Jamaican Football Federation has raised concerns about uncertainty surrounding FIFA's ruling, why there's a prevalent belief that Nigeria's protest may not succeed. Jamaica remains apprehensive that the delay could impact their preparations for the match. And of course, this is a very, very big issue we've actually been following for a couple of months. I mean, Bolarewa, look at this issue. Tell me exactly what's going on. What do you think is responsible for FIFA's delay of this particular verdict that would definitely, decide who would go to the World Cup eventually?
All right, thank you very much. It's been coming, and it's been a long decision. It's been a very long decision for FIFA to make. Let's understand that FIFA they are not just making this decision for now. It's whatever decision they make now would also affect what's coming in the future. If a case like this happens in the future, it means they would have to rule in favor or in line with how they ruled for this decision. So it's going to, like I said, it's under investigation, and sometimes investigations come short or long. And this one, I believe, is coming long. But with 3 weeks, the timeline for this game, Jamaica Football Federation have every right to call out FIFA to say we need clarity to know if we are going to play against DR Congo or not. And I believe FIFA should be getting ready to say something. We were all on our toes, I think last week or so, when they said they would be releasing the verdict. Well, indeed, they did not, and we can't hold them for that, right? But we just hope that FIFA would come out quickly to say something, because this game, the players, in fact, it would help both countries, either Nigeria or DR Congo, to plan forward. But as it stands, I don't think Nigeria is even ready mentally to say they want to catch up for a World Cup competition as it stands, right? Because
why do you say Nigeria? Why do you say you don't think Nigeria is mentally ready for a World Cup competition? You saw the showing of the Super Eagles. They just concluded AFCON, and I think the reason why the Jamaicans are actually worried is because they want to actually prepare for who their opponent is. They don't really know who their opponent is. So, but why did you say the Super Eagles aren't mentally ready, for the World Cup?
Let's be honest with ourselves, right? We as Nigerians already saw that Nigeria was eliminated from the World Cup process. So now, and these players also, yes, in one-on-one interviews here and there, the players would say, yes, we want to play in the World Cup. Yes, everybody wants to play in the World Cup, right? Everybody wants to play in the World Cup, and when the opportunity arises, you will want to do it. But let us critically look at our gameplay in the World Cup. Let us critically look at how we've played. The AFCON is not a judgment now. Let us look at the World Cup itself, how we played our way into the World Cup and how we got exited. Before we even got into the playoffs, it was chaos. And now in the playoffs, now you are saying I fielded ineligible player and all of those things. The all back and forth, the evidences, everything. And I just believe that's why FIFA is not coming out straight to give a very stern verdict. And just because they have to look at every angle to this thing, because whatever you decide now would affect your previous decisions and your future decisions. So it's a tight space for FIFA themselves. But we just hope it's their job to do the investigation and give us a result. But whichever way it is, even if Nigeria is going to go to the World Cup, asking you yourself, what do you think Nigeria is going to come out with?
Well, I mean, I will definitely leave that to the players who will be persecuting the game on the pitch. But the truth is, the ruling is supposed to come before the eventual intercontinental playoff, which is going to be about 3 weeks into the new month. Talking about March, that's definitely going to start about 2 days from now. But again, it's going to be a big one. And for me, I think whatever decision FIFA wants to take, whoever is going to benefit from it, I think it's going to actually do the world of football a lot of good if FIFA can actually give us their verdict early, so that every team can actually go prepare for the tournament and then come out and let's get to see a very beautiful show. And a lot of drama before this particular World Cup. I mean, we don't want other drama to actually take away the beautiful part of the game. Away from that, let's talk about what's going on right there in Italy. As former Italian coach Cesar Prandelli has recommended that Juventus pursue the signing of Sandro Tonali, Gigi Donnarumma and Riccardo Calafiori to enhance their squad for the upcoming season. In an interview with Le Gazzetta dello Sport, Prandelli actually emphasized the importance of building a more Italian core within the team. He highlighted that there is still work to be done internally before the summer transfer opens. Prandelli stated that after bolstering the squad with Kenyan Yildiz, he would focus on extending contract for Luciano Spalletti, Dusan Vlahovic and Winston Kinain if he were in charge of the club. Let's talk about Juventus. I mean, we talked about how they got knocked out and the series of terrible runs in the UEFA Champions League, and they've not also been the top team in Italy ever since they won the 5 in a row in the Serie A. Now they're actually still struggling. Former coach of the Italian national team is talking about Juve. I mean, his recommendations. Tell me about his recommendation. Is it going to be exactly what Juventus need to actually turn their season around or turn into an allied club again?
We believe players make individual differences in a team, right? And for an experienced coach like this to say if he's going to advise Juventus, they should get. Donnarumma is a very experienced goalkeeper. We see what he's doing for Manchester City at the moment. We see the saves he's making at just 27 years. Who would believe that Donnarumma is 27 with such experience under his shoulders? We see what Tonali is also doing for Newcastle right there. So, for him, he is saying bringing in the Italian mindset back into the team, right, and bringing the Italian spirit back into the team. These players are Italians, and these players understand what it means to play in Turin, right? And these players are not just they are not mid players, as we would say. They are playing for top teams, and I mean, let's be fair. Manchester City is in the Carabao Cup final, also in the chase for the Premier League, and they are also in the round of 16 for the Champions League. And we've seen how Donnarumma is being let's say an instrument to this effect, right? And same for Tonali. I think Tonali got 2 goals in their last Newcastle game. Either 1 or 2 goals in their last Newcastle
Champions League.
Yes, in the Champions League game he scored, and we've seen how these players are turning in for their teams where they are. So for a coach, for an experienced coach or mindset of that caliber to say we need players like this, I believe truly. We might not be able to ascertain that these are the players that will come and change things around, but with their own quality as it stands, they can turn things around for any club in which they are in.
Absolutely, I agree with you. Still talk about club football, and this time straight to Old Trafford, as Manchester United former player, who is now a sport commentator in President Gary Neville, has come out to actually talk about the manager who is running the thick and thin of the Old Trafford giant right now, Michael Carrick. Of course, saying despite Michael Carrick's impressive unbeaten streak at the interim of Manchester United, former England star, who actually, I just mentioned his name, Gary Neville, yes, that man on the screen, insists that the club must continue in search for a top-tier elite manager. Carrick took over after a dismissal of Ruben Amorim in January, and has led to Man United winning 5 games in 6 Premier League games, including 1-0 victory against Everton. Discussion around Carrick's future continues, with opinions divided on whether to appoint him permanently or explore other options. Carrick said United must seek a new manager to consider their options as the future outcomes are uncertain. However, he also went on to say if he continues to actually manage Manchester United and secure Champions League qualification, there will be a considerable support for his appointment. While I also agree to keep him on the job for a while, I also have a very great affection for him. I believe United should aim for the best manager available. Neville also pointed out that the club has already experimented with young and inexperienced managers in the last 2 appointments. He noted that Ole Gunnar Solskjaer's tenure as an ex-Manchester United player, ultimately did not succeed, urging Manchester United to minimize risk by seeking a more experienced manager. I mean, we see Michael Carrick, he came into the job and is turned things around. 6 in last 6 Premier League games, he's won 5, he drew 1, no loss. In his very first time as the interim manager of Manchester United, he also played 4 games. He actually didn't lose anyone, which means 10 games, in a row right now for Manchester United as the manager. He's yet to actually lose a game. And of course, he's turned United back into one of those teams that is being respected currently in the Premier League. They're very much chasing, to cement themselves in the top 4 ranks. And all of this he's done so far, but one man is not satisfied. I mean, tell me about what Gary Neville actually just said about Michael Carrick. Do you really think he still needs to actually, United needs to actually look outside for a better manager, or do you think you should be given opportunity to actually run the club at this time?
Right, thank you very much, Ikechukwu. I believe at this point in time, Michael Carrick is doing a good job for them. He's played 6 games unbeaten. He's won 5. He's drew 1. It's just reasonable enough to give the coach time and let him, at least to the end of the season, do his bits for the club, and let's see where he can lead Manchester United to. I mean, if in 6 games you've been able to take 5 maximum points and 1 additional points, it's just showing the kind of quality he is, and he has taken Manchester United from, I think, about 15 or 16 on the table, and they are now 4th on the table. So let's just keep him there. If I was the management for Manchester United, let's keep him there to the end of the season and let's see what he can produce for Manchester United. I mean, if you are number 4 on the Premier League table, you have European dreams alive again for the next season, which is something every team in the Premier League would be gunning for. I want to play European football coming season.
So Bolarinwa, let's look at this, right? If Michael Carrick eventually takes Manchester United to the UEFA Champions League again, do you think he deserves to be given a permanent role?
Now, this would be a decision for the club, right? If he has done...
No, I'm asking you based on what you've seen, what you've seen so far. If he eventually makes it to the UEFA Champions League top 4, right, as Manchester United manager, do you think he deserves to actually be kept on the job?
If you're putting me on the spot right now to ask me about this, I would say Manchester United deserve a top-class coach with much more experience, right? Manchester United, they are a very big team. They are a very big club, and we've seen what they've done in the past. We know the kind of coaches they appoint in the past. So I would believe that Manchester United can pick from the array of options. We have a number of top-class coaches at the moment. We have Xavi is out of job for now. We have a number. Pep. There are some bickerings around Pep leaving.
But you think Pep Guardiola will leave the blue side of Manchester to the red side of Manchester?
Definitely not, right? Definitely not. But we have a number of coaches, right, that are out of jobs for now that Manchester United can pick up from.
But Bola, you talked about inexperience, and that's exactly what I want to actually latch on. We look at top managers in the world. At some point, they were given opportunity at an elite team to become what they are. Pep Guardiola, before he became manager of Barcelona. In 2008-2009 season, he was actually nobody. But of course, he took on the job.
No, let's not say Pep Guardiola was nobody. I mean, he was at Dortmund and he did well.
No, Dortmund did what? What did he do at Dortmund? No, Pep Guardiola, first top European club side is Barcelona, and that's exactly what he did. Yes, he came to Barcelona. He did exactly what no one actually expected, and he blew the world by storm. He became arguably the best manager in that particular first 4 years of his career. And the whole world okay, yes, this is a manager that's good enough. Look at Mikel Arteta right now, 6 years on the job for Arsenal. He's turned Arsenal around from a team that everyone virtually mocked and to a team no one actually wants to play against. I mean, if we look at all of these, stories, we definitely want to look at Carrick. He's doing a very good job at this point. Why can't United also give him a chance if he makes it to the top 4?
I believe he should be given a chance. I am a very good. I believe in giving people chances, and especially coaches. Right. This is basically he's barely 2 months on the job at the moment, and if he's in 2 months, he can be able to turn Manchester United around and be a team for the contention for European football next season. I believe he should be given the chance to do so. You brought in a certain Amorim from the Scottish League, and let's just say he was able to do his bit but his bait was not enough, and he drowned the team even going into 16th, 17th. I think they finished on the 16th position. That was last season, and they started from that same position. But this certain Michael Carrick has come, and he has taken you up to the fourth position in the Premier League. So I just believe he should be given time. He should be given time.
Absolutely, I agree with you 100%. I believe he should be given time if we can actually lead United to the Champions League. Definitely, I see. I want to hope that United will want to consider, even if it's just one season, to actually see what he can actually do after leading the guys to, the FIFA Champions League. That's just my own personal opinion. Away from that, let's go straight to what happened between Chelsea and West Ham. Yes, in the Premier League, and Chelsea has officially been fined £325,000, while West Ham has been received £300,000 penalty following a mass confrontation between players during the Premier League match in January, as reported by multiple sources. The incident at Stamford Bridge actually began when Chelsea forward João Pedro reacted to a shove from West Ham winger Adama Traore on Blues defenders Marc Cucurella during stoppage time. This led to a chaotic scene involving both teams, culminating in a lengthy video assistant referee review. Hamas defender Jamie Claire Todibo was subsequently shown a straight red by referee Anthony Taylor for grabbing João Pedro by the neck. The Football Association stated it was alleged that Chelsea FC failed to actually ensure its players behave in an improper, provocative manner around 95th minute. Similarly, it was alleged that West Ham United did not control their players' behavior adequately during the incident. Because both clubs have admitted to the charge against them. An independent regulatory commission imposed fines taking into account prior breaches of FA Rule E20 subsection 1, which prohibited players deemed improper, offensive, violent, threatening, abusive, indecent, insulting, or provocative. I mean, we saw that messy scene right there, when Chelsea actually played against West Ham, and this is one of those very sad incidents you get to see, in the world of football. I mean, Abalano, before I let you go, tell me about this particular incident. If it's the fine, if it's in accord with exactly what these guys actually did, or do you really see it as a slap in the wrist, considering that Chelsea is an allied club in the Premier League?
No. I believe every indecency and every mistake you make. Right, this is not even a mistake. This is something as football players. If football is a game of emotions, right? But you don't, as professional players, that's what makes you professional. That you are different from amateur players, right? Yeah, you are being professional on the job. You shouldn't be caught in the sins of holding a fellow player on the throat, like you're literally holding a fellow player, and vice versa to the Chelsea players also. Creating a scene. Yes. It's we would say a derby, or we would say you both are facing a very stern match, right? But you shouldn't be caught in the anvil of saying fighting on the pitch or stuff like that. Even if your emotions get over you, but you should be able to curtail as a team and as professionals that you are. You should be able to curtail yourselves. And I don't believe this is a case of probably Chelsea's an elite football team. Both teams have tasted European football, and both teams should be called should be termed elite. They are playing in the top division of the Premier League, so both teams are elite as it stands. So the fines for me are
in accord.
They're in accord. All right,
thank you very much, David Bolarima, for being part of Sports Republic this morning. It's good to have you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you again for having me.
All right, so on that note, definitely we're moving away from football stories to non-football stories. I will be starting with basketball, as the Tigers head coach, Reina Wakama, has unveiled a provisional squad of 17 players in preparation for FIBA Women's Basketball World Cup qualification tournament, scheduled to take place from March 11 to 17, 2026 in Lyon, France. The reigning African champions, the Tigers, will compete against France, Germany, South Korea, Colombia, and Philippines during the qualifiers. The squad is led by star Ami Okonkwo, Sarah Ogoke, Promise Amukamara, and Ezinne Kalu. It also features young talent including Piles Biggie, Idubano, Adenike Olawi, Grace Efosa, Rita Ibokwe, Wando Hamba, and Tewo Gbade Moluwa. Of course, the Tigers will begin their qualification campaign against Colombia on March 11, followed by matches against South Korea on March 12, the Philippines on March 14, France on March 15, and Germany on March 17. The top three teams from the group will progress to the next round. Having secured their spot in 2026 FIFA World Cup in Berlin, Germany, set for September 4 to 13 by winning 2025 Women Afro Basketball title, the Tigers will use the upcoming qualifiers as essential preparation for the World Cup. And of course, it's going to be a huge one, and it's going to be one of those, games the entire nation will be holding their breath for. Of course, these girls has done so well. They won the Afro Basket 3 times in a row, and they also are one of the recipients of the $100,000 that the president will actually share, at some point. Away from that, let's go straight to shot put, where one Nigerian is doing us proud. His name is Chukwuebuka Enekwechi, continues a strong performance on the world indoor court, finishing second in men's shot put event in Czech Republic, according to Making of Champions. The African record holder achieved a throw of 21.20 meters on the first attempt, slightly improving upon his fifth attempt of 21.19 meters. Italy's Leandro Fabri secured the victory with a throw of 20.80 meters, while Jamaica's Rajinder Cambry actually took third place with distance of 20.15 meters. Of course, this marked Ekwechi's seventh competitive second place of the season. Of course, his best throw till date. And of course, this is exactly, what I've been talking about. It's all about, getting, consistent and then improving as a player. Away from that, let's go straight to tennis, as Katie Botta actually notched her 7th consecutive victory on the WTA tour, as Camila Osorio retired from the match at Merida Open after losing the first set. The British number 3 actually arrived in Mexico following her triumph at Ostrava Open and managed to overcome early serving issues to defeat Beatrice Haddad Maia in the first round. The Botta actually secured the first 6-3 before Osorio called for a physio and ultimately chose not to continue the match. The victory allows Botta to progress to the quarterfinals, where she will face top seed Jamaican Paulini or Australia's Priscilla Horn. In her outdoor interview when the game actually finished, Botta actually expressed concerns for her opponent, saying that we definitely do not want to see injuries. It's been difficult recently. I know how difficult it can be. She added, I really enjoy playing in front of a crowd, and it's nice to have everyone here supporting the tournament. I'm just happy to be out here and playing more matches. In the related note, in that particular tournament, Britain's Fran Jones actually faced a first round exit at the ATX Open in Austin, losing to Peyton Stearns in a hard-fought match after initially winning the first set. And away from that, let's go straight to boxing, as Fabio Wadley, who I talked about earlier, has expressed disappointment over Alexander Usic's choice not to fight him, hoping for a future matchup with the unified champion. He criticized the prospect of Usyk facing heavyweight kickboxing star Rio Verhoeven, deeming it not true, not a genuine challenge. Usyk, also a 2-time undisputed heavyweight champion, has not fought since his knockout victory over Daniel Dubois in Wembley last year. Verhoeven, actually regarded as the top heavyweight kickboxer in the world, vacated his title after an impressive reign that began in 2013. Wadley, who became the WBO heavyweight world champion after Usyk vacated the title, had aspired to face Usyk. He's geared up for a title defense against Daniel Dubois on March 9 in Manchester, with winner possibly facing Tyson Fury or Alexander Usyk for a chance to unify the heavyweight title. Though he acknowledged Usyk's right to choose his fight, Wadley believes the Ukrainian should prioritize boxing the opponent like himself rather than crossing over to match against a kickboxer. Looking ahead, Wadley remains determined to seek best competition available in the heavyweight division, indicating a strong desire to feature in a bout against Alexander Usyk very, very soon. And of course, on that note, we'll be wrapping up this episode of Sport Republic this morning, and it's been a very good day. I hope that definitely you'll be part of the show tomorrow, as Kizzy will be here to take us around the world of sport. And do not also forget to join the guys, Afis and Jerry, I beg your pardon, on Locker Room later this evening. And up next is the Midday News with David Edwin. Have a sporty day ahead.
Vop TV. Now you have more
than a voice. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to Vop TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching Vop TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is Vop TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
When you say, make Nigeria no happen to you, me self go say, make you no happen to Nigeria.
You dey bypass your light meter. You dey jump queue.
Yet, you dey wait make Nigeria change for you. My brother, my sister, you self change.
Oh yeah, see that Naija pikin wey pack dirty wey block gutter wey dey cause flood.
Abba, Naija pikin, make we dey care for our environment.
Gen Z is no one work. Now quick cash them they find.
Just like that, boys don't turn Pablo. And girls?
Hablets.
Wetin dey happen?
We dey argue online, spread fake news with our full chest, divide ourselves on top religion, tribe, and politics matter.
But we go dey shout, no unity for Naija.
My brother, my sister, unity begins with you.
Someone japa, nobody wants stay.
But who go fix Naija if no be you?
Omo, you go stay o.
Naija dey wait for us same way we dey wait for Naija.
That na why National Orientation Agency don bring this better ogbonge plan wey go change the game. That na 7 for 7 agenda. 7 promises from leaders and 7 citizen codes.
Equality, democracy, entrepreneurship, employment, peace and security, inclusivity, justice, meritocracy. Now the Naija promises.
But without our own discipline, duty of care and tolerance, respect and true leadership, transparency we all need, environmental awareness, resilience in no go walk.
7 promises, them don't talk them. 7 codes, now we go do 'em.
Akwa Ibom, Bayelsa, Cross River, Delta, Edo, and Rivers.
Oh, 7 promises, them don't talk 'em. 7 codes, now we go do 'em all. No, they wait, no, they look face. Join body, make we run the race. Now you and me, now you and me, now you and me, go fix our Niger. If we be true Nigerians, we go rise hand in hand. Uphold the 7 for 7 agenda for Niger, our hope, our pride, and our strength.
Powered by National Orientation Agency. Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Vop TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get drum! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Shifts with every headlines. News breaks and events happens. We'll bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not speed. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Well, hello and welcome to the Midday News on Voice of the People Television. I am David Edwin. First, the headlines. Governor Siminalayi Fubara appoints new SSG Chief of Staff. Suspected terrorist kills 6 at Kebbi Mosque. Police deploy massive personnel weaponry to Bauchi communities. Lagos airspace communication restored after MMIA fire. Minister Umahi spokesperson rejects Solu's allegation. CSOs calls for urgent macro code development. And in the world of business, President Bola Tinubu extends raw share nuts exports ban to 2027. In sports, Victor Osimhen sets European record at Galatasaray. And in entertainment, Raman Jago confirms Burna Boy converts to Islam. And now the news in full. Rivers State Governor Siminalayi Fubara has made his first cabinet appointment following President Bola Tinubu's third intervention in the Rivers State political crisis. In a statement by his chief press secretary, Onwoka Izechi, Governor Fubara announced Dagogo S.A. Wokoma as secretary to the state government and Barrister Sonny Ewule as chief of staff effective immediately. Wokoma, who was removed earlier this month, along with other cabinet members, has been reinstated as SSG. The new appointments are set to be formally, the new appointees, are set to be formally sworn in later today at the ESCO Chamber Government House, Port Harcourt. Still in the news, suspected Lakurawa terrorists attacked a mosque in Daginkowa, Mayama local government area of Kebbi State, killing 6 worshippers and injuring 3. Security authorities said it was a reprisal following a failed ambush on a military convoy. The gunmen stormed the mosque Wednesday evening during prayers and opened fire indiscriminately. Police Public Relations Officer Bashir Usman confirmed the attack, noting that 5 worshippers died from gunshot wounds while 33 others were injured and taken to nearby medical facilities. During funeral prayers, 6 victims were laid to rest. Elsewhere, the Bauchi State Police Command has deployed additional security personnel and upgraded equipment to troubled communities in a renewed effort to curb banditry and maintain law and order. Speaking at a press conference today, Police Public Relations Officer Nafiu Habib said the move follows a resurgence of security concerns in Guana, Digari, and Kafin Duguri in Alkaleri local government area of the state. He said the operations involves a joint task force comprising the police, military, Department of State Services, Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, and other agencies. Habib added that the operation, supported by the Bauchi State government, is already recording positive results. He noted that the affected border communities have long battled criminal infiltrations from neighboring states. The police also reassured residents of Mansour town who reportedly fled over fears of attacks that the situation is under control. In another development, the Alaafin of Oyo, Oba Abimbola Owadi, has urged the newly appointed Acting Inspector General of Police, Tunji Disu, to rebuild public trust and prioritize human rights as he takes charge of the Nigerian police force. In a congratulatory message issued through his Director of Media and Publicity, Bode Durojaye, the monarch called on the new police chief to protect innocent citizens, uphold the rule of law, and pursue reforms that promote professionalism, accountability, and community policing. He noted that Disu assumes office with both the goodwill and challenges of the force, expressing hope that his leadership will positively impact citizens and the nation. The monarch stressed that safeguarding fundamental rights is key to restoring public confidence, encouraging crime reporting, and strengthening justice delivery. Meanwhile, reactions continue to trail the resignation of Inspector General of Police Kayode Egbetokun, which has been accepted by President Bola Tinubu. Voice of the People's TV's Oyedamola Olukuta sampled residents' view in Lagos.
The sudden leadership change at the Nigerian police force has generated conversation among residents in Lagos. While some describe the transition as a part of routine administrative change, many of those who spoke to Voice of the People TV said they prefer to withhold judgments for now. According to them, comparison between the former and current leadership would be premature. Instead, they suggested giving the new Acting Inspector General of Police another 9 months to outline his priorities and demonstrate measurable impact before any assessment is made. Several residents emphasized that their expectation remains centered on improved security, professionalism within the force, and stronger public confidence in policing. They noted that what matters most is performance and tangible results rather than immediate reactions to the appointment.
If they painted it as resignation, I disagree that it's resignation. It was actually a removal, because there have been a lot of reports about the IGP. He has not been able to win any case or cases between the police and those, either they took the police to court or he took them to court. I'm so surprised that Uba was forced out, to give room for Disu. So reading it, you will now find out that there's tribal sentiment there, yeah, which is really, really bad. Police are people that you cannot judge their expectation because they are almost the same.
I saw all those things inside Blue Times, but I like it. It's very good man. I'm sure you do better work for us. Me, I'm not to condemn anybody, but there's another person that come. Well, I like it.
You don't remember God with anything you are doing, such a person cannot survive. Any type of job you are doing in this life, either you are a police, you are a soldier, or any governmental work that you are doing, or private job, anything you are doing, ask God with it. God will teach you. God will put you through.
As the new acting IGP resumes office, many Nigerians say they will be watching closely, hopeful that the coming months will reflect meaningful progress. Oyindamola Olokoto, reporting for Voice of the People TV.
And in the Federal Capital Territory, reactions have also been mixed, with some praising Disu's operational experience, while others raise concerns about seniority and the retirement of top officials. Our correspondent at the Federal Capital Territory, Ferdinand Iba, reports from Abuja.
Into the development in Abuja, some residents of the Federal Capital Territory who spoke to Vop TV crew, including artisans, urges the new Inspector General of Police to put in his best to ensure that the state of insecurity in the country was reduced to its barest minimum. According to them, the new IGP should do his job well because he has a duty to provide security for lives and property of every Nigerian as enshrined in the Constitution. They advise Nigerians not to leave the issue of security to the police and other security agents alone. Rather, they enjoin them to make security their business.
Before now, the previous IG of police had already tendered his resignation letter, and I believe we cannot leave any of our positions vacuum. So the place has to be filling. There should be a spot to be filling, and I believe the president picking this new IG of police, Tunji Disu, is also an improvement at least, and I believe also he has worked effectively well to attain that position, and I believe he will do well.
It's not a welcome idea to me because those senior people that senior him, they have to go. So I don't think it's welcome idea. Moreover, it's a tribalism. It's not supposed to. People that are there, this is a tribal. This appointment, maybe it's because Buhari started it when he was in power. He wants to initiate the same thing, but it's not done. It's not supposed to be so. It's real tribalism. It's bringing most of his appointment is like that because of next tenure that he wants to come in again. So if all those things is because of the next tenure that he is doing.
I think it's a good welcome development in the sense that if you look into what is going on in this country, you see that we need much amendments in some areas, which I think the Mr. President is good in that. If you check on all the previous appointments, if you see that you are not working perfectly in this section, it will remove you and replace you immediately. So I think the former IG, Egbetokun, tried his possible best, and to me, is about to retire. You understand? Which Tinubu knows. And I think he's trying to calculate himself against next election in order not to have any issue from any place. You understand? Because if this man should be there up to the retirement time, I think there will be a difficulty for him to replace him. So I think changing him is a good and welcome development.
The Nigeria police has a strict hierarchy. When a junior officer is appointed IGP, it is common for senior officers above him in the rank to retire voluntarily or otherwise. Ferdinand Igba, reporting for Vop TV in Abuja.
Well, thank you so very much, Ferdinand Igba and Oyedemola, for that report. Moving on to other stories. Following Monday's fire at the Terminal 1 of the Murtala Mohammed International Airport, the Nigerian Airspace Management Agency said air-to-ground communication has been stabilized using emergency backup systems. Managing Director Ahmed Farouk said the fire destroyed all primary communication systems. He inspected the terminal and the site for a mobile control tower, noting that poor terrain initially delayed its setup. Farouk commended air traffic controllers for quickly restoring normal operations and expressed relief that no lives were lost. He added that while operations are stabilized, significant work remains to fully restore the affected infrastructure. Well, away from that report, the Minister of Works, Senator David Umahi, has denied allegations that he deployed the police to settle a personal score with activist Omoyele Sowore, insisting that officers acted within their constitutional mandate to maintain law and order. Reporting to social media claims of assault and unpaid campaign materials, the minister's senior special assistant on media, Francis Nwezi, described the allegations as false. Nwezi said the police acted on a petition submitted by the minister's lawyer, arrested Tracy Ohiri, and invited the minister to give a statement in line with standard procedures. Moving on, the Coalition for Good Governance in Lagos has urged Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu to sustain plans to redevelop Makoko and evacuate residents living under high-tension power lines to safeguard lives and properties. The coalition's convener, Nelson Ekujimi, made the call at a news conference in Ikeja, Lagos. Speaking on behalf of other civil society groups, Ekujimi called for the immediate implementation of the state's urban development plan for the Makoko community to avert a potential disaster. He urged all stakeholders to act with sincerity, noting that past engagements were marred by mistrust and poor communication to the detriment of residents and the state at large. The coalition also raised concerns over the purification of structures beneath high-tension wires in the Makoko waterfront, describing the area as unsafe for habitation. You're still watching the Midday News right here on Voice of the People Television. We'll go straight to the analysis segment of the news. And joining us now to make sense of these stories and more, in the studio with us is Mr. Dele Fanimo, a seasoned reporter and also public and political affairs analyst and commentator. A very good afternoon to you, Mr.
Good afternoon, David.
Also joined us virtually, we have Tokwe Balogun, the 2023 AA Lagos State governorship candidate. Well, I understand he's not in yet, but let me start off this conversation with Mr. Fanimo in the studio. This story about the evacuation of Makoko residents is not new to you because on this table we've had to talk about it. But the fact that the Coalition for Good Governance in Lagos State has presently called for a press briefing and, of course, called on the government to sustain plans to redevelop Makoko and evacuate residents living under the high-tension power lines in that area. First, what do you make of this story? Plus, there are conversations about the fact that the residents that were evacuated were not are not going to be evacuated to somewhere safe, but be asked to stay somewhere else up until there is a redevelopment of the Makoko axis. What's the position with all of this?
You see, This is a fallout of constructive engagement.
Okay.
You recall that initially there were opposing camps, the government side and the residents' side, to the extent that the residents were claiming there was no adequate notice, and government was also claiming that ab initio, that place, was not even given out officially to anybody. And so, and nobody can claim to be an aborigine of Makoko. It's a trade route where people found convenient, particularly fishermen, from neighboring country, and decided to have a permanent residence. Because you will notice that in Makoko you have makeshift structures on top of waterways and all that. So now it appears that government is now coming to the realization that rather than use force, they are now engaging stakeholders in that area. That's why you have the CSO saying that there is need for redevelopment of Makoko. And so that has put paid to any claim by any resident that he has to stay by force.
But in the advent of development.
Yes, I'm coming to that.
Yes.
You see, now that the state government has won the first stage, there are times you win battles and you may not win wars. Because war is more emotional than
the battle.
So now government has won the battle. But there must be conscious efforts to win the war. And how do you win the war? Yes, there was no adequate preparation to resettle these people. As much as those who can lay claim to having structures in that place, they can be resettled somewhere, pending when. But another case in this is that how many of these Makoko settlers can afford a new structure by the government to let him return or her return to Makoko?
Okay.
It's just like Morocco. How many Morocco residents could afford Lekki when Morocco transformed to Lekki phase 1?
Yes.
It is the elite that will occupy Makoko eventually if it is redeveloped. So I would only appeal to government that they should just find a way. It may be out of that environment. It could be along Songo Abekuta Expressway. It could be along Magboro axis and all that. Just find a place where these people can also lay their heads.
Up until the development is done.
Yeah, and then so you give them the first right of refusal when you eventually build the new structure in Makoko. Anybody that can afford can come back. Anybody who cannot afford will stay put.
Now, there is the conversation as concerning succession plan when it comes to redevelopments and plans of structures and buildings that has to do with the community, as of course different governments comes afterwards. Now, there is also the possibility that the likes of the current governor, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, might start this project, and before his tenure ends, it's not completed, which again is going to leave the lacuna of communication from the part of the incoming governor of the state. How can that be marred and married together so that the people do not consistently hold this level of mistrust that has, have a major scare in their face?
You see, the beauty of Lagos State as against some other states in Nigeria is that over the years, since 1999, there had been a connect between successive governments because they subscribe to a 25-year master plan that is like the Bible. You just pick it, look at what next, and then you add your ingenuity, your skills, and creativity to make it more modern than envisaged when it was conceived. So I don't think Lagos State government can have such problem where there will be lack of continuity or somebody will just come tomorrow and take a different stance from what used to be. I've not witnessed it in Lagos, and so I'm not likely to see that happening. But then, the truth about it is, the straw that holds anybody living in Makoko is too weak to be relied on.
And of course, you did say there should be some high-level conversation between the stakeholders and, of course, the government. The coalition also made mention and, of course, raised concerns about the glorification of structures under the high-tension lines. How much of a risk is that posing to the people themselves, who, again, are still hell-bent on wanting to stay behind for reasons best known to them? Let me use that word.
Yeah, you see, it's a choice between living and dying. Those high tension wires, to you, they are cables. But to those who know, it's conflagration waiting to happen. It's real fire. A drop of any of this cable on a building will naturally raise the building down.
Right.
Apart from the shock you would experience, because that's why they call it high tension cable. So why would somebody, is it lack of enlightenment? And I'm sure whoever is that government official that approved structure along power lines should be prosecuted and jailed because of the backlash of such structure catching flames or killing. You can imagine these cables have so much power embedded in them that you have to step the load down before it can be used by individuals in their various homes. So now imagine somebody, it's like a time bomb waiting to explode. Anybody that builds on that high tension cable is just living on borrowed times.
All right, then. I like the fact that you're just being very factual and realistic about it because, again, it's about life and death. But then let's move to another conversation. Mr. Fanimo, as it stands, police have deployed massive personnel, weaponry as well, to Bauchi community. This is, of course, an additional security measure to these troubled communities for a renewed effort to curb banditry. Let me bring it also backwards. The situation that happened in Kebbi State just yesterday, where at least 6 persons were killed in a mosque. Kebbi, again, like somebody would say that I heard this morning, how much of this level of insecurity should we consistently witness before leadership of the federal government would declare a major state of emergency on insecurity? Because lives and properties are the primary assignment to protect by any administration, not just this one at all.
You see, it's a tough one for the government. It's a tough one for the military, and it's also a tough one for the police. Why am I saying this? These are not conventional wars. These are not wars that you can identify your adversary. These security threats, those who perpetrate it, they know the armed forces, they know the police, but police don't get to know them until they...
So the one that, strikes me when you say these are not conventional wars is there no means to ending these kind of wars? It stayed with us for over 20 years.
That's where I'm coming. That's where I'm going to. You see, when you are prosecuting this kind of war, as mighty as America is, they couldn't win that battle in Somalia. They couldn't in Afghanistan. They couldn't do it in some 2 other countries.
Well, some would say that the Afghanistans truly did not want the Americans to win that war because they would have helped.
The point is, those who are in support of Boko Haram and the bandits, do they want federal government to win the war? No. We have heard stories, we have seen so many things to suggest that these people can't go this far.
Who gains the more in this conversation of insurgency that has bedeviled Nigeria for over 20 years now? Who gains
the sponsors who roll out their war chest for political gain. 2, top echelon of the armed forces that profit from the elongation of this war. 3, the political class, which of course is part of the first one, sponsors, who feels that intimidation and harassment is the name of the game.
Now, I like the fact that you've mentioned these 3 categories, and I'm going to stay with the first one. Sponsors. The federal government, this led administration, clearly has brought out names of terrorism financiers in Nigeria. And I'm not even talking about the ones that were sent to Nigeria, that nothing has been done thus far. The names that the federal government has so far brought to book, given to Nigerians, none has been prosecuted up till now. Why do you think that is happening?
It is simply because there are conflicting interests. You imagine somebody who is a person that bankrolls a particular political party, and then removing that person from circulation would injure the interest of that political party.
At the expense of the lives of Nigerians?
You see, these people, they are conscienceless. They look at their interests, their personal gain, beyond the larger interest, which is the Nigerian interest. And that's unfortunate. And we have many of them in this country.
Mr. Fanimo,
you can imagine somebody who is warehousing over 200 billion. No, what are you going to use 200 billion to do? That's having the pulse of a whole state in your hand. From this pulse of the whole state, the state will finance infrastructure, pay salaries, do overhead.
And in the mix, they will still borrow.
So now imagine if just one person is having that money.
Mr. Fanimo, at the heart of this is the commander-in-chief. Just a couple of months ago, there was a switch in service chiefs. And of course, just 2 days ago, the IGP also retired for another person to come in. With all of these levels of move by the commander-in-chief, is there the possibility that Nigeria is overwhelmed with insurgency and needs far more help than we can imagine on the face value now?
You are just stating the obvious. It appears, it's not as if, let me tell you one thing that I know. It is not as if Nigeria is incapable of taming these marauders.
I was really going to ask you this now.
It's not as if Nigeria is not capable of taming this marauder, but interests had crept into it, money making has crept into it, power game has crept into it. And so in the midst of it, it's just like a wife and the spouse. You know, the moment the children understand that there is no agreement between the mother and the father, what do? When they commit sin, they run to the mother for shield. And when they want something, they run back to the father again. That's what the bandits are doing.
Well, let me take you on the part of interest and jump to the very last story while I let you go. Maybe in 1 minute. Similarly, Fubara has made his first cabinet appointment following the aftermath of President Bola Tinubu's third intervention. As it stands, the Chief Press Secretary, Onwuka Nkechi, did announce this, that Gogo S.A. Wakoma is now the SSG, same position he left before now. Some respite coming on the part of leadership and governance in Rivers State from your position?
You see, Rivers as it stands till the election in 2027 will hang on a balance. Tinubu will not want to lose Wike, and he will not want to displace Fubara, because it's going to be more work, more resources if you are bringing somebody from outside to contest next gubernatorial election. So he would rather stay with somebody who has consolidated power, who has power on his side, who has resources on his side, both human and capital resources. Then Wike is also doing a good job at the federal level by decimating the ranks of PDP and also trying to ensure that the other opposition parties don't have respite. So the two of them would have to be, it's a game of two beautiful brides. You don't want to lose any of these two brides. And Tinubu will maintain those two brides till after election.
Oh, well.
What will happen after election, I don't know.
The polygamous nature of the president
Yes.
in this situation is quite alarming.
Yes.
All right, then this is where we have to draw draw anchor on the analysis segment of the Midday News. We've been talking with Mr. Daily Fanimo, seasoned reporter, and of course, public and political affairs analyst and commentator. Thank you so very much for
my pleasure.
We'll take a very, very short break right now. When we return, NUC issues guidelines for honorary doctorates. These and more will return after this break. Please stay with us. We're glad to have you back. It is still the Midday News right here at Voice of the People Television. Now to more stories. The National University Commission has issued new guidelines regulating the award and use of honorary doctorate degree in Nigeria. The Commission cited what it called the growing indiscriminate conferment and misuse of such honors within the Nigerian university system. In a notice posted on its social media platform X, it said the new framework is aimed at strengthening the conferment process, preserving academic integrity, and protecting the system's credibility and global reputation. All universities and degree awarding institutions have been directed to comply strictly with a warning that sanctions will be imposed for violations. The Commission also reminded the public that honorary doctorates, whether awarded in Nigeria or abroad, are not equivalent to earned academic doctorate degrees. It described them as non-earned awards given to recognize distinguished service, scholarly impact, creative achievement, or other significant contributions aligned with an institution's values. And in another development, the Kano State Pilgrims Welfare Board has confirmed that the first batch of pilgrims will be airlifted on May the 13th for the 2026 Hajj exercise. Director General Abubakar Ibrahim Matawali announced this during a visit to the Kano State House of Assembly following the National Hajj Commission of Nigeria's official timetable. Ibrahim Matawali, speaking through the board's public relations officer Sulaiman Dederi, said preparations for pilgrims are complete and pledged to introduce new strategies to ensure a successful Hajj exercise. Deputy Speaker Mohammed Bello congratulated him on his appointment and assured the Assembly's continued support for a seamless operation. Moving on, the Medical and Health Workers Union of Nigeria, Edo State Council, has held a workshop in Benin City to address rising cases of depression and breast cancer among working women. The event brought together female health workers to promote early detection, mental health support, and preventive care. Our correspondent in Benin City, Rhoda Johnny, reports that the initiative aimed to improve the overall well-being of working women.
Solidarity, solidarity forever. Solidarity, solidarity forever. Solidarity forever.
The Edo State Council of Medical and Health Workers Union of Nigeria, in affiliation with the Nigerian Labour Congress, organized a Women's Committee workshop that addressed depression and breast cancer among working women, bringing together female health workers from local government areas, state institutions, and tertiary. The program focused on mental health challenges and breast cancer rates, emphasizing early detection, emotional support, and work-life balance, while providing participants with guidance on preventive measures and timely medical care. Organizers said the initiative aims to equip women with strategies to manage stress, improve well-being, and remain productive in both their personal and professional lives.
It is a step-down training as directed by the National Council of the Medical and Health Workers Union that has been run through the South-South zone, which we have also stepped down at our own state. What we have is not just a trade union, but I prefer to call the medical and health workers an institution, because we don't just do only the aluta issues or the solidarity issues. We also go into letting all our members, most especially the women, understand how to take care of themselves, especially in their workplace, and how to also face depression.
Our leader from the national have been in support of encouraging us to run this program down to the grassroots. They have continually empowered us to empower the women, to educate the women on matters of union and health.
The lectures were okay, and the issue of breast cancer was one thing I actually enjoyed here, because how to detect it at the early stage and every other thing. I think it was nice for me to be there, and
especially the young mothers, they do not want to breastfeed their babies. And when you are not breastfeeding, you are at a very high risk of having breast cancer. And then we also advise our men, learn to help your wife to examine her breast. The woman is your wife, so there should be nothing to be ashamed of. Help her to examine the breast. Even if you need to suck the breast, suck it, fine.
Rhoda Johnny, Vop TV News.
Still in Edo State, the Ministry of Women Affairs and Social Development has introduced new child protection initiative and a digital documentation system to improve care for vulnerable children. Our correspondent, Rhoda Johnny, reports that the move is expected to strengthen support services and enhance protection for affected children.
The Edo State's Ministry of Women Affairs and Social Development has convened a meeting with operators of children's homes and relevant staff across the state to introduce new child protection initiatives and strengthen care services for vulnerable children. The session featured a demonstration training on the Children First software designed to improve documentation, monitoring, and case management in child welfare services.
An SOS to do a training on the software that we are trying to give the government to help them digitize the operations of child care institutions called the Children First software. So we came into Edo to train and then to work towards the modality of signing an MOU with the state so that we can collaborate better and help them in monitoring the activities of home operators within the state.
Alongside awareness advocacy on alternative care options, particularly foster care, as part of efforts to promote family-based care for children in need. Officials at the meeting stressed the urgent need for stronger collaboration among government agencies, private home operators, and development partners to ensure effective child protection across the states.
Children's software that is going to help to structure homeowners in Edo State. As we all know, we have vulnerable children in Edo State, and this sort of system helps to plan ahead for children. You know, children as they are, they come at different stage into the system. So at every point in time, they should be taken into records. So this system will help to structure things adequately, help us to plan for the future for the children, help us to monitor and to know what the homes are doing.
we have entered a digital world where we don't need to be carrying large documents all over before we access information. Now, at your fingerprint, you can know what's happening to your home. The government can know what's happening in every home. No child can be taken for merchandise anyhow. The government will know because the details will appear in that platform. So it's a tool that is developed for monitoring to make tracking easy and to give us information about the number of children we have in various homes and distribution of orphanages in Nigeria and all we need to know.
Rhoda Johnny, Vop TV News.
Well, thank you so very much, Rhoda, for that report. And from there, let's move to some business stories. President Bola Tinubu has approved a one-year extension of the ban on the export of raw shea nuts, effective February 26, 2026 through February the 25th, 2026. The announcement was made in Abuja by the president's spokesperson, Bayo Onanuga. According to the statement, the extension aims to boost domestic processing, increase export earnings from value-added shea products, and promote inclusive economic growth while strengthening local manufacturing capacity. Still talking business, the federal government has secured $100 million investment from the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development for Nigeria's Project Bridge, the federal fiber optic expansion program. Minister of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy, Bosun Tijani, announced the development on his verified X account following the Project Bridge investment tour in Europe. The new funding adds to $500 million earlier approved by the World Bank Group. The EBRD board has finally approved the investment to support nationwide fiber deployment. Nigeria's national broadband plan aims for 70% internet penetration by 2025, a goal challenged by infrastructure bottlenecks. And from business, we move straight to sports, where Victor Osimhen made a history by becoming Galatasaray's all-time leading foreign scorer in European competition. The Turkish Super League champion lost 3-2 to Juventus in the UEFA Champions League playoff second leg, but advanced 7-5 on aggregate. Osimhen scored Galatasaray's first goal in the match, marking his 7th in the competition this season and his 13th in European tournaments for the club. He is currently tied as the 4th top goal scorer in this season's Champions League alongside Erling Braut Haaland of Manchester City. Still talking sports. In the meantime, Juventus are reportedly prepared to spend around €120 million to sign Victor Osimhen. The Serie A giants had previously attempted to secure the striker's services before his move to Galatasaray 2 years ago. Osimhen recently spoke of his admiration for Juventus, describing the club as one of the most important in football history and a place where he could feel at home. After an underwhelming campaign, Juventus are expected to embark on a major summer rebuild aimed at reclaiming dominance in Serie A. Osimhen previously spent 4 years in Italy, winning the Scudetto with Napoli before moving to Turkey. And to wrap up the media news, we go straight talking entertainment. Raman Jago, a socialite and associate of Burna Boy, has confirmed that the Grammy Award-winning singer has converted to Islam. Burna Boy, who was raised Christian, sparked speculation after saying in a recent podcast that he had embraced Islam at some point in pursuit of truth. His religious beliefs have been the subject of public speculation since the interview. Still talking entertainment, South African singer Tyler has won the award for Outstanding International Song at the 2026 NAACP Image Award. The ceremony celebrates outstanding achievement by artists of color across film, television, music, and literature. Tyler's latest win follows her recent success at the 2026 Grammy Awards, where she claimed Best African Music Performance. And with that entertainment story, we've come to the end of the Midday News right here on Voice of the People Television. Do want to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we're at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at Vop TV Live. Thank you so very much for being a part of this broadcast. I am David Edwin. You have a good afternoon.
Vop TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
My name is Taro Familoni, and here's to Vop TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching Vop TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Ika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is Vop TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Three United States military aircraft carrying troops and equipment have reportedly arrived in Maiduguri, the Borno state capital, raising fresh conversations about Nigeria's security strategy and international cooperation. According to the New York Times, the first aircraft landed Thursday night with about 100 U.S. troops expected as part of an initial deployment. By Friday evening, 3 planes had reportedly arrived, with equipment already being offloaded. A U.S. defense official said the flight marked the beginning of a series of cargo operations into multiple locations across Nigeria in the coming weeks. Meanwhile, Nigeria's Defense Headquarters spokesperson, Major General Sumaila Uba, clarified that the American troops will not engage in combat but will provide support roles. As Nigerians react to the development, Voice of the People Television sought public opinion on what this could mean for the country's fight against insecurity.
I think the foreign troop coming in is a good thing to collaborate with our own troop here to do what to fight insecurity. But the thing is, there are some people that are there that are really doing what? Helping them. That is how I see it.
And let them do it. I don't see anything wrong about that. They are fighting the terrorists, not masses. You understand what I'm saying? So they didn't come here to invade Nigeria. Neither did they come here to destabilize Nigeria. They want this insecurity to stop. All these terrorists, they don't have any good intention. So let them find a solution to this problem.
Government, they have to put more effort to tackle the insecurity. Our government should put more effort on building the security factors. Thank you. My name is Isha Adam. Thank you.
Reactions remain divided, with many Nigerians expressing hope that the collaboration could strengthen security efforts across the country. However, many Nigerians are calling on the government to address the issue of insecurity ravaging the northern parts of the country and indeed all the sectors. Matthew Ogunswada, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Vop TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chike Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to Vop TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. Vop is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I want you to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that dial because VOP is the plot.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Hello, beautiful people. Welcome to the show Spotlight. And yes, it's happening here on VOP TV, your favorite hub where we shine the light on creativity, culture, style, music, and purpose-driven people. And yes, I know you have not forgotten that I'm your special baby girl again, Precious Agumani, aka Call Me Prezi. And guess what? Today is a new day and a new week to stay inspired and grounded because we are bringing you exciting blend of gist. We're going to talk about a lot of things. But guess what? We have a guest joining us today. And I know that your week has been some of us, our week has been busy. Some has gone for parties on Saturday. Some have enjoyed themselves during the week. And yes, we always have He said all play and no work makes who? Not me, but you. I'm just saying. All right, we've all worked and we've all played, and it's also time to work. And today is Monday and time to, stay inspired. And today we have a guest joining us today. And guess what? Joining us today is a passionate gospel artist whose music carries a powerful message of faith, hope, and divine love. With a heart fully devoted to God and a voice anointed to uplift souls, Adegoke ministers through songs that inspires worship and that draws people closer to Christ. His sounds blends rich African rhythms with contemporary gospel expression, creating an atmosphere where lives are transformed and spirits are renewed. And yes, more than just a singer, Adegoke is a vessel committed to spreading the gospel through music, touching hearts across generations and cultures. His ministry reflects deep gratitude, unwavering faith, and a burning desire to see lives change through the power of praise and worship. And he is no other person than Prince Adegoke. Welcome to the show. I'm excited. How do you feel this morning? So tell me, how's the week been for you? Monday, Saturdays is always time. When they call Friday, everybody will be shouting, "Oh my God, it's Friday!" The party time and everybody is...
Exactly.
So tell me, did you enjoy yourself?
For me, the weekend is always very, very filled up. Some activities, especially church activities, music. You have rehearsals, you have recordings, you have personal worship time also. So all these things and Sunday service.
Basically, we are talking about your lemon life of rehearsal, walk. But is there any time for you to really take out time, relax, go out?
I do go out. I go to, fine dining sometimes.
Okay.
I also listen to music.
Nice, of course.
Good music. No, not necessarily church music.
Okay.
But good music. I go out. Times.
Okay, that's impressive. All right, before we go into what we have today, because we have a lot of questions, a lot of people have already started dropping. I need to know this. But then before we go into that, let me ask this one question. Yes, a lot of people face critics recently. Yeah. A lot of people do things that maybe they just come online and see things that people say a lot about them that are not true. Yeah. Have you been in such position before? And how did you come about it?
So for me, I think fortunately, I'm not a social media person, per se, so I don't really put out my, stuff out there like that, just for gist and stuff. And also, personally, I'm a very private person.
Okay. All these private people, it doesn't mean, see, social media is where a lot of things, and you might just be very quiet, and they're saying...
I know, that people make a lot of money.
And they're saying things about you, and you'll be worried like, oh my God, how did this just get...
Well, I guess whatever is not true or is not of good repute, the things that I do are things that are worthwhile. If you say things about me that are not valid, I might come out to,
address the issue.
Address it once and for all. It's not so. If you continue, it remains in my heart because I know it's not true.
Okay. Do you know why I'm saying this? Because something happened recently and someone had to call out Simi because of old tweets. I don't know if it's because people post things, growing up, a lot of youthful exuberance, a lot of people want to do things as a young person.
Yes.
So now I think she tweeted something about her mom owns a daycare. Yes. So I think she tweeted something about a young...
I saw it on X.
And
I know that you didn't say it out of perversion.
Yeah.
But the truth is that you must be responsible for whatever it is you put out there.
So
we cannot, I think that we cannot just allow that to be just because it was done some years ago.
Come on.
Take responsibility and say, okay, this was me that time, but that's not my true position.
Yes.
You need to clear the air.
Actually, because I feel that people need to know that it's not like everybody have their lives to live,
Absolutely.
So because Simi has been always a sweet person, a lot of people want to, say a lot of things. Like what is really nice? People coming out with fake reports about rape and the rest of them. I'm like, where did these people just sit down to cook up these lies and come out to say a lot of things?
It's the age that we are in. The devil is really, really, really working hard to distract us from the main goal. I think that's what I believe.
It's well. All right, I don't really want to talk much about that, but seriously, a lot of people, I just feel that this is my advice to some Nigerians, though, that they should mind how they speak to people and know the things they say to people. A lot of people have issues that are carrying. There are people, they walk out with depression up and down. So I feel that when we are nice to people, we don't say things that we're not sure.
So hurt them.
You don't bring out people, tarnish their image and try to, it's a lot. We should just do better. Well, that's a good one.
I agree.
All right, let's talk about music for you.
Okay.
So how's the journey been for you? Tell me.
So for me, music has always been a central part of my life. You know, funny enough, many people might not have heard this. I've done a lot of music. I started as, as a jazz enthusiast. I remember going to a studio. It was a studio that we had a lot of jazz artists. We used to come there every Sunday to perform. So at a very young age, I was introduced to that kind of quality music. I don't want to mention names, but there are big wigs in the industry now. Even gospel artists, we used to come there to rehearse on a Sunday. So I was introduced to music from that. From there, I started church music. After church music, I've done juju music. I've done backup. I've done.
That's nice. That's a Fuji.
Yeah, I've done that. But now I'm fully devoted to the calling because that was what I received. So
wow, that's
purely
nice.
Gospel music. But if you listen to my music, it's always infused with cultural, rich culture, African culture.
Culture, yes. So at what point or what time did you notice that that you knew that music was your calling?
Okay, so if for somebody who grew up in church, literally, people always say, "Oh, you have a good voice. I think you should do music." But music has always been a central part of my life. Although I have a secular calling, I do pharmaceutical sales, and that's what I do, 9 to 5. But music for me used to be something that we needed to do in church. But recently, I think it was about 6-7 years ago, I had a direct call. And my opinion about calling is that not everybody will be called to do specific things. I received mine, and I know why. And I know what to do. So, and it also informs a lot of things that people say. Why we argue a lot about people charging money, people don't charge money. Someone who is not called to do that might not understand why they don't need to charge money.
I'll come back to that. So I'd love to ask this question. Concerning music, how did you discover that? Because a lot of, you said you've been into Fuji, you've been into a lot of genres of music. So why did you choose gospel? Why did you just come to say, I want to do gospel, basically?
Okay, so for me, there's something that I've been doing a lot. If you look at, if there's a weightage, say, okay, your secular music journey, your juju music journey, and church music, which is the one that you have done most. So the church would come high. But people, I didn't go into, or I didn't decide to just choose this because it's the one I do most, because every Sunday you have to sing and all that. But it's because of the, I think I received a calling. The calling is to say that the harvest is ripe. It's just simple words. The harvest is ripe. God needs laborers, more laborers in the vineyard. That's all.
Okay. So tell me, I know growing up you must have listened to a lot of people that have really inspired you.
A lot.
So could you tell us some of them?
A lot of music. I listen to different types of music. I listen to jazz, Duke Ellington. I listen to, in the gospel space, I listen to Sheyi Sholagbade. I listen to Ebenezer Obey, Sonny Ade. Recently, I really love Sinach. I listen to Nathaniel Bassey, Dunsin Oyekan, BBO.
BBO.
Oh my God, everybody.
So I guess they've really inspired you. So, but why did you choose the set of people? Like, why did you keep listening to their songs? So what really made the difference?
I like intentionality, excellence, and I like staying true to what you believe. Staying true to what you believe. So if you look at these people, these are people who have created a niche for themselves in what they do. So listen to Nathaniel Bassey's song, for example. You know that there is a lot of work that has gone into, even rehearsing and having to do that which he's doing. It's not that they just came because it's God's work and they do it with mediocrity. Everybody that knows me knows that there's a lot of work that go into what we do. I would do it as though I'm, presenting it to God himself. And that's why I really love that. If you look at their crafts, it's been excellently crafted. You look at the mix, you look at the instrumentation, the writing of the songs, everything. There's intentionality for excellence in what they do. And I love that.
Wow. So I've listened to so many of your songs and they are really, really inspiring. Like I listen to them and I'm like, oh my God. So this question is basically for you. So why you wrote all your songs, right?
Yes, I did.
Wow, amazing. So tell us, what really inspired you in writing those songs? Because the lyrics are not just the normal, write-ups about, you want to do gospel. A lot of people just want to do one thing about gospel, but it's so different. So what really made that so different?
That's very correct. Yes. So if you're not doing, so I feel gospel is talking about Jesus Christ. Now, how do you communicate with people who already have a mental block when you come and say, this is worship, let's raise up your hand and all that?
Yeah.
How do you communicate with them? You can't just communicate to them to things that they see, their experiences, how they live through life, and put it through the prism of the Word of God. That's what I do. For example, that song is Garments. So I twist it and say that what would happen? How would the discussion have gone? Imagine that the disciples were here and they were having a conversation with the woman with the issue of blood. What would the scene have looked like? So in that context, I draw my inspiration from those kind of things. I look at it from another perspective and relay my message.
Nice. So tell me, what message does your songs really pull out to Christians, to Nigerians, to people?
So the song is songs of hope, song of faith, song of strong belief in the ways and the thoughts of Jesus Christ. I always say that, this life I live currently, even all of us, as many that believe or call yourself Christians, is not ours. Because that life that we had that was condemned died with Jesus.
Yes.
Once you are baptized, what you have now is a substituted one of Jesus Christ. So if Jesus were here, how would I live? That's what I want myself to communicate.
So in all your songs, I have listened to them. Which particular song would you say? Because a lot of people definitely put in all your work, all the energy, all the inspiration, everything into the songs.
Yes.
So tell me, which one would you say, I always love singing this song and it reminds me of something. Which particular song is so memorable for you?
Okay, so that would be, I love of them. But I love this song, And Sorrow, because it speaks to me directly.
Okay.
Speaks to me directly. So And Sorrow is a story of repentance, but it's just talking about, imagine both of us are here and we're just gisting, normal gist.
Yeah.
And the preacher walks in and says, come take, receive Jesus and all that. And our response to the person is saying, come on, we were talking about what is happening on earth. We are talking about a place you have not been to. I say, okay, barman, please, let's continue our gist. So that's what, and the song speaks to me directly. Because many of us will live our life as though it's on autopilot. That this gospel or this thing we are talking about, we can defy it. No, I'm not ready now. Let me just chop life. Let me do this. Let me continue drinking. Let me fornicate a little bit. Jesus can wait. And it speaks to me. So every day I also remind myself, I like singing the song a lot. My
So could you do it for us? We'd like to hear it because a lot of people are listening.
Yeah, so my voice today, but I'll try.
All right.
So the song says, And sorrow ìlú tá wà, ẹ̀yin sọ̀rọ̀ ìlú tá dé rí, ẹṣin tá pa ó mọ́mọ́ lójú sọ́jà o, kèrègbè gbé mi níṣó.
Oh, wow, interesting. Wow. So tell me, I would love to go back to the question we actually wanted to ask before about gospel ministers and gospel artists, not, taking some funds from churches because of, So basically, I'll make reference to Tim Godfrey. He made a statement recently and said that the reason why he doesn't attend if they invite him to churches in Nigeria, that the reason he doesn't attend churches is because that the honorarium that's always given to him when he's done ministering and the rest of them is always chicken. He made mention of chicken and yams, and he was like, are we going to train our children with this? Are we going to take care of our families with this? So I would like to ask that question right now. How do you feel about, gospel artists and gospel ministers being given honorarium? Is it okay for you? Because a lot of people say, oh, you're Christians, you're doing this thing for Christ, so you don't need to take money. So what's your own point? And
so honorarium, the origin of the word is honor. And that is what everybody who talks about Christ should be accrued with. Somebody's coming to pay, it's render a service.
A service, yes.
And to lift your minds up and all that.
Yeah.
I think it's only natural, it's normal for whoever has invited them to honor them with whatever substance they have. The challenge, like you mentioned, there's a difference between an artist and someone who's been called to minister.
Okay.
Now, if someone remains an artist, an artist can sing gospel songs.
Okay.
But a minister is not necessarily an artist. An artist, somebody who wants to blow, I want to make money from it, can say and decide that it's gospel I want. That's the channel. My channel to achieve all the things I want to achieve is through gospel songs. Just the same way you can say it's through secular songs or it's through, whatever it is.
Yeah.
It's through makeup or artistry, whatever it is. That's the channel they choose. They have the gift, but they want to choose talking about, that's a choice now because they have the gift. Now, it's different from somebody who was called to minister. Now, look at it this way. So what if the church that has called me to minister, do not have the funds to bring me, or they don't have enough? Would I not go if I'm called to do it? Would I, differentiate and say the ones that have so amount, those are the only places where I can minister? That's not the work of a minister.
So you're trying to say that Tim Godfrey is...
No. I'm saying, I don't know. I'm saying that we place too much emphasis. And if you look at it, so we talk about Jesus a lot.
Yes.
And we don't really trust him that much.
Okay.
Bible says that if us, earthly fathers, as wicked as we are, we know how to give our children good things, how much so our Father who is in heaven, he will provide. I don't know where, I don't know how. I've seen it happen in my life. I've seen it happen in people's life. He will make the provision. But I don't judge. If you're an artist, that's really fine. That's okay. That's very okay.
All right. So how would you describe your relationship with God, and how has it helped you through the journey?
It's I think the first thing is for me, if you ask me, it's gratitude, because I'm undeservedly, being graced to be called by his name.
Yeah.
It is undeserving by any stretch of the word. And because of that, I'm very grateful to God for that, for the grace. I strive every day. I want to always do the will. I try to ask him and find out what it is per time. If you're a close relationship, you will know what he wants to do at a particular time, and you strive towards doing that. That's what I try to do.
Wow. So you've ministered in a lot of churches, and how do you really prepare before going on stage and talking to people or speaking to people?
Some people that know me now, they will laugh. So I love excellence. So if I have a ministration or whatever, it's a performance, I have a set list. So prepare a set list. We do everything. We rehearse, everything is tight. But more often than not, if we get to the platform, we change it. So I always go with the flow. That's why we study to show ourselves approved. We have different set lists. If I get there, my choir people will even, if they listen, they will say, Goke does not adhere. Once we do this one, I might just go to another song, but we have rehearsed it. We don't just do songs that's why you prepare. You prepare a lot so that you can have from the retinue of the songs that you have. If the Spirit is leaning towards this direction, you go there.
Wow, that's interesting. So what are the challenges you faced, maybe? So it's like in your ministry, what are the challenges you've seen?
So these are the regular challenges. Number one, it's the expectation. Expectation. So people have an expectation when they call maybe a music minister to come. And that's why many people play to the gallery. People expect that, okay, we have called you, we have seen you do praise and worship somewhere before. And everywhere was, that's what we want you to do here. So if you don't know how, that's one of the main challenges. Because you have to also balance the expectation. They called you to some, but it's always good to maintain that kind of balance. Secondly, is to find people who have like minds like yours, to do the work. That's not to say that you won't pay them. That's not to say that they will not be properly compensated. I'll try to do that. But to have like minds, because two cannot work except they
They
agree.
agree.
One cannot be turning towards this direction,
Of course.
and the other pulling towards. So that's also a challenge. The third challenge is, in the industry, even the gospel industry, there's still a bit of, segregation, if I may say that. People who are known are continuously, called upon.
Yeah.
But it doesn't matter still. Whether it's two people, three people that your music reach out to, if God has done his work, then that's okay by me.
Okay, so another question: what has been the most memorable moments for you in the music scene? I know definitely it's not all the spirit.
No, it's not. So if you do a set list and you come off the stage and you see joy radiates in the hearts of people, or a miracle happens or breaks out, or joy just erupts, it makes me really, really happy. It makes me very happy.
Talking about that, have you been? What are the testimonies you've seen so far, and which one really struck your mind, and you can't get easy to forget about it?
I think a lot. But there's this one. And it was not even publicized. There was a concert. It was a revival that we went for. There was an elderly man. The elderly man had accepted faith. He had arthritis, osteoarthritis, I think. So he couldn't walk with his right leg. He was using this walker and all that. And he didn't even announce. I was backstage. Just called me. He was working. He didn't use his walker, and he said he was doing the worship. So for me, that's also an indication that God will do what God will do. You might not necessarily need you to announce him, And I know that there will be lots of miracles like that, especially if God wanted to do it at that particular time.
So how do you see yourself in the next, let's say, 5 years from now?
So in the next 5 years, I want to, just saying as God, I'm available. Send me, use me to any extent. I think that music would have gone to several other places. I know that we are moving into new climes now, starting from Europe to Central America very, very soon. It's just to say that, just paint, people, gospel music in a way that is not too, people that can't repel at first instance, there's a way you can go to and say, let me play this worship song. And somebody says, no, I'm not doing that now. But you have another kind of music, it comes in another way.
Another dimension,
they can listen, this is fine music.
Yeah.
It's even gospel, So that's what we want.
So I listened to some of your praise songs too, because I've been talking basically about the worship, and it's about, I think the song is Mbaba or Yibaba also. Yes, so I would love you to do the song, because I listened and listened and listened. I think that really blessed me. So
that's
love
a
to
good
hear.
song. Okay, this is my voice. So it's Yibaba, 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 Iwo komi Yibaba, Yoluwa, Yoluwa, Yoluwa. Alaye ọkàn ẹ̀yin Olúwa, fi ṣe wífẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹ̀yin, fún àánú rẹ̀ o ẹ̀yin, ẹ máa yin Olúwa, gbogbo ènìyàn ẹ̀yin Olúwa.
Oh my! See, I don't know how you would talk about Yoruba songs and the rest of them. See, I don't be Yoruba, but each time I listen to songs like this, I just feel, even when I don't hear what they're saying, I just feel so happy to listen.
Music is a universal language.
But you could interpret for us. Let's know.
So it's a psalm actually. It's Psalm 149. Say, praise the Lord, oh my soul, praise the Lord, praise the Lord. For his goodness, praise him. For his wonderful works, praise him. Let us praise the Lord. Let everything that has breath praise the Lord.
What inspired you writing the song?
So this song is one of the funny ones. So I received the song in its entirety. I was sleeping. I just, the full thing, the full ensemble.
Songs,
I heard it. I woke up. I just recorded. I recorded some of the new movements and all that. So sometimes we receive songs like that.
Okay. All right. And we are going to take a short break. And when we come back, we still have Adegoke with all. And I'm sure you're enjoying yourself, because I am too. So don't go anywhere. Stay with us.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, it's a boy that's shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers wherever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Jenny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
And welcome back to the show Spotlight. Yes, it's happening here on VOP TV. And yes, I'm still your baby girl, Precious Agumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. And we still have Adegoke with us. And we'll be talking about a lot of things about music, gospel music, and the rest of them. And it's really, really interesting. And I'm enjoying myself, and I'm sure you are too. So back to Adegoke. So tell me, a lot of people that go through a lot of things, because right now a lot of people are facing depression, are facing a lot of things. Things are happening to people. A lot of people are going through things. So what is your advice for them currently, the situations that people can't see their self-solving, people can't... Recently, I even read a story of how a lady killed herself. She committed suicide because she was owing a debt of 500,000 or so. So it's crazy how people see suicide as something so easy to go about. So let's hear from you.
So that's a very concerning thing, especially at this time. I think that there's a spirit of depression that has been just unleashed to the world. And people see that when anything happens, worry starts. And there's a way out. Jesus already told us that by worrying, you can't do anything. One of the most complex things that can happen to a man happened in the book of Exodus. Permit me to say. So somebody, they were already enjoying in the captive's land. One guy came and said, let me take you away from here. Right? And they got to a point. They were in front of the Red Sea, and the chariots were also trailing them. You know what God said? God told Moses, hold on. Hold on. Be still. Don't do anything. And today you will see the salvation of the Lord. I think at any point, what we need to do is just to stay. Wait, because God is able to do anything. It's just that across any religion, we believe that God is able to save. He's powerful. Why not relax? Go to Him. And more often than not, it will make a way. It will make a way.
So when you said hold on, there's a song that I actually watched. So I think I listened to that song. So what's it all about?
So that song is also, it's the same thing. And he was even talking to me personally. I had a difficult experience, sometime last year. Even before then. So sometime last year was, I had a very difficult experience. But during that travail, I heard the word that just hold on, Jehovah will make a way. Hold on, Jehovah will make a way. That's it.
So tell me, would you want to share the experience you had?
Okay, so last year, my wife went to be with the Lord. Before then, she was hospitalized for a bit. During the time, I had, when you do these things, you always feel that, God, I've been serving you. I've been praying. I've been doing all these things. It was a very, turbulent time. But during that time also, we had that word saying, hold on, hold on.
A lot of people are listening to you right now, and they imagine how you're able to, still cope up with all this. So what's your advice for young and upcoming gospel ministers that want to really go into gospel ministry and do the things of God, despite what they're facing right now?
Yeah.
So what would be your advice to them?
Yeah. Number one is that God is not a wicked being.
Yeah.
He loves us. So he loves us. He does not do bad. So if you understand that about him, you will know that everything works together for good. You see, one of the things that just keeps me going is that God wants our soul even more than the work that he wants us to do. So that you are the best pianist or the best singer in the world. If God sees that this soul might perish, he would rather take the soul immediately and not let him to face corruption. So those things, you need to just understand the way God operates. And this world that we are in is just a very testimal time, in time frame compared to where we're going to. So if you understand that, so everyone, who is facing a bit of, just hold on. We have hope. If we were without hope, then that's a problem. We are not those without hope. We have hope. We know that anything can change in a twinkling of an eye.
Yeah.
It can turn your situation around without any recourse to you. And that's what keeps.
Wow, that's interesting. So tell me, as a 9 to 5 worker, I heard when you were saying, I work 9 to 5, and there's this saying that they said 9 to 5 people that they're always so tired on Mondays and all those kind of stress. So tell me, how were you able to, juggle both going to work, working, and also doing music?
I think I'll be strengthened by the Lord. But for me, even if I'm very tired, if it's music, then the strength, energy comes back. It's music. And my work is not necessarily even 9 to 5, it's sales. So sales is every time.
Okay.
But, we have to do what we have to do. I love music, actually.
So tell me, if Adegoke is not in the music scene, what would Adegoke be doing?
I might be playing football.
See, I don't know. Like recently, okay, what club are you?
I'm in Manchester United.
Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. I don't want to say anything. Let me just keep quiet. Before they will not drag. Before they will drag me. Okay, so we're still talking about music and the fun things. What are the little fun things that that you've actually done that are really memorable to you? Apart from playing football and...
I watch football. I used to play computer games. I don't know how God took that from me, from my palate. I don't like it anymore.
Wait, how God took that from you?
I'll tell you.
That's weird. What's the relationship between
God
playing...
No, it's time. It's time. You can sit with a computer game and play for 4 hours.
Oh, wow. And I think that's something you're addicted to. Very addicted to.
So computer games can be very addictive. Very addictive. Do you play computer games?
Not really, but I could
play.
try.
No, you see people that really play. Like if I say I play, I used to really play. I used to use money to even play.
So I would love to hear the story. So tell me, how did you come over?
So I can't even say, because even my friends, when I go to their house and they have the computer game and they are playing, I just see myself not really playing anymore. And that's one thing. Even the football, right? I used to be a very, very, deep, passionate Manchester United supporter.
Yeah.
You find that, God changes your palate. When you keep, if he will substitute with something else,
of course,
you just find affinity for something else because he wants you in that direction. I'm not saying those things are bad. I'm saying that he would just change your palate. If someone had asked me when I was Manchester United, I know the stats. I don't think I've even seen more than 2 matches this season. So that's the way.
So, you know what I'm saying? This a lot of people. Okay, there was a story I heard, and it's about a guy that actually got addicted to. He loves football, but he got addicted to betting, and even his transport fare, his rent. He got so broke. And my question is, why? Normally, people they bet and they cash out. So, what comes with this spirit that keeps making people, want to bet, put all their money in something, and get so stranded that they can't even help themselves?
So the book of Ecclesiastes says something. It says the man that fears God avoids all extremes. Unfortunately, these are sectors that want you to be extreme.
Yeah.
So they channel their marketing towards extremity. Anything that drives you towards extreme has a tendency to make you sin. So, And that's the danger. There's another danger now.
Yes.
It's about blowing. So we already have the formula, right?
Yes.
So if I release a song, I'm not trying to controversial. I release a song, whatever song it is.
Yes.
Right? I feel that if I do content and do this, many people will. But is that really, really? Because it's an extreme.
Yes.
So it means that anybody who wants to churn out anything can do that. So I always try to avoid all extremes, whatever extreme, whether to the right or even to the left.
Okay. So tell us, what legacy would you love to leave behind in your ministry?
Excellence. I love excellence. Excellence. So people listen to the music and say, this is not a lazy person. Even if what he's saying is Jesus is Lord, he has said it in a way that even the captains of the industry, you bring a music maestro, they listen to the music, they'll know that there's a lot of work that was done into this. There's a level of mastery of the music in itself that you have put into it. You know, I like that.
All right. Thank you so much, Adegoke, for sharing your light here with us on the Spotlight Show. All right, we'll take a short break, and when we come back, we'll have our gist, and I'm sure you're excited about that part. So don't go anywhere. Stay with us.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
And welcome back to the show Spotlight happening here on VOP TV. And I know you've not forgotten that I'm your special baby girl, Precious Agumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. And yes, we had Adegoke with us that talked about music and gospel music. And yes, this is the time where we talk about stories, things that are happening in Nigeria. And first off, we're talking about Nollywood actress Regina Daniels has reportedly added a 2026 GAC Trump Peach M8 SUV to her luxury car collection just weeks after gifting her mother 2 brand new Jeeps for Valentine's Day. So the highest-end SUV, estimated to worth around 150 million, was presented to the actress during a surprise moment on a movie set, drawing cheers and admiration from colleagues and fans alike when footage of the wheel circulated online. So the acquisition has generated buzz across social media, with admirers praising her success and generosity through the actress. Though the actress herself has not publicly confirmed, she actually came out to say a lot of things concerning this. And even Sammy West, her brother, actually came out to say things concerning this. And my thought about Regina Daniels' new ride is a lot. Who no go breathe for this kind of thing? I beg go. See, after the whole, 2025 was a whole lot of, drama with Daniels, and a lot, both the family, a lot of people are just collecting back from. But come to see that this 2026, she came out bigger, better, and she just wants to pepper people. But this is beautiful. Getting her mother 2 luxurious cars on the street in 1 month. I beg, if we dey shout this money now waiting. Make we dey hear money now waiting. This money now water, but this is really, really interesting, and it's beautiful to see. Come on, the car is so beautiful. And yes, say our fans don't come out comment section, people don't come out to talk plenty things concerning Regina Daniels and her new acquisition. So yes, let's go over to the comment section and take some comments and see what people have actually come out to say concerning her. And yes, Angel Bliss 001 said, congrats, my Gina. And Harry said, congratulations, my queen. And Rita B said, I am thrilled, congratulations. Tia Uzo said, I am thrilled, congratulations. And Tia Uzo said, I love my queen. And Norma Azolukwam said, when your destiny is to be rich forever, that's how it goes. And Paula Ifunaya said, blessed child. Let's take more comments. A lot of people are so happy for Regina Daniels and the new car she got. So let's take more comments and see what people are talking about. And Onyi herself said, silence moves, loudest result. Abio, Big G, not the little one. Biggest congratulations, queen. And Bright Angel said, so far, my baby looks happy. I'm happy. All right, Classic Ulo said, whether she marry Ned or not, she has been destined to be rich. And Chinwe said, congratulations. Clock it, Asa. And Ronika said, congratulations. May God continue to bless you and your family. And another person said, go prepare another lawsuit. Congratulations, Regina Daniels, small girl with a big God. Abio. All right, let's take more comments. A lot of people are congratulating Regina Daniels on her new acquisition after just few weeks after getting her mom her own luxury car. She just got a new ride that is... All right, Bright said, except a thunderous press release from Grandpa. Go, girl, you're a superstar. Nothing can dim your light. We love you, die. All right, and another person said, one person go soon write long episode. Congratulations, star girl. And another person said, see as you suppose treat our Nigerian baby. Gina is our Nigerian baby. We love her. She can never be wrong in our eyes. Let's take more comments. A lot of people are talking about this before we go over to our next story. And yes, another person said, Rejoice Johnson said, she's busy winning. Her destiny is to be rich forever, and I love it for her. And another person said, before buying for herself, she bought for her mommy. She's such a girl. And let's talk about the fact that Gina loves her mother. And even through all this, you know, all this whole issues that she had 2025, it actually brought the mother, she and her mother, so close, because she is very, in fact, she loves her mother. I think that's the right word to say. And when you see your daughter winning, it's so blessed. It's so, the feeling is something that I can't even really explain. Like, I get when a mother says, oh, that my daughter is doing well and she has this to get me this. You know, mothers, we are trust us, women, we get too dramatic. Once our child is doing something better and we're so happy, everybody will hear it. And trust the fact that she actually came out to, you know, celebrate her daughter and say, oh, my Ada, thank you for getting me this. It was just like, it's just seeing her, she's just filled with so much joy. And trust me, mothers and parents, it's good that parents see their children doing better things for themselves, you know, achieving something very beautiful. And talking about Regina Daniels and her mom, they are just beautiful to watch, the both of them, to see that, oh, that even through the storms and everything, they are still together. So last, if you want to do everything, family will still be family. All right, let's take more comments and see what people are saying about Regina Daniels' acquisition and the new vehicle she bought. And yes, Rejoice Johnson says she's busy winning. Her destiny is to be rich forever, and I love it for her. And the Express said before buying for herself, she bought for her mommy. Such a sweet girl. And another person said, congratulations. I am that Johnson said, my baby is effortlessly beautiful. Let me pray for you again. Adamara Machineke Gagozigi, all the days of your life. Keep smiling. Anyone that attempts to steal your joy will never know peace. Love you. Congratulations on the new whip. Any child that takes care of their mother must be taken care of. And yes, this is just my advice for you. Please, if your parents are still alive, do well, you know, to make them smile the way Regina Daniels did. I'm just saying, because it's beautiful to see that, oh, my child is doing this, my child is doing this. Yes, it's actually beautiful to see parents witness their children doing great and beautiful things, more than they did. And yes, this is where we draw the curtain for today. Thank you so much for staying with us on the Spotlight Show. And yes, remember, if you're going viral or going global, please stay true to your stories and don't forget to tell them with heart. And yes, don't forget to follow us on all our social media handle at Vop TV Live and subscribe to our channels for more exciting episodes and updates. And until next time, I am Precious Agumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. This has been Spotlight. See you next time.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to Vop TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti, and you're watching Vop TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is Vop TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Vop TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People television.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at Vop TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. Vop TV, Voice of the People Television.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, It's time to wade through the noise
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
and scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Aliko Dangote is a Nigerian businessman and industrialist. He is best known as the founder, chairman, and CEO of the Dangote Group, the largest industrial conglomerate in West Africa. The Bloomberg Billionaires Index estimated his net worth at $16.1 billion as at November 2023, making him the richest person in Africa, the world's richest black person, and the world's 107th richest person overall. Dangote was born into a wealthy Hausa Muslim family on April 10, 1957 in Kano, which was then part of British Nigeria. Through his mother, he is the great-grandson of Alhassan Dantata, the richest person in West Africa at the time of his death in 1955. Dangote received a bachelor's degree in business studies and administration from Al-Azhar University in Cairo. The Dangote Group was established as a small trading firm in 1977, the same year Dangote relocated to Lagos to expand the company. Today, the Dangote Group is one of the largest conglomerates in Africa, with international operations in Benin, Ghana, Zambia, and Togo. The Dangote Group has moved from being a trading company to being the largest industrial group in Nigeria, encompassing divisions like Dangote Sugar Refinery, Dangote Cement, and Dangote Flour. Dangote Group dominates the sugar market in Nigeria, and its refinery business is the main supplier to the country's soft drink companies, breweries, and confectioners, supplying about 70% of the market. The company employs more than 11,000 people in West Africa. In July 2012, Dangote approached the Nigerian Ports Authority to lease an abandoned piece of land at the Apapa port, which was approved. It is now the largest refinery in Africa and the third largest in the world, producing 800,000 metric tons of sugar annually. The Dangote Group owns salt factories and flour mills and is a major importer of rice, fish, pasta, cement, and fertilizer. The company exports cotton, cashew nut, cocoa, sesame seeds, and ginger to several countries. Additionally, it has major investments in real estate, banking, transport, textiles, oil, and gas. On May 22, 2023, Dangote commissioned the Dangote Refinery, Lekki, Nigeria. The plant plans to export surplus petrol, turning Africa's biggest oil producer into an export hub for petroleum products. It also plans to export diesel, according to Dangote, who funded the refinery's construction. The refinery is situated on a 2,500-hectare site at the Lekki Free Trade Zone, Lekki, Lagos. It is supplied with crude oil by the largest subsea pipeline infrastructure in the world at 1,100 kilometers long. Dangote founded the African continent's largest cement producer. Aliko Dangote is regarded as an astute businessman with diverse interests who has contributed to the economy of Nigeria and West Africa immensely.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello, peeps. My name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi, everyone. I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi, everyone. My name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you. And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I want you to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see. You better not touch that dial because VOP is the plot.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpeon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discourse.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. Africa News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Not a voice.
Well, hello and welcome to the African News and Voice of the People Television. I am David Edwin. Before we begin the news, we would urge you to kindly visit our website. It is www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news stories. We get the African news from Nairobi, Kenya, where a Makadara parliamentary hopeful, Faith Nora Lukosi, has criticized Nairobi woman representative Esther Passaris for eyeing the Makadara seat in the 2027 general election. Lukosi questioned Passaris' record, citing alleged corruption in managing National Government Affirmative Action Fund, that's the NGAF allocations, and lack of impactful legislation beyond the Public Order Amendment Bill 2025. Passaris had cited a need for development in Makadara as a reason for contesting the seat. Still in Kenya, Kenyan authorities have arrested Festus Onwamba, a key suspect in a scheme that lured Kenyans to fight in Ukraine with promises of skilled work in Russia. Onwamba was arrested in Moyale near the Ethiopian border on suspicion of human trafficking. Over 1,000 Kenyans were reportedly recruited, with 89 still in the front lines, 39 hospitalized, and 28 missing. The Kenyan government blames collusion between officials and rogue agencies for the recruitment. Russia also denies issuing visas for fighting, saying foreigners can voluntarily enlist. Meanwhile, Kenya's foreign minister plans to visit Russia to address the issue. And from Kenya, we'll move straight to South Africa, where more than 1,700 Africans from 36 countries
are fighting for Russia in Ukraine. Ukrainian Foreign Minister Andriy Sybiha said on Wednesday. Sybiha accused Moscow of using deception to recruiting Africans, with many lured by promises of jobs. Ghana's Foreign Minister Samuel Okudzeto-Ablakwa, speaking alongside Sybiha, said discussions are underway with African governments to prevent citizens from being drawn into the conflict. Ghana will chair the African Union next year and plans to raise awareness about trafficking networks recruited from Russia. Russian authorities have denied illegally recruiting African citizens. Ukraine has identified Ghanaian nationals among those captured fighting for Russia, and Ablakwa is seeking their release. Moving on, attacks by Al-Qaeda and Islamic State-linked militants in the Niger-Benin-Nigeria border area have increased 90% between 2024 and 2025, with deaths more than doubling to over 1,000, according to the Armed Conflicts Location and Events Data Monitoring Group. According to the findings by the Crisis Monitoring Group, the insurgents have expanded their presence in Benin's Alibori and Bogo departments, Niger's Doso region, and Nigeria's Sokoto, Kebbi, Niger State, and Kwara State are all involved. ACLED says the rise in violence highlights the growing spread of jihadist groups in West Africa, despite efforts by governments and foreign militaries to contain them. ASLED has also warned of continued spread, growing lethality, and rising risk to civilians in the region. In another development, French President Emmanuel Macron has met with Congolese President Félix Tshisekedi in Paris on Wednesday to discuss the ongoing conflict in Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo, including intensified clashes between government forces and the M23 rebel group. The talks came a day after M23 spokesperson Willy Ngoma was killed in a drone strike in North Kivu province. Macron said he was happy to welcome Tshisekedi to Paris, adding that their discussion also touched on the bilateral partnership between the two countries. Moving on, the Vatican says Pope Leo XIV will embark on a 10-day visit to Algeria, Cameroon, Angola, and Equatorial Guinea on April the 13th, his first pastoral trip to Africa. In Cameroon, he'll visit Yaoundé, Douala, and Bamenda, a region affected by armed conflict. The Pope promotes interfaith dialogue, particularly in Algeria, a mostly Muslim country. Reports say the visit highlights Africa's growing importance to the Catholic Church, home to about 20% of global Catholics. As Cardinal Robert Prevost, he previously visited Kenya and Tanzania. Meanwhile, the International Monetary Fund, IMF, has approved a $2.3 billion disbursement to Egypt, completing 2 reviews of the country's economic reforms program. This includes $2 billion under a 46-month loan program and $273 million under the Resilience and Sustainability Facility. Egypt's total disbursement under both programs now stands at $5.2 billion. The country agreed to an initial $3 billion loan with the IMF in December 2022, expanded to $8 billion in March 2024. And now to some animal health matters. A foot and mouth disease, that's FMD, outbreak is spreading rapidly in Uganda's Ntungamo district, disrupting livestock markets and revenue collection. The outbreak, which started in Yera sub-county, has been linked to an inflow of animals from unknown sources. Ugandan authorities have suspended cattle markets and set up quarantine checkpoints to contain the disease. However, reports say tensions are rising between veterinary officials and farmers resisting vaccination. You're still watching the African News right here on Voice of the People Television. We'll go straight to the analysis segment of the news. And joining us now to make sense of these stories and more, in the studio with us is Mr. Dele Fanimo. Mr. Fanimo is a veteran journalist in Nigeria and also a public and political affairs analyst and commentator. A very good afternoon to you, Mr. Fanimo. Thank you for joining the conversation. Also joined us virtually all the way from Uganda is Barrister Edward Okwaro Omatakinya. Barrister Edward is a human rights activist and also a lawyer in Uganda. A very good afternoon to you, Barrister Edward. Well, I understand that Barrister Edward hasn't joined the conversation yet. And also joined us virtually is all the way from Kenya, Mr. Nicholas Oyo. I like to call him Comrade Nicholas Oyo. He is the Secretary General of Free Kenya Movement and also a human rights activist. A very good afternoon to you, Mr. Nicholas, and thank you for joining the conversation this afternoon.
Thank you for having me, David.
All right then. Also joined us virtually all the way from Nairobi, Kenya, is a cleric and a politician. I'm talking about Honorable Mercy Ngota. But I understand that Honorable Mercy hasn't joined the conversation yet, and we're expecting her to join the conversation. But let me start off this conversation with Comrade Nicholas. Interestingly, as we speak right now, several conversations surrounding this outbreak in Uganda is something of a major situation that I want to have your view on. Some have said that if Uganda has battled the FMD for decades, why do outbreaks keep reoccurring? Is this an incompetence or deliberate neglect on the part of rural farmers and even the government? What's your position with this story?
Yeah, I think if you see foot and mouth coming back recurring, it probably means that people do it, and when it goes down, everybody begins to look elsewhere and forget to ensure that the things that they're supposed to do to ensure this foot and mouth attack does not return. I think the question also came up about this cattle coming from unknown sources. I hope that it is not the usual problem of there's a lot of cattle rustling happening around that area, and I hope that that is not also something that has to do with it, because it creates a lot of problems, a lot of violence and death in that area, banditry. I hope that is not the case, and I hope that they can get rid of this pandemic or this attack very quickly before it grows into a major problem.
Well, the fact that strict enforcement is necessary at this point to protect national livestock, that's on another level. But looking at the fact that, yes, the government is trying to also look for a way to curtail these outbreak, why are farmers resisting vaccination? Because this is a major situation coming from Uganda. Do they also mistrust the government science, which is a conversation on one hand, or is this just a rebellion against economic oppression?
I think it is usually Africans have always had an issue with vaccination because of the question of suspicion of vaccination not really being truthfully what they claim to be doing. It is an issue that has always risen anytime there's a vaccination to be done. They always suspect that there's something that is being injected that they don't know. So I think it is important that governments become transparent and allow people to understand what they are vaccinating and what chemicals are involved. we're in a situation where we can tell every chemical and what it pertains. So I think it is important that they allow transparency to happen so that people feel confident to allow that to continue.
All right, then let me bring this conversation to Nigeria here and, of course, the studio. Mr. Fanimo, this conversation about why farmers are refusing to bring their livestock for vaccination is somewhat disturbing because, yes, there is also the conversation of the fact that the animals that are being detected to have this disease, they say it's an unknown location that it came from. Why do you think the farmers are refusing vaccination? Some on one hand would say is the mistrust of the science of the government, but some would also say is some level of information not getting right on the part of government to the farmers that is the reason for this. What do you think might just be the reason why farmers are refusing vaccination for their cattle?
You see, it's just a combination of cultural factors. Like you rightly mentioned, distorted information process,
okay,
and then lack of trust. Cultural in the sense that some people are so steeped, so stereotypical of the way they do things, and these are things that have been passed from generation to generation. I'll give you an example. If those who are adept at eating dog meat, they will tell you that the exotic dogs that is kept nowadays does not have the same delicacy as that of the local dog because of vaccination that has distorted the gene and the physiology of the dogs.
Okay.
So they would rather not want to touch those exotic dogs that are imported, that you have to vaccinate, you have to deworm and all that, unlike the local dog that is thrown to the streets to fend on free range. So the cattle rearers have their own native way of taking care of these cattle. And so if you are coming to give them something different, something novel that they have not seen before, you don't just barge in on them.
There should be some high-level information.
That's where I said distorted information. You should be able to convince them over a period of time that, look, rather than go this route, why don't you experiment on this so that you get this result?
Okay.
Some people consider certain things that we call vaccination as haram. There, any animal that is vaccinated cannot be good for consumption in their environment. Then, if in the course of vaccinating these animals, there is a kind of a recorded casualty, even when it is not established that the vaccine led to such casualties, the assumption is they have come to kill our cattle. So subsequent introduction of such vaccine will be met with resistance.
Now, looking at the fact that the government has suspended cattle markets and set up a quarantine checkpoint to contain the disease, some have said that on one hand, critics have said that on one hand, the government seems to be benefiting from the black market trade that is being introduced afterwards, because as it stands, meat and milk, the prices have gone up as a result of this suspension. Do you think, as it stands now, the government can do more on the part of communication, even to the people and not just the farmers now, to quell this level of information gap that is spreading all across the country? Because this is becoming one too many in Uganda.
You see, it is very, very apt to say that you actually need not just one-off engagement. You need consistent and persistent engagement with these farmers.
Okay.
These livestock farmers, for them to see reasons. And of course, where is the benefit coming to the government more than what it used to be? It's a private enterprise that you buy and sell privately. It's not as if it is government of Uganda that is raising these cattle.
Right.
So the idea of making maximum profit from there cannot be sustained. So there's no way you want to sustain that. Government is making more money. That's why they are sustaining this route.
All right, then let's move to another conversation quickly. And of course, before I go back to Kenya, the IMF has approved the fund of about $2.3 billion disbursement to Egypt, completing 2 reviews of the country's economic reforms program. Now, you would also recall that Egypt is one of the growing economy, the most growing economy across Africa. But some have said that by the receiving of this particular loan, I'm talking about the $2.3 billion, Egypt has traded its sovereignty for IMF dollars. Is this an ordinary, of course, are ordinary citizens paying the price for the early survival?
No. You see, I am not an advocate of don't take loan.
Okay.
I subscribe to nations taking loans, particularly when it has to do with developing infrastructure. The only quarrel I have with such loans is when you acquire the loan and divert such loan to some other uses that are not beneficial to the people of that particular country.
Okay.
And Egypt, from what I know, has not in any way in the past abused these loans like countries down south, like West African countries and possibly East African countries. So they have their own cultural way of handling such things, and their leadership, though not totally free from corruption, but there is a lesser evil when you compare leadership in Egypt with some other African countries. So, but the important thing is they're not surrendering their sovereignty.
On any point.
How much is $2.8 billion compared to the economy of Egypt?
All right, then. Let me take this conversation back to Kenya, where Comrade Nicholas is still joining the conversation. Well, some have said that the part of, my analyst here in Nigeria has just said that the part of taking in loan is not a problem, but the usage of that loan is on another level. Interestingly, ordinary Egyptians right now, as we speak, and of course stories getting into our newsroom, is clearly telling us that Egyptians are facing a high rise in food and fuel prices, questioning whether IMF programs serve the people or international creditors. What do you make of this approval of the $2.3 billion loan on the part of IMF to the Egyptian government?
I always get worried when I hear about IMF and World Bank dealing with a country. There's a lot of questions on how IMF handles issues in countries, because we've seen a lot of IMF interventions and countries have not really moved the way they should. There's a lot of issues. We have had situations like the SAPs that we had in the 90s. Loans have become a problem, and there's a way that Africa must deal with it. I think our President, William Ruto, was one of the people who pushed for accountability, a different way of doing structures of finance internationally, because you find that Africans seem to be paying more as opposed to other countries. You find that these loans end up becoming like a debt. It's a capture that you end up with. So there's credence.
And
in
you're
what
talking on the
saying.
part of the interest of these loans.
yeah, there's a lot of serious interest that you end up paying so much interest, and you end up in a situation where you seem not to be able to pay these loans out, and you end up even losing some of your assets. That these have happened. So there is a lot of fear, and people have genuine fear on this on loans. But I think, as a guest has said, yes, Egypt probably has handled itself differently. But countries like in our situation, we are pushing for an odious debt situation, because there is a problem that has happened in this country where you find the loans have come, but you don't see where they've been used. In Kenya, we have a law that says that loans can only be taken for development alone. It cannot be taken for recurrent costs, paying salaries and what have you. It can only be taken for development, and then that development must be seen clearly to have been used, the loan has been used for. This has become a problem. We are having, I think, 12 trillion Kenya shillings loan right now, going to now 14, 15, which is very huge. We started in a situation where now it's slippery. And we feel that it is important that loans are taken with the people's consent. The processes must be transparent. In Africa, we don't see those processes as transparent. I don't know the process in Egypt, how it is, but I would like to know if the Egyptians, the public, has been involved in this procurement of this loan.
Now, I'm still going to stay with you, comrade. There's a conversation about African leaders not being on a more equitable space when it comes to negotiation of these loans. Do you think that there is the possibility that going forward, African leaders can come together to the point where they have a stronger voice in negotiating the terms of these loans? You would recall just a couple of days ago, Zimbabwe rejected a particular aid funding from the U.S. because of the data that they have asked that they produce for them. Do you think that African nations can do better when it comes to negotiations of this loan? And are we in a space to negotiate when it comes to these kind of loans?
I think Africans have an opportunity to negotiate, first of all. Leadership in Africa has always been a letdown for quite some time. I think now, if you hear the Zimbabwe case where the government rejected that issue of I think it's a medical issue that they were being given. It is something that has come to Kenya here, and it has also been done the same way, and Kenya took it. So I think you look at African leadership and you think that they don't seem to be doing it for the people. They seem to be doing it for something else. And that is one thing that people must ask themselves. And that's why I'm saying it is important that the processes of procuring loans and even these international engagements must be transparent and must be seeing things that people can see and look into before they are engaged in. Because you see, a leader takes the loan, like now a president ends up doing 5 years and then they leave. And they leave you with debts that you don't even know what they did. Right. So these are things that we must agree that there should be an agreement that we are taking this loan as a country because of this issue and this issue and this issue. And then this loan should be used in the way that it's supposed to be used. I think I agree with the analyst who says that yes, some countries have done them well and they've managed to move forward, but very many countries have suffered from these engagements.
All right, then. Let me stay with you while we get to another conversation. The president of France, I'm talking about Emmanuel Macron, did meet with the DRC president. I'm talking about President Félix Tshisekedi in Paris just yesterday to discuss the ongoing conflicts in the Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo. Well, of course, intensified clashes between the government and the M23 rebels have been on, even though just a couple of days ago, there was a drone strike in the northern part of the DRC. I'm talking about northern Kivu province, where an M23 spokesperson was killed, and I'm talking about Willy Ngoma. But looking at these conversations of the newfound relationship of the French president and Félix Tshisekedi, some have said this looks like the French president is clearly looking for a renewed interest about Congo. And some are saying it's a mining concession plan trying to get back to the resources in the DRC. What's your position with this as well?
I think we are seeing France becoming looking elsewhere after the losses that have happened in West Africa. You've seen Niger, you've seen Mali, you've seen Burkina Faso having left French influence in terms of mining and concessions, all these things. And I think the French are out here looking. We have had a discussion here in Kenya where they are going to put their base in Kenya here. It's something that Kenyans are resisting right now. So if you see them in DRC, you get to understand that it is a question of looking elsewhere to see where they can get entry. I hope it is not going to be those engagements where the people who are from Africa suffer from the engagement. I hope the stick this time is going to be an equal stick, not a stick that is very much so French and very little of Africa. So I'm hoping that that discussion is about that line. But you know, the other problem that happens is that they can assure President Tshisekedi that he may win this war because the French are going to support, and then that's where people are captured. I hope that he doesn't do this just because of his own winning the war, and that's the only thing that he looks at. I really hope that he considers the people's interest, and as we have said, interest about the people who are not even born yet. It is a matter that look beyond just the current generation. You should see it and think that if I leave this country and in another 20, 50, 70, 100 years, how it is going to be with these engagements. I hope that is a consideration when these discussions are going on.
All right, then let me bring this conversation back to the studio here. Mr. Fanimo, as it stands, this brokering of peace between the M23 rebel and the government of the DRC is one that is becoming a bit questioning, because you would recall the UAE also started this brokering of peace that involved Washington, and of course Donald Trump getting involved in the end. Some have said that this is more like a historical exploitation of African resources, more like a neo-colonial influence that is coming into play with these relationships on the part of Emmanuel Macron and the DRC president. What's your position with this story?
You see, the influence and the intervention of the French government may not really make much impact in all of this. I would rather say that over the years, the influence of the West in the DRC conflict is not as much as the influence of neighboring contiguous nations.
Okay.
Like the Rwandans.
Yes, the involvement of
like
Rwanda
the
in all.
Burundis. And so if you are going to do any kind of intervention towards bringing peace back to DRC, you are going to factor Rwanda, the Rwanda government. You are going to factor the Burundi, as much as you are going to factor the Rwandan government. The only problem Burundi has is they want to have a pushback so that the influx of refugees that have been displaced
from the
DRC will not overwhelm Burundi, which is a small country. But the optics we get is that the Rwanda government is probably hand in glove with the rebels, because the
which
takeoff
again they've
point,
denied anyways. Which again they've denied.
Well, they can deny,
but
and
still
of course
coming to a peace talk.
You should expect them to deny. But what I'm saying is that if the French government is going to intervene, those are the factors they have to take into consideration. And I don't think French government has so much influence on these two countries in the final analysis, I think that those who also have economic interest in DRC should also be involved. The Chinese are there. Because all of this still boils down to the scrabble for the resources of that country. So if you are begging fighters not to fight, and you are not reining in the investors who use the DRC resources to fight Congolese within their soil, using their own local people to fight each other, unless you have to find a way of bringing them to terms that look beyond what to benefit as resources of this country. Don't forget humanity. Don't forget that someday these people also want to live, also want to survive, also want to benefit maximally from the resources that God has given to them. So it's not just the French coming to say, it's not like when you have two kids fighting and you try to stop them. You can't stop them for the whole day. They will go after that space to regroup somewhere to continue the fight.
Now, I'm still going to hold you at this. Looking at, let's talk about the institutional difference in all of this. There is the African Union that is supposed to be the final arbiter when it comes to situations like this across Africa. What do you make of the position of African Union not finding a lasting solution between the situation in the DRC and the M23 rebels, of course, as fingering the Rwandan government in all of this?
The question you just raised, let me get it clearly.
Looking at the institutional difference now, AU having to be the umbrella body that is supposed to not only harness and, of course, bring together the nations of Africa, not having a solution to these kind of situations. It's been coming. It's been on for a while. And that we're talking of the DRC. There's that of the RSF and Sudan.
Yeah.
Now, what do you make of the strength of the AU not finding a solution to African problems?
You see, AU has, in some ways, been more, playing the advisory role more than reining in rebels against government and mediating. And that is why when issues came up in West Africa, ECOWAS, that some military officers took over government and exercised themselves from ECOWAS and had...
Isn't there a sanction, economical sanction that can be placed on any of these guys?
Which economic sanction? Where is AU? AU is just floating in the air. What has been their intervention in the past? That you now want them to go into this volatile country and see how best they could make it. No, it's not going to happen.
In other words, we do not have strong men and strong institutions across Africa anymore.
Yes.
Quite unfortunate, really. But then before I go back to Kenya, there is also the situation about the Ukrainian minister saying that over 1,700 Africans are fighting for Russia. And again, you also would recall that
what about Africans fighting on the side of Ukraine?
Well, he just mentioned that of Russia. You also recall that both South Africa, Nigeria, Kenya has also identified some of their nationals fighting on both sides, and of course seeing themselves in the front line as a result of the fact that they gave them promises of better jobs abroad, only to find themselves in the front line. What do you make of this story? Some have said this is a failure on the part of African leaders not getting her economy right that is making her young people leave the shores and, of course, the continent for these kind of fights.
in Russia and Ukraine?
You see, there is this psyche which invariably is accentuated by bad leadership in Africa. That the worst country outside Africa is better than the best country in Africa. But not rightly so. But that's the psyche. And so, people tend to believe that, is it not even good for me to go out there and take risk? If I succeed, I succeed. If I perish, I perish. And that's why some soldiers are even dropping their guns in Africa to join Ukraine and Russia.
In other words, the grass is not green on the other side.
It's not greener. It's not greener. But unfortunately, you would have landed on the other side before you realize that the other side is hotter than where you're coming from.
All right, then, because of our
no
time, really.
retreat, no surrender.
All right, because of our time, really, let me take it back to Comrade. Comrade, quickly, same conversation. Looking at these developments, what do you think can be done to manage? Oh, I understand that Comrade Nicholas Oyor is out of this conversation. Well, this is where we have to draw anchor on analysis segment of the African News. I want to say a big thank you to Mr. Dele Fanimo, seasoned reporter right here in Nigeria, and also public and political affairs analyst and commentator. Thank you so very much for being here.
It's my pleasure.
Also, big thank you to Comrade Nicholas Oyor, Secretary General, Free Kenya Movement, and human rights activist, also for joining the conversation this afternoon. We'll take a very short break right now. When we return, Botswana Bank keeps interest rates steady at 3.5%. These and more when we return after this break. Please stay with us. Glad to have you back. It's still the African News right here in Voice of the People Television. Now to other stories. Botswana's central bank maintained its key interest rate at 3.5% for the second consecutive meeting, aiming to keep inflation within its 3 to 6% target range. Inflation rose up to 4.1% in January, up from 3.9% in December. The economy has contracted for 2 years due to a diamond market slump. Moving on, South Sudanese security forces have detained former Finance and Planning Minister Maria Dongreen and transferred former Bank of South Sudan Governor Moses Makor Deng to National Security Headquarters. Dongreen was apprehended in Rumbek, Lakes State, after declining to present himself to authorities, while Deng was moved from house arrest to NSS custody in Juba. The detention appeared to be part of a wilder crackdown on senior political and economic figures. Authorities haven't disclosed the legal basis for the arrest, sparking concerns about escalating tensions in the country. Elsewhere, a Ghanaian man, Kasim Awudu, and his Nigerian girlfriend were found dead in their Moroccan apartment on Wednesday, with the cause of death still unknown. Friends discovered the couple's body after forcing open the door with the landlord's help following unsuccessful attempts to reach them. Reports say authorities are tracing their families to inform them about the incidents while investigations continue. You're still watching the African News right here on Voice of the People Television. We'll go on a very short break right now. When we return, African business stories and sports will be up next. Please stay with us. Glad to have you back. It is still the African news right here in Voice of the People television. Now to some business stories. South Africa's producer inflation was at 2.2% year-on-year in January, down from 2.9% in December, according to statistics agency data shown on Thursday. The producer price index was at minus 0.2% month-on-month in January, according to the South African statistics data. Still talking business, Ghana's licensed cocoa buyers owe banks up to $750 million, straining the financial sector and hindering bean purchases. The country's cocoa sector, the world's second largest producer, has faced 2 consecutive poor harvests due to crop disease and bad weather. Cocoa Board, Ghana's cocoa regulator, has been spending on non-core activities like road construction, accumulating debts. Buyers have taken loans from banks to pre-finance bean purchases, with 580,000 metric tons delivered but unpaid, and 70,000 metric tons still in the field. Global cocoa prices have collapsed due to weak demand, leaving an oversupply in Ghana and Ivory Coast, which produce half of the world's cocoa. And to wrap up the African news, we'll go straight talking sports. Morocco's head coach, George Vilder, has unveiled a 32-player preliminary squad for the 2026 CAF Women's African Cup of Nations, which the country hosts from March the 17th to April the 3rd. Captain Zidane Chebek leads the team alongside experienced players like Yassim Rabat, Salma Amani, and Sana Soudi. Barcelona's 18-year-old forward, Kuta Ashraf, earns her first senior call-up, adding pace and directness to the attack. The squad combines veterans and emerging talents, reflecting Morocco's ambition to win on home soil. Preparations follow mixed recent results, including a 1-0 draw with Burkina Faso and a 2-0 loss to South Africa. And with that sports story, we've come to the end of African news right here in Voice of the People television. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we're at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at Vop Tv Live. Thank you so very much for being a part of this broadcast. I am David Edwin. Do have a good afternoon.
Vop TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
My name is Familoni, and here's to Vop TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Midday, and you're watching Vop TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Insecurity. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is Vop TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People television. Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Three United States military aircraft carrying troops and equipment have reportedly arrived in Maiduguri, the Borno state capital, raising fresh conversations about Nigeria's security strategy and international cooperation. According to the New York Times, the first aircraft landed Thursday night with about 100 U.S. troops expected as part of an initial deployment. By Friday evening, 3 planes had reportedly arrived, with equipment already being offloaded. A U.S. defense official said the flight marked the beginning of a series of cargo operations into multiple locations across Nigeria in the coming weeks. Meanwhile, Nigeria's defense headquarters spokesperson, Major General Sumaila Uba, clarified that the American troops will not engage in combat but will provide support roles. As Nigerians react to the development, Voice of the People Television sought public opinion on what this could mean for the country's fight against insecurity.
I think the foreign troop coming in is a good thing to collaborate with our own troop here to do what to fight insecurity. But the thing is, there are some people that are there that are really doing what? Helping them. That is how I see it.
And let them do it. I don't see anything wrong about that. They are fighting the terrorists, not masses. You understand what I'm saying? So they didn't come here to invade Nigeria. Neither did they come here to destabilize Nigeria. They want this insecurity to stop. All these terrorists, they don't have any good intention. So let them find a solution to this problem.
Government, they have to put more effort to tackle the insecurity. Our government should put more effort on building the security factors. Thank you. My name is Isha Adam. Thank you.
Reactions remain divided, with many Nigerians expressing hope that the collaboration could strengthen security efforts across the country. However, many Nigerians are calling on the government to address the issue of insecurity ravaging the northern parts of the country and indeed all the sectors. Matthew Ogunswada, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m. only on Vop TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
and scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to Vop TV. See, I'm looking for good entertainment. You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. Vop is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want you actually. I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that dial because VOP is the plug.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
My name is Familoni, and here is to Vop TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Midday and you're watching Vop TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Insecurity. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is Vop TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
At a press briefing in Alausa Ikeja, Lagos State officials defended the recent demolitions in Makoko, stressing that the exercise was strictly for public safety. Many of the affected wooden structures were built directly under high-tension power lines, posing serious risk to residents.
Was even drawing attention to Venice. As you look at a city like Venice, that Venice is a boots on water. And I thank him for drawing my attention to that. I told him that a few months ago I was in Venice, that I've been to Venice a couple of times, one of the cities that I love visiting. And that's what you have in Venice, can you compare to what you have in Makoko? In Venice, the local authorities say they don't want something, the people will not go and do it. I said Makoko has been there. I can understand it's like an oil block for some people. It's thriving one, a flourishing oil block. They go to Makoko and portray the people as being very poor, and portray the people as people who are pushed to be living in the conditions in which they are living by the government, and portray them as people who are hopeless. But they do not know that that is one side of Makoko that they have seen. But then, we all know what is behind all of this. They send such pictures overseas and tell the world that there have been a lot of things in Nigeria. Some will even go to Makoko on their birthdays and begin to share drinks and all of that. As if the people are beggars. I think this idea of denigrating people in order to promote yourself and your interests is very bad.
The special advisor to the governor on EGIS, urban renewal, Dr. Babatunde Olajide, says the urban regeneration is a top priority for the Babajide Sanwo-Olu administration. He explained that the plans aim to create a safe and conducive environment for residents while improving infrastructure and sanitation.
If we do not do them, then we are endangering the lives of the people that we signed and swore and vote to protect. As a result of that, you have something, areas are being classified action areas. This governor has actually not classified any area as an action area. This has been done during the time of Ashiwaju, during the time of BRF, during the time of Governor Ambode. But you see, we cannot continue to just designate areas, do you have something, as slum areas or blighted areas, when we have not even tackled the ones that we have on ground. There is no need to be trying to go to other areas. So we are only still dealing with the things that we found in the books. However, we need to do it, and I've explained all of these things to you. These are things that we have to do in a systematic way. We have to do it according to international conventions. What we all signed to at the Rio de Janeiro conference in 1992 in Brazil is that everybody is entitled to adequate shelter. Adequate, not shelters that are dangerous.
Dr. Olajide revealed that the state has committed $2 million as counterpart funding for Makoko regeneration, with an additional $8 million expected from the United Nations agencies. Residents affected by safety-related demolitions in Palirura, Oniru, Bombata Market, and other areas have been compensated. The government confirms the core Makoko fishing settlement was untouched. Officials emphasized that the Water City project and broader regeneration of the waterfront communities will continue to design to protect lives while improving living conditions for the residents. From Alausa Ikeja, I am Monica Ogolo, reporting for Vop TV.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on Vop TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Vop TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at Vop TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. Vop TV, Voice of the People Television.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Aliko Dangote is a Nigerian businessman and industrialist. He is best known as the founder, chairman, and CEO of the Dangote Group, the largest industrial conglomerate in West Africa. The Bloomberg Billionaires Index estimated his net worth at $16.1 billion as at November 2023, making him the richest person in Africa, the world's richest black person, and the world's 107th richest person overall. Dangote was born into a wealthy Hausa Muslim family on April 10, 1957 in Kano, which was then part of British Nigeria. Through his mother, he is the great-grandson of Alhassan Dantata, the richest person in West Africa at the time of his death in 1955. Dangote received a bachelor's degree in business studies and administration from Al-Azhar University in Cairo. The Dangote Group was established as a small trading firm in 1977, the same year Dangote relocated to Lagos to expand the company. Today, the Dangote Group is one of the largest conglomerates in Africa, with international operations in Benin, Ghana, Zambia, and Togo. The Dangote Group has moved from being a trading company to being the largest industrial group in Nigeria, encompassing divisions like Dangote Sugar Refinery, Dangote Cement, and Dangote Flour. Dangote Group dominates the sugar market in Nigeria, and its refinery business is the main supplier to the country's soft drink companies breweries, and confectioners, supplying about 70% of the market. The company employs more than 11,000 people in West Africa. In July 2012, Dangote approached the Nigerian Ports Authority to lease an abandoned piece of land at the Apapa port, which was approved. It is now the largest refinery in Africa and the third largest in the world, producing 800,000 metric tons of sugar annually. The Dangote Group owns salt factories and flour mills and is a major importer of rice, fish, pasta, cement, and fertilizer. The company exports cotton, cashew nut, cocoa, sesame seeds, and ginger to several countries. Additionally, it has major investments in real estate, banking, transport, textiles, oil, and gas. On May 22, 2023, Dangote commissioned the Dangote Refinery, Lekki, Nigeria. The plant plans to export surplus petrol, turning Africa's biggest oil producer into an export hub for petroleum products. It also plans to export diesel, according to Dangote, who funded the refinery's construction. The refinery is situated on a 2,500-hectare site at the Lekki Free Trade Zone, Lekki, Lagos. It is supplied with crude oil by the largest subsea pipeline infrastructure in the world at 1,100 kilometers long. Dangote founded the African continent's largest cement producer. Aliko Dangote is regarded as an astute businessman with diverse interests who has contributed to the economy of Nigeria and West Africa immensely.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi Adejimo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hey everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to Vop TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us, and you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it, or I'll find you, and I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked, because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time, because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see, you see.
You better not touch that die, because VOP is the plot.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Aviation. Join us every weekday Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discourse.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop Tv. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop Tv on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to Electoral.
I didn't exactly talk.
I never got to say sorry for your loss.
You're where? My sister's apartment.
Hello everyone, yes, we are live at the movie premiere of Thicker Than Water.
Here in Ile-Agbadami, we practice our own religion.
This movie and story tells of the deep things that binds us together. And yes, the movie is directed by Yomi E. Adejumo and is produced by Joshua Enakahere. And trust me, it's a beautiful evening. And we have a lot of cast like Bimbo and Demoye and the rest of them. I'm sure you don't want to miss this. Stay tuned. So how are you feeling this episode?
And I'm feeling good. I'm good, I'm excited, I'm happy.
I'm doing good. I'm feeling good. It's cool.
What really inspired you concerning this movie?
Okay, so I think what really got me into the film, because as I said before, the script came from the director, the initial idea, and then we built on that, right? What really got me into the film was the fact about how it ended. Yeah, it ended in a way that most people would not have foreseen. You know, sometimes it's so easy to predict. Oh, the good guy wins always, but this time we decided to change things, switch things up a little bit.
Was there anything that was really challenging?
Yes.
What thing was that?
So first of all, the whole ritual bit, the end bit, it was challenging. We had to shoot it in 2 days. In the forests, it was dark, it was mosquitoes, it was cold, so that was one of the most challenging. And then for the other one, because we had a bit of an issue with our locations, so we had to compress certain days, right, into one night. So we had to do, I think, about 4 days. We had to shoot everything in one night. So yeah, that was quite challenging.
All right, I know this movie is out now. And
yes.
What do you expect people to experience? What should they experience? What should they expect?
I want them to be surprised. I want them to be surprised. I want them to not expect the end coming, basically, Though there are clues here and there, for you to follow, to think, oh yeah, but for the most part, I just want them to be surprised as to how it all, wrapped up. And, is about creating conversations, and I hope it's able to do that for the audience.
So what role did you play?
So in the movie Thicker Than Water, I played Ola.
So what's about Ola?
Well, Ola begins. This is a story of love in its entirety at the core, and we get to see the lover boy who Ola is before they transform into what they transform into, which is also powered by love as well. So this becomes one of the opportunities where I get to play, a smooth lover boy who's really in love with his woman, and I get to be a preacher of love in this film. That true love actually does exist.
So was there any challenging scene for you?
Well, basically, yes. I mean, as an actor, the scenes are always challenging because you're not playing yourself, you're playing a character. And in this one, and when it comes to, playing love roles as well, on-screen chemistry is very, very important. You need to be in sync with whoever you're playing with. I mean, the fact that you are both fantastic actors doesn't mean that when you come together on set, you will be good together as lovers. So that's one of the things that Bimbo and I had to work on before we got on set and all that. So we're really comfortable. We've been friends, but we're not more comfortable with each other and all that. So yeah, I'm playing Ola, his mindset at the location where we played him. So it's not like me. He played in a certain kind of area which you see when you watch the film. So you have to also shift your mind to be a man who fits that area. You can't go and play in Shagamu and use Lekki, vibes, that kind of thing. I'm from Shagamu, so that's why I said it before everybody comes and beats me. So yeah.
So what would you expect people to see in this movie? Because I think this movie is coming out, and what do you expect the people who is watching actually to expect?
So the thing is that I want people to embrace storytelling. We didn't tell this story with fluff and fat and trying to be bougie. We told it like an original story in the location where it happened. So we want people to actually enjoy real storytelling now without all the flash and dazzle and the razzmatazz. We're also taking bold steps in Nollywood now. We're entering into some new genres like horror, like thriller and all that. A lot of people have they're feared to go into it. The old Nollywood has some of that, but the new Nollywood, a lot of people have just like leave this one. But a lot of new directors, like this director, they are taking bold steps, getting into this genre, trying to tell a story. So yes, the fact is, people are going to love this. You never see the end coming, and that's what I love most about this film. It's not the end that anybody would or should expect, So that's why it's a great film. It's a very great film.
Were there no fun time on the scene?
Oh, there was a fun time in all the scenes. We on set, right?
Yeah.
We wanted to tell a story. Yeah. We weren't competing with each other. We just wanted to tell an authentic story. So every actor embraced their own characters, and we thoroughly enjoyed it. The director made it super easy. He is a director you can relate to, so you can actually come with your views about his scene. Now, so I think and he goes, okay, this one, okay, let's do it this way. And so I think every actor, and I'm sure the crew members, everybody left happy, feeling heard and feeling like they contributed to the film, because when you come with your ideas are not tossed out the window. So yeah, it was a good one. I work with this director anytime.
Ticket on Water, I played Bassey, and that kind of guy that sees impending danger about to happen, and he takes it upon himself, to sensitize people about it. Even when people are adamant about it, he still doesn't give up, and he just keeps trying to use every possible means he or she could lay his hands on to send the message across. That is the character of Bassey in the Kick to
what was the most challenging thing for you?
On the whole production or the set?
It's the whole production.
First of all, the whole production. I think that was the first time I had to film in that part of Lagos, because I had difficulties locating there, because we shot the movie in one of the remote parts of Ikorodu, and I had never been there.
So what was it like? Were you scared?
Not scared. I don't know. It was a mixture of mixed feelings. I'm like, okay, what am I expecting? What not? But this is the life I chose. So whatever the call calls, we go. So that was just my major challenge. But when I got there, saw the layer of the land, and obviously I had amazing cast and crew and set, and it was just like walking familiar waters. Yeah.
So what was the most emotional part for you from the scene?
From the scene, the character died.
That part.
That character died, not me. Okay. Not to spoil the movie for you anyway, but that was just that part, because Enough said. I beg. We can
Was there any fun moment for you?
Yes, lots of it. Lots of it. From the cast, the crew. You know when the director yells "cut."
Yes.
Gerald,
Just leads it.
you can't really explain it. You can't really put it into words. But those were my fun moments. I actually live for such moments. We, as actors, and all, when the director says action, we are alive. Doing what we have to do. But when the director yells "cut," just this, gotta double down a little bit.
So what would you say to people that haven't actually watched this movie and they want to watch? So what would you say to them?
First of all, I don't know why you have not seen this movie. Really, kindly explain to me, like I'm a 5-year-old, why you've not seen Thicker Than Water. Take the mic to them. Give them the mic.
I'll give it.
But you need to watch. It's a beautiful. How am I going to explain this? Like, think about your favorite, smoothie. Just think about it, and just imagine yourself, after a very long hot day, you're sipping it in. That's Thicker Than Water. Enough said.
I liked it. It was enjoyable, fun to watch, a bit of intrigue, mystery, and the end was a bit surprising.
Was it emotional for you?
I wouldn't say emotional, but I liked the way it ended. Thicker Than Water is a thick film. It's emotionally thick, let me put it that way. It's something that you watch and it puts you the edge of your seat while you're watching it. At the same time, it also brings about your understanding of culture, because I saw a lot of culture themes that were expressed in the film, and which is a very good thing for us as African storytellers. We are looking for how to tell authentic stories about our culture and our environment, and that is one of the things that you get to find in Thicker Than Water. And also the realities about life. Sometimes you think that life will go in a certain way, but there are some things you have to take in, like sibling rivalry. Some siblings never get to settle eventually. So looking at the film, I just realized that these guys are actually correct, and sometimes it doesn't even end well. Evil technically seems to win, but ultimately good wins anyway.
So with the genre of this movie, how do you see the movies in the future?
Say that again.
With the way this movie actually went, the way the shooting, the scenes, how do you see the movies in the future?
You mean African movies, Nigeria?
Well, African
movies. Yeah, this is a glimmer of hope for us. Like I've always said, Nemsia Studios, Joshua Inakahire, the Covered Company Studios, these guys are people that believe not just in quality, not just in quantity, but in quality. And so this gives us the signal towards the future that we should expect more quality productions like this and authentic stories like this one. So it's a very good sign for us. Yeah.
So were there any challenging scene that you actually saw?
Challenging. I wouldn't say there was any challenging scene. I would say, of course, in everything we do in life, there's always this room for improvement, and like we say, we keep on getting better. Even in Hollywood, I watched some Hollywood film. I'm like, maybe this would have gone this way, but that doesn't still take away the fact that it was a fantastic story that was told properly, and so there's still room for improvement. So the next one we're going to do, we're definitely going to do it much better than the last one. Like we say in the industry, we say you're always as good as your last project. Yeah.
So a lot of people have actually not watched this movie. So what would you say to them?
To those that have not seen this film, I will say to you, what are you waiting for? Like what are you waiting for? Go and see the film, and when you see the film, come online like we do, and let's share, let's have conversations around it and what you enjoyed about it. Yeah.
First, I love the name because there's been like this conversations recently, like on social media, around like how you have that whole like half saying about blood is thicker than water, but like you don't understand like the full saying. So just even coming and seeing a movie with that title, where it's like you can actually build something with someone other than family, because like you forget the second part of that saying, which I don't remember word for word, but like that brought to mind for me is the bond that they had to the point where they went and basically ruined other people's lives because like they had formed a bond. And they wanted to carry that on. So I thought that was like an interesting concept for the movie.
What particular scene would you say that was very interesting for you?
I don't have one scene that was like interesting, because they were all like interesting scenes. But if there was one that like maybe had me go, I wasn't expecting that.
Okay.
I guess would be the fact that she didn't quite see through the guy, to be honest, because like, yes, he was like there with her and everything, but at the end of the day he was kind of sus and he was a stranger to her. But I guess that's coming from someone like me who maybe I watch movies a lot, and it's like I can see through this person and that person, and like at very least I would suspect you. So it was the one thing I was like, maybe girl, you should have probably like paid a bit more attention to this guy. But yeah, everything else was interesting.
So, as an actor in the movie Thicker Than Water, what would you say?
It's thicker than water.
Please tell us. Tell us what is thicker than water.
Blood is thicker than water. Well, I mean, the movie is really good, to be honest. From the script, when you read the script, you will never get to read it. But
it's a lot.
It's a lot. But I remember getting it.
Yeah.
I got the script and I read through it, and they're like, read it and get back to us if it's something you want to do. So I was like, oh, okay. And I read it, I was like, tiny. Oh, tiny. And I was reading, Then there's something you always do. You always want to see your character. But I was like, I was moving with the story and I forgot I had the character. And I was like, shit, because Tiny was supposed to be somewhere. Oh yeah, it was in that scene. Move on.
Well, how was it like acting that particular scene? That particular... Jesus.
Which one?
You know, like the man. I don't want to call the name.
Madman.
Yes.
You watch Mad? Don't worry, I'm not mad. I'm not mad. Don't worry. My mother had me tested, so I'm not mad.
No. Actually, he's actually fit.
But anyways, it was will I say explorative? It was a good moment to also delve into that kind of character, because you see people around you all the time who are most times quiet. They just walk around the streets and like you ignore them. You tend to ignore them or you avoid them if they're coming too close. But trying to be into that space and trying to figure out, okay, what's going through this guy's mind. He wants to say a lot, but because of the spoilers, can't watch it.
Oh my
but
God.
It was quite it was an experience doing that. I remember talking with the director. It was very open, because I was like, oh, I'm doing this, and I was like, chill, relax, chop rice. This is what the script says. If you want to do it this way, you can check this. Look at this nuance of this character from this movie. And he sent me like a list of movies I had to go and watch. And I watched them and I was like, so I built my character based on this, then added my own thing to it. And we had Tiny. Tiny was born.
So were there any fun moments?
Fun moment. What's a fun moment, I see? One fun moment is when they're putting makeup on me. I think it was annoying. You know, but I was wearing myself. I'm putting makeup. I'm a guy. I was like, oh, Tiny, bring your tea. Then they're not putting their. You people are probing. At least buy me lunch first. You have to buy a guy dinner before you take the guy. But I mean, it was all good. But those were like fun moments, and like there was so many, and because I was kind of always away. It was a personal thing from all the other characters. Not like I was trying to be this thing shy. I was shy.
Yes.
I was so shy. Yeah.
All right.
But I just had to, because Tiny is someone that is a socially awkward character.
Yeah.
So I had to be away from them. Personally, I just went away from each of these characters, and that's one thing I did to try and get the best of this character.
What would you say about Thicker Than Water?
Thicker Than Water was is a really great film. I really enjoyed editing it. I was the editor for this film.
Yeah.
And through the process, first of all, I read the script and I loved the story. When the producer told me about the film, sent me the script, I loved it. I also loved the fact that the film ended the way it ended. Yeah, it was really exciting. Interesting fact is I didn't really get the ending until I was editing. So I was just watching my cut and I was like, oh wow, it's the sister that's in this body now. Like, I blew my mind because I didn't get it, all along. So and then I loved working with all the guys in the post-production team, the sound designer, the colorists, the VFX guys, and it was amazing. And I loved the thoroughness from the director, and he's very intentional about everything he wanted, and I just have to do everything I can to achieve everything, which was really good.
Yeah.
And then I loved, the cinematography.
Yeah.
It was really amazing. I had a lot of materials to work with. That's the joy of any editor.
So during the process of your editing, were there any scene that was challenging for you, that you felt that was challenging?
The ritual scene.
Oh my God.
This is what happened. I edited every scene and I left that one. And that scene, I think they shot it in 2 days or so, 2 nights or so. So it was a lot of materials, And what I did was, I just finished editing every other thing. And then I took some days off to calm my head, and then I went back to that scene. And it took me, I can't remember how long, but it took me a while to, cut that scene.
Yeah.
And then after that, I started with the director, and then we now fine-tuned everything. Yeah.
Nice. So people that have actually not watched this movie, what will you say to them?
You need to watch it. You need to watch this film. Go to Amazon Prime now and watch this film. This is I would say it's the best horror film from Nollywood.
And yes, this is where we draw the curtain for the movie premiere, Thicker Than Water. Trust me, it was a beautiful evening, and it was a beautiful movie. Trust me, this movie didn't just talk about the sacrifice. It talked about the love. It talked about the bond. It talked about the sacrifice that family, the ties that family shares together. And trust me, it was a beautiful movie. I'm sure you don't want to miss this. You have to watch this. And yes, this is Vop TV. Don't forget to follow us on all our social media handle and subscribe to our channel for more inspiring updates. Until next time, I am Precious Agumanu, aka Call Me Prezi.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is Africa News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to Vop TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. Vop is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us, and you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it, or I'll find you, and I want you.
And you are locked on Vop TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching Vop TV.
So keep it locked, because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time, because I do.
And please keep watching Vop TV.
I won't want you actually. I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die, because Vop is the plot.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to Vop TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arara, my name is Made Kuti and you're watching Vop TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is Vop TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voiceover personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
Yo guys, your boy Chella. Shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut tout le monde, Suspect 95. Là on est sur VOP TV. On passe un bon temps. J'espère que vous kiffez. On est au Afrima. On est ensemble. VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know Stoneware from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation President. Outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. You're like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Aronzo. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe. Only are you, but on the Fuji Monsoon. Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adiwala Iba. Keep watching VOP TV.
Nambo ezigbo nwa afọ Nigeria ka ihe m ga-eme pụrụ iche
nwanne m nwoke
Adanne
m ga-akwụ chi n'eziokwu kwanyere ndị ọzọ ugwu ma lekọta obodo anyị anya
gbam
ụmụnne m na ụmụnna m obodo anyị bụ Nigeria ga-aga n'iru ma ọ bụrụ na anyị jikọta aka kwado ndị na-achị anyị ka ha mee nke ha, anyị ga-emekwa nke anyị.
N'ezie ọganihu ga-adị ma ọ bụrụ na anyị na ndị na-achị anyị jikọta aka rụọ ọrụ.
Asaa bụ ihe ndị na-achị anyị kwekọtara ha ga-eme ka obodo wee dị mma.
Igbo kwenu. Igbo kwenu. Igbo kwezuenu o. Ọ bụrụ na mbụ ezigbo onye Naịjirịa aga m eme. Na-edosa ụzọ anyị ụcha oge niile. Na-akwụtụsi n'ụzọ eziokwu. Na-emere ndị agbata obi anyị ebere. Ndị ọchịchị ga-arụ ụzọ ọma na-abịa. Nwa ụlọ ọgwụ ọma na Anambra. Menugwu ka ọ dị nchebe ihe n'abalị. Nkwekọrịta gọọmenti na nzaghachi ndị obodo. Ụmụnne m na ụmụ anyị bulie Naijiria elu. Nkwekọrịta ndị ọchịchị anyị ga-aza, ọnụ obodo anyị ga-eme ya. Ọ bụ nkwekọrịta anyị na anyị ga-eme ka Naijiria gaa nke ọma. Ndị ọchịchị ga-eweta ahụike. Ọ bụrụ na nrọ ọrụ ike mụta aka ọrụ, ndị ọchịchị ga-emepe ụzọ ọrụ n'Ebonyi n'Imo. Ọ bụrụ na nkwanye ugwu nye agbụrụ niile n'otu ndọrọ ndọrọ ọchịchị, ndị ọchịchị ga-ekpe ikpe ziri ezi nye onye ọbụla. Nkwekọrịta gọọmenti na nzaghachi ndị obodo, ụmụnne m na ụmụnna m bilie ka anyị bulie Naijiria elu. Nkwekọrịta dị ọchịchị anyị ga-aza, ọnụ obodo anyị ga-eme ya. Ọ bụ nkwekọrịta anyị na anyị ga-eme ka Naijiria gaa nke ọma. Naijiria amala mma o. Naijiria obodo mmanụ aṅụ na mmiri ara ehi na-asọ. Ụzọ ọma o, ụlọ ọgwụ ọma o, ebe obibi ọma o. Igbo ndị ọma pụtanụ ka anyị yọleba. Onye agbakwala nke nwanne ya gbara. Let's go!
Abia, Anambra, Ebonyi, Enugu na Imo. Anyị ga-ekwe nkwa na anyị ga-eso ụzọ asaa na asaa ndị na-achị anyị wepụtara.
Powered by National Orientation Agency.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at Vop TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. Vop TV, Voice of the People Television.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Shaka, who was born in 1787, died September 22nd, 1828. Zulu chief, founder of Southern Africa's Zulu Empire. He is credited with creating a fighting force that devastated the entire region. His life is the subject of numerous colorful and exaggerated stories, many of which are debated by historians. Shaka was the son of Senzangakona, chieftain of the Zulu, and Nandi, an orphaned princess of the neighboring Langeni clan. Because of his parents belonged to the same clan, their marriage violated Zulu custom, and the stigma of this extended to the child. The couple separated when Shaka was 6, and Nandi took her son back to the Lengani, where he passed a fatherless boyhood among a people who despised his mother. In 1802, Langeni drove Nandi out, and she finally found shelter with the Desheni, a subclan of the powerful Mtetwa. When Shaka was 23, Dingiswayo, the Mtetwa paramount chieftain, called up Shaka's Letsani age group for military service. For the next 6 years, he served with brilliance as a warrior of the Mtetwa Empire. Senzagakona died in 1816, and Dingiswayo released Shaka from service and sent him to take over the Zulu, which at this time probably numbered fewer than 1,500, occupying an area on the wide Mfolozi River. They were among the smallest of the more than 800 Eastern Nguni Bantu clans, but from the day of Shaka's arrival, they commenced their march to greatness. Shaka ruled with an iron hand from the outset, melting out instant death for the slightest opposition. His first act was to reorganize the army. Like all the clans, the Zulu were armed with oxide shields and spindly throwing spears. Battles were little more than brief and relatively bloodless clashes in which the outnumbered side prudently gave way before extensive casualties occurred. Shaka first armed his men with long-bladed, short-hafted, stabbing assegais, which forced them to fight at close quarters. He then instituted the regimental system based on age groups quartered at separate kraals and distinguished by uniform markings on shields and by various combinations of headdress and ornaments. He developed standard tactics which the Zulu used in every battle. The available regiments, known collectively as the Impi, were divided into 4 groups. The strongest, termed the chest, closed with the enemy to pin him down, while 2 horns raced out to encircle and attack the foe from behind. A reserve, known as the loins, were seated nearby with its back to the battle so as not to become unduly excited, and could be sent to reinforce any part of the ring if the enemy threatened to break out. The battle was supervised by indunas, or officers, who used hand signals to direct the regiments. An MP consistently covered 50 miles a day, living off grain and cattle requisitioned from the kraals it passed, and accompanied by boys who carried the warriors' sleeping mats and cooking pots. In 1827, Nandi died, and with his mother's death, Shaka became openly psychotic. About 7,000 Zulus were killed in the initial paroxysm of his grief, and for a year no crops were planted, nor could milk, the basis of the Zulu diet staple, be used. All women found pregnant were slain with their husbands, as were thousands of milch cows, so that even the calves might know what it was to lose a mother. Early in 1828, Shaka sent the Impi south in a raid that carried the warriors clear to the borders of the Cape Colony. They had no sooner returned, expecting the usual season's rest, than he sent them off to raid far in the north. It was too much for his associates and 2 of his half-brothers, Dingane and Mlangana, together with an Induna named Mpopa, murdered him in September of that year.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Aviation. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television.
Welcome on board. Of course, it is People's Voice on Vop TV, where season stories shape the narrative. And today we'll be dissecting a major story that is dominating the headline and sparking conversation across the nation. Tinubu's turbulent ride, a nation at crossroads. So today we'll be looking at every necessary, situation, of course, that is actually happening in this country. But we wouldn't want to, go back, because going back would look like we're talking about another retrospect here. But no, but we want to talk about every, recent events that has happened politically, through the office of the presidency and, of course, the ruling party. And I believe you actually want to be part of this particular conversation. Join the conversation with experts inside the citizen perspective. Share your thoughts with us. I am Savior Udo. Let's look into all the stories with details. Labour issues ultimatum to federal government over 3-month unpaid wage award. The Joint National Public Service Negotiating Council has given the federal government until Friday, February 27, 2026, to pay 3 months outstanding wage award and other pending allowances. Failure to comply may lead to industrial action by its union in civil service. The wage award, approved after fuel subsidy removal, has been pending since July 2024, with Labour accusing the government of deliberately withholding funds. And I'm just surprised about this particular one. The same Labour coming out to say that the federal government are deliberately holding any funds, or they are actually saying they want to, take industrial action against the same federal government. This is the same federal government you had a closed-door meeting with. And I was thinking that you had everything sorted out. Now I know the reason why one of my guest analysts, actually talked about, the Labour leadership. He talked about at length, and he said left for him, he would have, wanted a change. Because you can't be in a closed-door meeting with the presidency and you're coming back after how many days to say you want to do this particular one. So what were you doing at the meeting, or what was discussed at that particular meeting? We have to understand this so you can give, every of your member, clarity as regards to what you're fighting for. But away from that particular one, I believe my guest analyst would have so much to say about that particular one. Let's move on to what the president said. Tinubu denies killing opposition, says defectors abandon sinking ship. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has dismissed allegation that he is behind opposition defections to the ruling APC, saying critics are entitled to their views. Speaking at an interfaith iftar with senators, Tinubu quipped, "I didn't have a gun. I could have given myself a license when I had the authority." He urged unity amid security challenges, calling for constitutional amendments to establish state police. Away from that particular one, Fubara appoints new SSG Chief of Staff. River State Governor Similari Fubara has appointed Dagogo Wakoma as Secretary to the State Government and Sonny Ewule as Chief of Staff, effective immediately. The new appointees will be sworn in at 2 p.m. at the Government House, Port Harcourt. The appointment are believed to be linked to the recent reconciliation between Fubara and his former ally, Nyesom Wike, who happens to be his predecessor. Following President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's intervention in the state's political crisis, Fubara recently dissolved his cabinet and relieved special advisors of their duties. We talked about this particular session yesterday that we've not heard, about Fubara in a while, and today we're actually seeing that particular conversation. It's quite worrisome, but what can we do? This is politics, and Nigerian politics are quite different from every other clime. Away from that particular, let's talk about PDP's convention now. PDP convention role, Wike Makinde camps clash ahead of March gathering. The People's Democratic Party is bracing for a potential explosive national convention scheduled for March 29 and 30, with a rival faction led by Nyesom Wike and Seyi Makinde locked in a bitter dispute. The Wike-aligned caretaker committee led by acting national chairman Mohammed Abdurrahman insists the convention will proceed as planned despite ongoing litigation. However, the Makinde-backed faction led by Tamini Turaki has objected, claiming the Wike group lacks the capacity to hold convention. We've been hearing this particular conversation for a while now, and we just hope to hear and to see more about what will happen between these two gladiators. But presently, Wike is the latest bride in Nigeria, and I believe we'll understand what that means. So let's see. This time around, Wike is not even taking it outside Abuja. He's actually keeping it in Abuja, where he controls, and we know what that particular one means. Will Makinde want to go to Abuja to cause anything? It's just a question, and of course, that's a food for thought. To join the conversation, kindly call the number 09044732605. Follow us on social media at Vop Tv Live. You can use the hashtag People's Voice on Vop TV, and of course, on YouTube, we're Voice of the People. Kindly hit the subscribe button, and together we can make our voices heard. It is time for us to go on a quick break. As soon as we return, we'll be taking the conversation here. Tinubu turbulent ride. Of course, a nation at crossroads. We're talking about the state of the nation today, and I know you want to be part of this conversation. You don't go nowhere, please stay tuned. I'll be right back. Welcome back to the program. It is still People's Voice on Voice of People Television. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration is navigating a complex web of challenges, from security concerns to economic reforms. And the president has urged the National Assembly to amend the constitution to establish state police, citing the need to tackle insecurity and free citizens from fear. Tinubu's vision for state police has sparked debate, with some arguing it could decentralize security and improve responsiveness, while others raise concern about potential abuse of power in politics. River State Governor Similari Fubara has appointed, of course, our new Secretary to the State Government and, of course, our Chief of Staff after the reconciliation by the President, and the move followed to Tinubu's intervention. And, of course, talking about Tinubu's administration here, Tinubu's administration has actually presented a 58.18 trillion in 2026 as budget, prioritizing security infrastructure education, and healthcare. The budget aims to consolidate economic reforms and improve living standard, but faces scrutiny over funding and implementation. The president has also taken steps to address revenue leakages, signing an executive order to curb deduction by the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, NNPC, and ensure transparency in oil revenue management. And of course, the president has also saw a victory as regards to the FCT, just concluded the council elections, and the president is still very, very much hopeful that 2027 would be a landslide victory for the ruling party. And the president has actually affirmed that the economy is getting better, just like what he said, that they are out of the woods and everything is better in the nation. When I've been joined by Dr. Dayo Kayode, a socio-political technocrat and aviation safety expert. Good afternoon, doctor.
Good afternoon, Saviour. How are you today?
Doctor, I believe we are both fine.
Well, let's assume so. Let's assume so, because, like you said, the situation in the country now calls for a lot of concern. It calls for a lot of concern. And like I always tell people, this government, as is, can be likened to this adage. When you see a snake coming, you don't wait for it to know whether it is poisonous or not. And these are the things we have been able to tell people in the past, especially running to 2023 elections. Here is somebody that we have known, and we talked about it, that if this person is being made the president of Nigeria, then, hey, it's going to be tedious.
But Doctor, I would like you to, Doctor, I would have loved you to respond to all of the news stories. Doctor, I would have wanted you to respond to the news stories before coming to the main conversation.
That is where I'm coming to.
Okay.
That is where I'm coming to.
Okay.
See the way people are struggling to survive. But the president now telling us that the economy has improved, that people are now enjoying themselves. When people are enjoying themselves, then why are we having series of problems that we are having today in Nigeria? Insecurity is there. Lack of finance for education is there. Health facility is also there. Tell me, which of these can anybody point to that it's okay? And it's so unfortunate. The labor union, and the CSO, that is civil society organizations, that are supposed to be the voice of the people, that are supposed to go out to ensure that the government performs their function in the areas of enabling economic environment and safety of the people. But look at what they are now doing with the government. They just had a parley with government. Now they are coming out to say something else. Now, what's the essence of that parley?
Dr. Sincerely, I was surprised when I was sincerely surprised that why did you have to go for that particular parley when you know that you're going to come and say all of this? Why? What was the meeting all about?
I mean, and that's the issue. That's the issue. Why? That one aside. And
they keep representing the people. They keep telling us that they're representing the people.
No, the issue is, Shebi, Water Corporation is not giving us water again. And everybody has started sinking borehole here and there. NEPA too have started their own. You now see so many people going for solar.
Solar, yes.
Now, if there is nobody to represent us with the government, I think it is high time that people start representing themselves. But the concomitant effect of people representing themselves could be chaotic. It could be chaotic. The end, nobody will be able to define. Away from that labor and government, let's go back to Wike and
one of
my brother in
your best friend, sir.
No.
I'm saying Wike. I'm saying Wike, your best friend.
Indeed. Why are you so sarcastic this afternoon?
Not only we can fire she also, sir. Please go ahead.
Okay. Look at the two of them. I've been saying it. It is nothing other than a written script that the two of them are playing out. Now, the two of them had said earlier that they are going to ensure the second term of Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and in which case they both worked assiduously for his emergence this first term. So what is it that is now causing problem with them? I mean, within them.
But doctor,
forget about what we are seeing.
Doctor, you would agree with me that Seyi Makinde said he actually honed up. Of course, he said he did supported the president in the first bid, but he said he was not going to do that again. So do you think he would still be doing this?
Let me tell you this, Savior. The king protects. I mean, the king's protection comes from his eyes. Comes from his eyes. If you have gone through a particular route before, you will know which area is slippery or not, so as to be cautious. We have known the two of them before now. We have seen them. Even making promises. Let's wait now. We have seen them making promises. Even before the convention of PDP during the 2023 election. After the convention, what happened? Did they not jettison what they have promised? So tell me, who is saying they will still not jettison what they are saying now? What Seyi Makinde say? Who is saying we still not jettison it? Just 2 days ago, Kwakwazo had a meeting with him in Ibadan. Are you aware of Kwakwazo's political lineage? Are you aware how he has been hobnobbing with APC? And
Doctor, Kwankwaso is not the only one doing that, Doctor. Don't forget that even to the former vice president also did it in his time. He also moved here and there.
I'm saying, forget about Seyi Makinde.
But with the way Seyi Makinde has actually, will I say
protection comes
Doctor,
from his eyes.
Doctor, with the way Seyi Makinde have actually, talked about his, will I say, his political journey so far, and he has made it clear that he's not supporting the president anymore. And of course, if you look at the PDP wave now, Seyi Makinde is only trying to position himself to actually represent PDP as the president. I've started seeing their campaign cabs. And just because I wouldn't want to add the names to it, one of my guests that came on the show, Doctor, one of the guests that came on my show actually had his cap. Seyi Makinde for 2027, well, what have you? And I had to tell him that, sorry, you can't use it on here. So what I'm just saying is, I understand that you people still feel that Seyi is still working with Wike or they're working for the president. But if Seyi has actually come out to say, oh, as at the time, my integrity was actually questioned, but now I'm actually giving you my word. Are you going to say that Seyi Makinde does not have integrity? Is that what you are saying? Or you shouldn't be taken as a man of his words?
I can't wait now. Savior, let me bust a bubble.
Please go ahead.
When we're discussing the outcome of Abuja election,
there
was this other guest that was with us here, not the director of INECO, the other guy, who was saying, look at it now. APC was
Oh,
fair.
I think that's Olaleko Oni, right? Oni?
Yes.
Okay.
At least PDP won a seat. I said PDP won a seat. I said that PDP that won a seat, it was an abracadabra, and of which very, very soon, that guy is going to decamp back to APC.
In 24 hours, he did.
I think Kovale enjoy a fashion.
Yeah.
And not finished saying it.
And doctor, just to buttress your point, you know that was the same thing that happened during the local government election in Lagos. The only place, I think around Yaba, right? The chairman, of course, of Yaba was APC, but the only councillor that won the seats, different from every other party, was PDP. And I think after a few days, the guy decamped back to APC.
Yes.
Yeah. So you're right.
Again, I am telling you today, mark it down.
Okay.
Mark it down. I'm a member, a devoted, passionate member of ADC. But there are some people that are coming to that APC or planning to come to that APC that, honestly speaking, I, Dr. Dao Kaudi, will never believe in them.
Okay. Oh, sorry.
Will never believe in
them.
So
what you're saying, doctor, is that for anyone or for all of the people that have been decamping or moving to the ADC, you don't trust all of them 100%. You know few that you can trust and some you don't.
Yeah, some. There are some that are very few of them. Very few of them. I don't like to mention names now. Very few of them.
Okay.
They are working for Tinubu. Okay. And if I were David Mark, I will be careful the kind of role I allow them to take.
But some people are still questioning the leadership of David Mark. They said, Doctor, some people are still questioning the leadership of David Mark. They said they're not quite okay with his leadership as regards to what happened in Abuja. The just concluded council election. So what can you say about that?
Yeah, you see, when you look at David Mark, especially his antecedents, you will know that he is a capable leader at this present moment to lead the opposition. And at the same time, David Mark is human. He's human. He's not a superhuman being. When you look at what happened in Abuja, the election that happened in Abuja, that election was not a real election. So there is no way you can use that election to judge David Mark.
Doctor, don't say that was not a real election.
There is no way you can use that election.
Doctor, you wouldn't be saying that was not a real election. Every election is actually an election in Nigeria. And don't say it was not a real election. I'm not saying it's not an election, but when you
the shenanigans that happened,
Doctor, you were on air. Doctor, you were on air with the INEC deputy publicist, person. You should have said that to Wilfred Ifoga if you feel it was not a real election.
But I said it now. I said many things, but you said no. That you don't want me to put him on the
no, Doctor. You asked him questions, which he answered all your questions. Yeah. But you never mentioned. You never mentioned that.
Also enough time.
Doctor,
there was
of course.
Also enough time.
But doctor, you never mentioned it was not a real election, so you shouldn't say it was not a real election today. No? You understand? Every election counts in Nigeria.
Go back to that tape. Go back to that tape and then listen to what I told him. Go back to that tape. I saw him even writing them down, and he couldn't respond to so many of them.
He responded to every of your questions, doctor. He did. Doctor, notwithstanding, doctor, that's not the conversation today. Doctor, that's not the conversation we're having today. Election being real or not is about us actually getting a winner, or of course a winner emerging from that particular polls. Now let's quickly, delve into the president's response. Tinubu said he doesn't, of course, that he doesn't, or he has never killed any of his opposition, and he said if he wanted to, he had the power to have, given himself, a license to own a gun, but of course, he has never killed any of his opposition. And this particular statement, came up after the just tragic incident in Edo State, to be precise, where we had some tug, political tug, as we might call it, raid the ADC secretariat. So I would just like you to respond to this in just 1 minute so that we can actually, move to the main conversation.
Yes. When you're talking about killing, well, if Tinubu is saying he has never killed an opposition, there are different types of killings. I wouldn't know which one is referring to there. If you take a gun or cutlass yourself to shoot somebody or to mutilate somebody, is killing. When you send somebody to go and kill someone, it's also you that has killed. If you come up with obnoxious economic policies that has destabilized the economic value of people, family, and all that, and which has led a lot of people to die, is also killing. Now, whether he has killed or not, I wouldn't know. But one thing I will want to tell Mr. Mebola Tinubu today is this. In the words of Usman Fodio, conscience is an open mind. It is only the truth that can heal it. There is nobody that is doing bad things that deep down inside that person's conscience, he wouldn't know to himself that what he is doing is bad. And Yoruba will say, tó bá parọ́ fún gbogbo èèyàn, ó lè parọ́ fara ẹ̀ now.
All right.
If you are lying to everybody, like we are fasting now, and then one pastor or imam will come and be telling us, or the pulpits, orImoshalashi, yes, I am fasting. But there is somebody that had eaten buns, bread, and akara with a wagani. But then he knows deep down inside of himself that he is sitting. And that's what Madam Fodio said. Conscience is an open one. Only the truth can heal it. So let me borrow that on to Bola Ahmed Tinubu and be thinking about it. Whether truly what is said can be taken the way it is, oh fine. Or whether he himself is taking it like that. Or deep down inside his mind, there is a kind of thing that is troubling him. I wouldn't know, he knows.
Notwithstanding,
So,
okay, so Doctor, the president actually responded based on, what the opposition party was saying, that this was the handwork of the APC. And of course, even the governor of Edo State, Monday Pueblo, also said that, this is not about, a party or policies or what have you, that he also condemns, and frown at.
What was Monday's statement? What was Monday's statement?
Is it before?
Peter Obi?
Is it before?
The last time Peter Obi went to that place. What was his statement?
So I saw the video where he said that after Peter Obi donated 15 million naira, that they were, perhaps he said they were chaos, stampede or what have you, and 3 people died in the state. That was what he said. So he said, if Peter Obi is to come into Edo State next, let Peter Obi inform him. That was all he said.
Or else what?
Doctor, you are asking me or else what? I'm not a spokesperson.
Or else what did he say? What did he say that time? Or else what?
No, doctor, you should be telling me. You should tell me what he said.
He said or else. He will show you Pepe now.
Doctor, was that a statement?
Go back to the statement. Go back and look at it.
Okay. So, doctor.
Social media doesn't lie.
So, doctor, are you saying officially that it was the APC in Edo State, or it was the governor of Edo State that actually, instigated or sent this particular political talks? Is that what you're saying?
I cannot say it officially, but we can make inferences based on antecedents.
Doctor, the same you on this show, you've actually told me sometime last year.
I was not in Edo State when it happened.
Doctor,
I was not in Edo State.
Doctor, you have also told me, Doctor, you have also told me here on this show sometime last year that you can actually tell me something today. Doesn't mean you mean it. And tomorrow things can change. So why are you holding such statements? And I don't think he actually said it as regards to him trying to bring someone down.
Listen to this. Another Yoruba palace.
Okay.
Ajekelano. Omokulemi. Doctor,
but this is Doctor. This is
yesterday, and the baby died today. Who will not want to infer that the witchcraft that cried yesterday was the one that killed that baby because you are not seeing blood in her mouth? No, that's what we call inferences. You can make inferences based on experiences. What have we not seen in this country?
All right, Doctor, let's come back to the main conversation. I think that's fine. Let's bring the tension down a little so that you don't make it look as if I am actually compelling you to say what you are not ready to say on national TV.
I know you for that. Now, it's me you can do it to. You cannot do it to your INEC director friend.
Doctor, I only asked him all of the major questions. And guess what? At some point, he was still even scared on national TV. He said that I am actually, pressuring him or as if, I said, no, that I'm not even that serious that day. When I use the word, I'm not,
But you can pressure me.
Doctor, I'm not even pressuring you.
You can give me pleasure.
Doctor, no, I'm not even pressuring. No, I'm not pressuring you. All I do is I ask the necessary questions that the people need to know.
Go ahead.
Doctor, I only ask questions that people need to know. Well, once you can answer my question, and I'm fine with you. But if you're not, if you're unable to answer my question, that's when I have issues because you have to be clear. I have to be accountable, and you also have to be accountable. So if I feel you are in that position to give us reasons, is to give us answers, then I have to ask you questions. That was what I did to the other person.
That's why I decided to learn a lot of wisdom and proverbs to be answering your questions.
Okay, Doctor.
Yes, now.
Let's come back to the president situation now, and of course the administration. We're not really talking about the person of the president here because he's also, he's also a citizen of this nation. Let's understand that fact. But we're talking about his administration now, ever since he came into power. We're talking about his political party, which is the ruling party. We're talking about his reforms, which I think we're free to discuss all of this particular situation. Now, if we are to take it up from the president's reforms and, of course, administration, you would agree with me that we've actually faced, a very alarming insecurity situation in the country, and with some actually saying that it was actually a welcome development having the United States of America, join in combating this security situation. But the president recently, talked about this when he hosted the governors, of course, at the breaking of his fast, where he told the governors of the state police. Well, so many people are actually having, two different, reactions towards this state police. And I don't know if this state police will truly enhance security or risk escalating regional tension. But I don't know what you think about, this state police situation. I'd like you to give me a balance, on that. And of course, I would like you to take it simultaneously. How will, how should rather the president balance these economic reforms, pressing with the pressing and social needs in the country? He has actually been saying that the economic reforms are yielding results. I don't forget, of course, 3 days ago, he also said that Nigerians are out of the woods, and he said that the dark tunnel, of uncertainty are over. But here we are, we're still complaining about a different, situation, and of course, the reforms in the country. I'd like to get your take on these situations, please.
Thank you. Let us start with that state police issue before we go to economy.
Please go ahead.
Yoruba will say again, Tomode ba ṣubú awo wájú. Tápàlà bàbá ṣubú awo ẹ̀yìn o. That is to say, it is experience that teaches caution. Experience teaches caution. When you also pass through a road If you had passed through a road before, and you now want to pass through that same road, you will surely know which aspects or which area of that road is slippery. How do I mean? Experience has shown in this country that when it comes to the issue of police, vis-a-vis electioneering, the governors, they have always been using such against the opposition. That is, the ruling party have always been using such against the opposition. Look at when Edo State wanted to conduct a governorship election a few years back. What happened? Because Oshiomhole belongs to the ruling party, he asked for a change of the CP of Edo, and of which somebody now very close to Wike, a police officer that was close to Wike, was allegedly brought to Edo. And what happened at the end of the day? Obaseki was locked out, where he was supposed to enter to go and see what they are doing at the collation center. And what happened at the collation center? So to that extent, as good as state police will have been, like the Metropolitan Police we have in a better climb, Metropolitan Police in US, and then the other one in UK, and up and down like that. In Nigeria, it's going to be a different ball game. And I want to stop at that. I will give you solution to that. You know, I like providing solution, because this issue I've been generating for years. And I was on a platform sometimes ago, and I told them, if you want to do community policing, the people themselves are the police of themselves. It once happened to me in Vienna, Austria, whereby at my friend's guest house, they just see him in the evening. He will drop me when we are feeling whatever I want to do. In the morning, he come back and pick me. One of these days, they just saw me strolling on the street, and a policeman with a big bike accosted me. Interestingly, I'm a legit person. But the bottom line is this: those old people within the neighborhood that always peep had identified me, and they have called the police that they are seeing a strange movement. And what happened at the end of the day? They came around to ensure that I cannot do any harm to anybody. Unlike here, what are you supposed to do? When you bring a commissioner of police that doesn't understand the socio-cultural activities of a place, how do you expect that commissioner of police to police that state very well? That's one. Two, area commander too, from a zone that has not even been in Yoruba zone before. Somebody who grew up in Sokoto and have been policing, doing his police work and all that in Sokoto, all of a sudden, because he's now an Oga area commander, you brought him to Lagos. How How do you expect him to be able to work? The DPOs. I was once friendly with a DPO around me. Don't let me mention his name, so that they will not continue to hunt the guy. The guy was so close to the people. Yoruba guy. Highly intelligent. So close to the people. To the extent that he curbed crime in my area. He curbed crime. But some people that did not allow them to be doing all sort of, said he has stepped on their toes. The guy did not spend, not up to 3 months. He was transferred. And where was transferred to? To just go there and be marking register. So these are issues.
Okay.
These are issues.
Okay.
We need to have independent police that ruling party cannot use against the opposition.
Okay, so
the ruling party cannot use against you and I. Look at the instance of what is happening now between Umahi and one lady that was taken to Inspector General Police Office. That she would have to go there yesterday or so.
Yeah.
Look at what is happening between. Is that supposed to be? Look at the issue of the son of former Inspector General of Police.
Doctor, we were told that the money was mistakenly sent to his account.
Why was it not mistakenly sent to your account?
I asked the question yesterday on air.
Why is it from security vote of a state?
And don't forget, Doctor, that I also talked about that particular thing. I think you joined the show sometime around August or September after the election in Anambra. I said, what has happened to the people that were arrested with lots of cash, by EFCC, INEC police? What are they saying? We've not seen any prosecution. And after many months, we are hearing now that the former IG's son, welcomed 100 million into his account. Doctor, tell
me, how did it happen? Let us know. These are issues, and that's to tell you that. Listen, there is a very huge truth gap. A very huge truth gap between the people and the government.
All right, Doctor. Doctor, we're pressed for time, and I want you to take all of this, together. You've not really talked about, the reforms. You've not really talked about the reform, which I would also want you to respond to, as regards to all of the president's.
I'm coming there now.
Yes, all of the president's, all of the president's statements. I would want you to, respond to all of that, statements.
Now, you are telling us that. Look at the budget that you have just given us. And then you are now talking about lack of fund to execute that budget. Excuse me. Who and who have been talking about the huge billions of money missing in NNPC, allegedly missing in NNPC? Assuming that money is in the system, won't we have money to execute our budget? And when we have money to execute our budget, what do you think will happen? When infrastructural development is going on everywhere, that means there'll be construction, there'll be derived wherever, there'll be composite this and all that. But when the money that's supposed to have used to pursue the policy you said you are giving people, tell me, what happens when the money is in somebody's pocket? Now, which reform are you giving? You came in, you have not even got into the office, swearing in field. You said you are removing subsidy. and prices of commodities and services skyrocketed. Now you now promise some things. CNG vehicles, where are they? Student loan, where are they? All your promises, where are they? All those cushion effect promises, where are they? Then again, one better educate. And now bought tickets in millions to fly from Abuja to Kogi State that has no airport. What has happened to that money? Has the money been recovered?
Okay, doctor. Because
we're hungry.
Doctor, because we're pressed. Doctor, because
about $9 million to America. $9 million to America.
Doctor, because
your image.
Doctor, because we're pressed for time. I would have also wanted to add, to what you're saying that are you aware that the DMO, Debt Management Office, just uploaded something 3 days ago that the state debt has risen to 4.002 trillion as we speak, and what is even surprising me, in this particular time is that this is the time where the federal government is actually giving more money to the state government, than any other administration. And not only that, the state government are still borrowing outside, taking from Afrexim Bank, from World Bank, and all of that. So what have they been doing with the money?
We are not seeing anything on ground. That the money is being useful.
It's a question that we would get our answers sometime. But this is how far we can actually go on the show, Doctor. I'm sincerely sorry that we're pressed for time. The time is not always enough. 1 hour is not always enough. Thank you so much, Dr.
Let us increase this time, please. Let us increase this time.
Doctor, as soon as you send money to the management, they will inform me. I'll increase the time. But for now, I have to. Thank you so much, Dr. Dayo, for being part. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir. All right, so coming up next is our locker room. I would like you to stay put to enjoy the world of sports from my colleagues. Of course, they'll be taking you on all of the rides that has to do with sports. Don't give up because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last, but tough will last forever. You feel soon be over, and you will definitely smile again. My name remains Savior Udo. Have a good evening. Rest.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to Vop Tv. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti, and you're watching Vop TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is Vop TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to Vop TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. Vop is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us, and you deserve to be killed. Scrap charge. Don't be killed, but watch it, or I'll find you, and I want you.
And you are locked on Vop TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching Vop TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I want something actually. I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die, because VOP is the plot.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Shaka, who was born in 1787, died September 22nd, 1828. Zulu chief, founder of Southern Africa's Zulu Empire. He is credited with creating a fighting force that devastated the entire region. His life is the subject of numerous colorful and exaggerated stories, many of which are debated by historians. Shaka was the son of Senzangakona, chieftain of the Zulu, and Nandi, an orphaned princess of the neighboring Langeni clan. Because of his parents belonged to the same clan, their marriage violated Zulu custom, and the stigma of this extended to the child. The couple separated when Shaka was 6, and Nandi took her son back to the Lengani, where he passed a fatherless boyhood among a people who despised his mother. In 1802, Langeni drove Nandi out, and she finally found shelter with the Desheni, a subclan of the powerful Mtetwa. When Shaka was 23, Dingiswayo, the Mtetwa paramount chieftain, called up Shaka's Letsani age group for military service. For the next 6 years, he served with brilliance as a warrior of the Mtetwa Empire. Senzangakona died in 1816, and Dingiswayo released Shaka from service and sent him to take over the Zulu, which at this time probably numbered fewer than 1,500, occupying an area on the White Mfolozi River. They were among the smallest of the more than 800 Eastern Nguni Bantu clans, but from the day of Shaka's arrival, they commenced their march to greatness. Shaka ruled with an iron hand from the outset, melting out instant death for the slightest opposition. His first act was to reorganize the army. Like all the clans, the Zulu were armed with oxide shields and spindly throwing spears. Battles were little more than brief and relatively bloodless clashes in which the outnumbered side prudently gave way before extensive casualties occurred. Shaka first armed his men with long-bladed, short-hafted stabbing assegais, which forced them to fight at close quarters. He then instituted the regimental system based on age groups, quartered at separate crowds, and distinguished by uniform markings on shields and by various combinations of headdress and ornaments. He developed standard tactics which the Zulu used in every battle. The available regiments, known collectively as the Impi, were divided into 4 groups. The strongest, termed the chest, closed with the enemy to pin him down, while 2 horns raced out to encircle and attack the foe from behind. A reserve, known as the loins, were seated nearby with its back to the battle, so as not to become unduly excited, and could be sent to reinforce any part of the ring if the enemy threatened to break out. The battle was supervised by indunas, or officers, who used hand signals to direct the regiment. An MP consistently covered 50 miles a day, living off grain and cattle requestioned from the crowds it passed, and accompanied by boys who carried the warriors' sleeping mats and cooking pots. In 1827, Nandi died, and with his mother's death, Shaka became openly psychotic. About 7,000 Zulus were killed in the initial paroxysm of his grief, and for a year no crops were planted, nor could milk, the basis of the Zulu diet staple, be used. All women found pregnant were slain with their husbands, as were thousands of milch cows, so that even the calves might know what it was to lose a mother. Early in 1828, Shaka sent the Impi south in a raid that carried the warriors clear to the borders of the Cape Colony. They had no sooner returned, expecting the usual season's rest, than he sent them off to raid far in the north. It was too much for his associates, and 2 of his half-brothers, Dingane and Mlangana, together with an Induna named Mbopa, murdered him in September of that year.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The noise.
Hunger no get drum. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand. Do you want your...
All right, there's been a long talk over the years, over the past decades, that who is a world-class player. And of course, there's this phrase that goes by saying, form is temporary and class is permanent. Do you really believe that? Anyway, there's a player still showing his class even at the age of 41. And I'm talking about the man himself, arguably some people's GOAT, and let me say arguably the best player to ever play the game, Cristiano Ronaldo, still doing it, still going strong for Al Nassr in Saudi Arabia. He scored his 965th goal. 35 more to that record, 1,000, according to him, caught on camera, and he has a video for all the goals. Will he be able to achieve it? Only time will tell. All right, so welcome to your darling show, The Locker Room, of course, on Voice of the People Television. I am Afiz Ogubanjo, and you know how we do it here. We give you the thrilling stories, the exciting stories from the world of football, and of course, from the locker room to the pitch and back to the locker room again, all the dealings on and off the pitch. We are going to discuss all of it here on the show for the next 15 minutes thereabout. I won't be doing this alone. I've got my main man with me here, Jerry Apelohai, and of course, Amayawa Alao will be joining us virtually, yes, sir, to break down all the juicy stories we have for you today. Jerry, you're welcome to the show. And the Champions League, of course, at the knockout playoffs, we saw drama. From Tuesday to yesterday, we saw drama. Atalanta, they were owing 2 goals to Borussia Dortmund, and of course, they got back and they won that game 4-1 with the last kick of the game, a penalty. That was a foul for me, or for a lot of people. Let me say a foul from Dortmund's Rami Bensebaini, and it led to a penalty for Atalanta, which was put away by Lazar Samazic. I mean, heartbreak for Borussia Dortmund, and of course, it still shows that Italian football has hope. But the game that a lot of people did not expect, Galatasaray up against the Juventus. Galatasaray were leading 5-2 from the first leg in Turkey, and they went to the Allianz Stadium, the Juventus Stadium in Turin, and the Juventus, even with a man down, they tried to come back. In fact, they came back to 5-5. But, Galatasaray still prevailed at the end of the day. And our own Victor Osimhen getting a goal, and also a goal for Baris Alpayumas. What game took you by surprise yesterday? And did you even envisage that, Juventus were going to do that comeback that they did against Galatasaray? Welcome to the show, Jerry.
Yeah, it's great to be here in the locker room. And, of course, I saw the Madristas rally behind Vinicius Junior yesterday, and Vinicius Junior definitely did not disappoint the fans, and to the disappointment of Jose Mourinho, who was not in the dugout for Benfica due to the fact he was suspended for that game, and it was a big shout against racism last night at the Santiago Bernabeu. The Madristas standing behind Vinicius, and Vinicius scoring the decisive goal. It was all drama that ended well for the supposed victim, according to allegations that he was racially abused out there in Portugal.
By Prestiani.
Now, apart from that, I think I must say the Atlanta game was a game of drama. So far, so good. The UEFA Champions League playoffs did not disappoint in terms of quality, the razzmatazz, the drama, straight from the first leg to the second leg. And it also proved that, whether you like it or not, in the Champions League, their traditional sides, you can't push away. Yes, they did not make it through the league phase, but during the playoff, they showed that class definitely is permanent, form is temporary. And for Juventus, they definitely are the traditional sides, but I think something needs to be done with Juventus for them to start.
Is it just Juventus or Italian football as a whole?
Yeah,
they flopped in Europe this season, especially in the Champions League.
Italian football will continue to witness this sort of decline because they don't pay big wages, and that is for football now. If you want to be among the big clubs, you have to pay big wages to attract big players. Take a look at in the Italian Serie A. I think the biggest player will have to be Lautaro Martinez. In terms of stock, pay, and so on and so forth, market value. Apart from Lautaro Martinez, I don't see any player anyway. With all due respect,
but I think they have good players, likes of Nicolo Barella, of
Nicolo
Inter,
Barella,
Kenan Yildiz.
These players,
with the prospects.
These players are still in the Italian league because of this homesickness. They want to play at home. Normally, a lot of big clubs would have loved to get them and pay them big money and make them even more comfortable than what they are earning, but just because they are at home. But how many foreign players would that meager pay want to stay in the Italian league? So that is the bane of the Italian league. That is why it's suffering right now. And in the next 4 or 5 years, they might even have the Turkish leagues surpass them in terms of having quality players than you are seeing in the Italian league.
I think I want to agree with you there. I mean, if you look at the national team too, I mean, the Azzurri, Gennaro Gattuso is having issues. I mean, remember 2 or 3 days ago where we said they have to have like a battle with Nigeria for Honest Ahano to come and play for them. I think with the quality of their league, maybe they don't really have players. It's just like the Premier League. Look at, it's more foreigners than English players in the Premier League. And before you can bring in a squad, from like a team from the Premier League for England, it's going to be difficult. And I think it's looking like that also for Serie A. If you look at all their players, most of the players are playing abroad. Even with the ones that are playing in the league, they are not so much. The likes of Calafiori is playing abroad. I think also the likes of Retegui has gone to Saudi Arabia. is it that the league is not attractive enough for those boys anymore? Or what else do you think should be done in this area?
Pay big money.
Okay.
I think there are still a lot of players in the Italian Serie A that are earning below 50,000 euros
yeah.
weekly. That's a very that's too
That's
small.
meager, yeah.
The meager fees to pay. Imagine a player who's already doing very well.
Yeah.
I think there was when Osimhen was still in the Italian league, was among the highest earning players.
Highest earning players.
Even that was the reason why they wanted to somehow frustrate him to leave the league. Because Napoli looked at the wage structure compared to other club sides.
Yeah.
They believed that they shouldn't be paying Osimhen this much. Imagine for an African, for crying out loud. So the league has to pay more. They have to pay the players more.
Right.
Get big signings. I think the last big signing in the Italian Serie A, I think the Italian Serie A still not met the £100 million mark. I can't remember.
Well, if I want to wrap my head around it, I think they've made big signings in recent times. Yeah.
They made big signings, but that €100 million, £100 million players.
Come and play in the Serie A.
I've not seen it.
The last was Cristiano Ronaldo in 2019.
It wasn't even 100 million.
2018,
I think it was
2019.
90.
No, Ronaldo was like 100 million.
100 million euros.
Yeah, but at that age.
That's the biggest.
Yeah.
And it's pretty poor for a club side that wants to challenge the big boys. Because even the Spanish La Liga, the Premier League definitely has taken over in terms of spending power. The Italian Serie A needs to get to that level.
Yeah.
And the fact that, anyway, they are...
With Italian football, I mean, they are on the verge of missing their third straight World Cup. Nigeria is missing the second one. Look at all hell is breaking loose. Italy is dealing with the prospect of missing the third straight. They are in the playoffs, by the way. Hopefully, they will be able to make it out of that one. Gattuso has a lot to do on his hands. Before we go on the show, before we give you all our talking points proper, you can do well to follow us on all our social media handles, especially YouTube, where we are on the Voice of the People TV and Voice of People TV Plus. That's VOP TV Live and VOP TV Plus. Yes, do well to like, comment, subscribe to the channels, and of course, turn on your notification bells so you won't miss any of the exciting episodes from this show, Locker Room, and of course, our sister programs right there on those platforms. And of course, we are going to start with home. Charity, they say, begins at home. And of course, we're talking about big money, big wages, and contracts. Of course, there is a contract talk that's been going on for close to a month now. Eric Sekuchel, the 19-point wish list and all of that. I mean, it's going to be becoming boring at some point. But of course, the man himself, Eric Chel, he has come out, to speak. And he said he's still the coach of the Super Eagles of Nigeria, despite reports of talk stalling over a new contract. He's got a year left on his current deal as Eric Chel, and was recently meeting with his technical staff to plan for matches as the international window coming up in March. And the National Sports Commission, NSC, had instructed the Nigerian Football Federation, NFF, to extend Chel's contract, but negotiations hit a snag. And Chel has made a 19-point demand, including the salary of $130,000. And in an Instagram post, Chel confirmed the documents are circulating in the media. He said it's true, but he's unsure how it leaked, and is hinting it might be a smear campaign to oust him. There's something going on with Nigeria. You don't know how an information gets out. Now Chel has come out to say, look, I don't know how it came out, but it is true. He has actually confirmed that, okay, look, the rumors have been swelling with 19 points demand. Some people still actually didn't believe it, but saying it is true. And I want this to be done. He even came out to say, look, the 130,000 is in euros, not dollars, and I want to pay my staff. Before we need to just cool off from all this talk and focus on the games that will be coming up in March. Let's just have this final verdict. Do you think Eric Chel is actually right to state all those things? And do you think that with his agency change, he might be looking like he's leaving the Super Eagles of Nigeria?
Yeah, Eric Chel is just one opportunity away of dumping the Super Eagles. It's just that job that will make him leave the Super Eagles has not come yet. If not, by now, the Super Eagles handlers, the NFF, would be looking for a new manager. Yeah. And I would not blame him, because if you look at it, Eric Chel has paid his dues, he has done his bit. And so far, so good. He has come out with a pass mark, but not excellent.
Yeah.
But a pass. A pass is a pass. Then, if you look at the situation, yes, he had to change management because he knows that his stock is beginning to rise. That means he will start discussing with the big players.
Yeah.
And he needs an agency that can handle such discussions and put him in a better situation. unlike the one he signed with the Super Eagles of Nigeria, which definitely, if you look at it, is a little bit low. But because of the situation and the fact that he was in a situation where he needed the job, at least to show that he has the quality and the stuff to push. So now he has proved himself. It's normal for any professional to know that, okay, now I've got it to this level, this is what I deserve. Then ask your employer, okay, are you willing to retain me because I have offers? I think he has even done the decent way of doing it. Because normally he would have just resigned and said, okay, I've done my best.
You're not even paying me enough.
Yes. Then sit aside and look for a bigger job because offers are already coming on the table, whether he like it or not. That's what he would have done. But because he still feels he wants to be the coach of the Super Eagles, that's why he's still hanging with the Eagles. Because so far, so good. All we have seen in that 19-point demand shows that there are a lot of lapses in terms of the way he's been treated, the way the job looks like. Normally, things like electricity, constant power supply, internet,
basic amenities.
Basic amenities are not available, and he still succeeded to this extent. Imagine all of those are made available, and he's paid well. That means he would even do more. It's high time the NFF understands that Electoral is doing his bit. They should do their part. And the NFF thinking that by letting out that 19-point demand was going to make him look bad. I think they did a very bad job, and they put the country in a bad light.
All right. Okay, we have Maiwa with us. Maiwa, it's good to have you on the show this evening. Welcome. And yes, we saw games from the Champions League. Vinicius Junior dancing home and away. Of course, he did it. We saw what came out of that one where they did it at the Stadium of Light in Portugal, the Estadio de Luz of Benfica. But in the comfort of his home at the Santiago Bernabeu in Spain, he danced again. Beautiful goal, by the way, and Real Madrid are on to the round of 16. Was that the game that took you out and said, look, Champions League is going to be interesting, this season? Or did you see other games as well in the Champions League? And of course, what did you make of Atalanta and Juventus's, Italian, how would I put it now, Italian performance, of course, during the knockout play? Welcome, Maiwa.
It's always amazing to be. Congratulations to Atlanta. They were able to come back and work out Borussia Dortmund, silencing Sekou Bourassi and the rest of them, and 4-1. That was a fantastic performance for them. They saved the blushes of the Italian teams. Osimhen and Okamburak, they should count themselves lucky. How do you go into a match 3 goals ahead, allow that to slip? Because of the red card, that played into their hands in extra time. Juventus were very tired, and our own Victor Osimhen scored. I think going forward, Galatasaray were lucky to be able to qualify by the skin of their teeth. The performance was very poor for Galatasaray. If you put it on perspective, a 10-man side equalized 3-3. Scored, led you by 3-0. I don't understand what they were doing, but unfortunately, they came back. They woke up from that slumber, and they were able to, to put the game to rest in extra time. For Vinicius Junior, I was very happy for him. I mean, the first leg he danced and the Electoral. The second leg he danced and everybody joined him in the dance. We say no to racism. I was happy that Prestini was banned, even though he came out to say he used another racial law, forgetting that what he said is also a racial law if you swing that way. So I mean, I'm really happy for Vinicius Junior. Justice was served, and that's a great end to that particular match. He was abused racially for scoring, and he ended up scoring the goal that put Real Madrid in the next round. Good to see. I'm hoping UEFA comes down much more harder on Pristini than what they have done, and I would not even mind if a Mourinho also gets some fines, because I mean, as a respected football coach, he should not have come out to say what he said. They're blaming Vinicius Junior for being abused racially. So all around good games. Disappointed in the performance of Galatasaray, but I mean, it's good to see this team at least in the round of 16 of the Champions League.
All right, and someone said that if Juventus had qualified with that performance with 10 men, and they still even missed a solid chance. In fact, a very, very good opportunity they missed. It could have been 4-0 on the night. It's almost like if they are qualified, and they should seize every Galatasaray players. They should seize all their salaries for the year. Because that would have been one of the greatest comebacks. 5-2.
Even without that performance, they've been known to start owing salaries anyway. So it will not be any surprise if they seize.
They are going to owe everybody.
It would have been a big opportunity to owe them more months.
To owe them, yeah. That's true.
But it is what it is.
All right, Maya, I'm still sticking with you. We're discussing Electoral, and of course, I know it's getting boring now, the whole contract situation. But now, the man has actually come out to speak. He has confirmed that those rumors were true. He brought out a 19 points demand or agenda, or whatever we want to call it. But I want to ask you now that everything is clear that Electoral is really demanding for it, will it look very silly on the part of the NFF to say, look, because they've initially rejected this one, we don't know, maybe they are reviewing another one, maybe it's going to be like a 10-point agenda, maybe it's going to remove those basic ones. But is it going to look silly on the part of the NFF now and say, look, we've rejected it and maybe we should just move on from you, or should they keep the man and, continue what the good job he has been doing with the Super Eagles of Nigeria?
What of that top coach will come and condone, the for a lack of better word, the crap that the NFF is doing with Electoral? How does the national team coach, start asking for a projector? Yeah. How would the national team coach be asking for 24 hours power supply? Why is the national team coach asking for, electricity, asking for internet? Why? Why is the national team coach asking that he's allowed to meet with the 8th grade, coaches to be able to fine tune how, to grow the pipeline in terms of producing, in terms of facilitating, younger talents to play for the national team. I mean, everything on that list is something that should be basic. How does a coach come out and say, please pay me my salary on or before the 30th of the month? And somebody,
when is there the civil service?
I want to go to Gombe. I want to go to Gombe way again, but I will restrain myself from going to think about that man in Gombe, but then I'll go there again. Because every time I think about it, it pisses me off the more. So then don't let me go there again. So people don't think I have anything against Gombe or whatever it is. Yeah. But I mean, these are basic things. And somebody came out and said, Electoral, they should not fall for Electoral's demand. I mean, if you know anything about football, you know that this is not a demand. How can I be working and I'll be begging you to pay my salary by on the 30th of the month? It doesn't make any sense. It shows that we are not serious. If the NFF comes out and reject this, I 100% sure Electoral is going to leave. Because, I mean, look at the condition he has been working in and look at what he did for us. If not for the mistake, that was made against Zimbabwe, we would have qualified for the World Cup. If we had won the game against Zimbabwe, we would have qualified and would not be playing playoff. We would not be thinking about playing playoff for the World Cup. We would have been at the World Cup. We would have qualified. We would have finished top. And he worked under that same terrible condition, got us close to the World Cup ticket when everybody lost hope, got us, to the semi-finals of the Nations Cup, buying the fact that Morocco decided to play unfairly and won that particular game. And yet, he survived under this terrible condition. I think kudos to Electoral. If the NFF, decides to act unwisely and say they won't, give in to his demand, then I think Electoral probably need for a better place that will not give him this kind of headache to work with.
What if we look at it this way? What if the NFF deliberately released it so as to put pressure on those who are making the decisions? Because
this is the kind of person you want to employ.
In recent times, it's been obvious that the NFF does not have a say on who becomes the Super Eagles coach. Yeah. It has to come from the top, from the National Sport Commission to the Minister of Sport, whoever the Minister, of course, no more Minister of Sport. Yeah. It's not the National Sport Commission.
Yeah, the chairman.
Up to the presidency. Yeah. And even the Senate. They will be the ones that will decide finally because they are the ones who are paying. The NFF has proven not to be independent. All right, they've decided to release this into the public so as to hand twist or arm twist. Yeah. Yes, those who are going to be paying salaries. This is what is demanding. It's not for me. Okay. It's Electoral. It's not like we wrote it. It's Electoral's handwriting.
But he has denied it. He said he didn't know how it leaked, but it's true. So definitely it's between him and the NFF. He did deny it. He said it's true.
Yeah.
Of course, but is he supposed to even deny it? He should pay me 130,000 euros for me and my staff. There are some people he's paying.
In employee-employer relationship, there's always room for negotiations. It's now left for the handlers of Nigerian football to now have a negotiation with him. But this should have been done quietly. But I think the NFF was just trying to employ it. I'm just looking from another direction.
I want to ask you
a strategy to twist whoever is paying to know that this is Electoral who is demanding $130,000 dollars to coach the team. It's not like we inflated the price. So Electoral, if they ask you, we are helping you out. Tell them that it is you that said so. Because I cannot go out. Yes, they will say that because even me, if I'm the National Sport Commission director, I will not trust the NFF if they come up with a document that it was Electoral that demanded this.
Yeah, of course.
Because I will believe that maybe they inflated the price. So to make it look like they are transparent, which we know they are not, they decide to throw it open to the public so that the public will not say, so it's Electoral. And Electoral, if they ask you, say you are the one
So you think the $130,000 is not true?
It's true, coming from Electoral. But the NFF didn't know how they would present it to the National Sport Commission. So they had to
19 ways.
Yes, they had to put it out in the public.
But we think the
information now will not get to the National Sport Commission.
Do you think the NFF want to embarrass themselves like that by listing all those
They don't
points?
care.
Those are basic amenities.
You can't shame the shameless. That's it.
Do you believe in that?
It was not well thought out before they decided to throw this open. And now, definitely, the NFF, nobody's going to call them out.
Maiwa, do you believe that NFF could do that, intentionally just to get at, Eric Chell and whoever is coming for him?
Well, there is something that's very, very important, especially when it comes to contract. You can negotiate, money in terms of, okay, I want this is what we can afford. However, the 18 other things on that particular agenda, does not even make any sense to be there already. How does a coach ask for internet connectivity and then is proud to release that? How does a coach ask for projector?
No, you see, there's Wi-Fi. It's not as if there's no Wi-Fi.
To publish that.
It's not as if there's no internet. It's just asking for the coach's office. Maybe the Wi-Fi did not get to the coach's office.
Did you provide internet?
No, there's Wi-Fi there.
Where have you been there?
There's no internet.
Have you been there?
Have you been to the glass house? No, I don't want to spice the NFF. I don't want to spice the NFF. There's
internet they have is the one they have on their phone.
The media will not work if there's no internet now.
It's the one they are using on their phone. Oga, don't mind yourself.
There's screen now. There's screen.
Is it the one you bought for them? Is it the one you bought?
Hold on.
Go on.
Have you seen the game day? Have you seen the game day in Akwa Ibom? I was watching one of these channels that cover football.
Yeah.
And one of them was saying the last time they went to cover Nigeria, the stand where this grand banner, it was one of them that was very tall. I was holding it for to conduct an interview. It's as bad as that. And they start knocking the wood on that same day. Look at the advertising board around the stadium. But I don't digitalize, when they have a press conference, it is good produced that they put there. And the NFF cannot provide cannot projector. The NFF cannot provide internet service. I mean, apart from the money, I don't have an issue with them, saying you can't do $30,000. Even the $50,000, they can't pay. They are only. So if you're asking for $30,000, you might be asking too much for somebody that has taxpayer experience with all people.
Okay.
I mean, but the other things, these are basic things that should be there. That's not asking for electricity. It does not make any sense. As far as I'm concerned, no matter how they want to spin it, this is great. And to go and bury their shame for using this kind of thing in the public. This is something that should not release to public at all. You should be able to sort it within your own house and not bring your friend outside.
All right, hopefully they will be able to sort the situation. I mean, like I said, it's getting boring now. Every day we are talking about the Richard's contract. But, well, I am glad. I think Jerry also is glad he's still here. And, of course, the players are even more happy that he's still here. And we are, looking forward to, the list is going to drop, for the match, friendlies against Iran and Jordan. And hopefully, hopefully by Jerry, the squad he will be dropping for the Intercontinental playoffs, should that happen. Mayowa is also one side, looking with one eye, saying, look, let me see what FIFA is going to say. Hopefully this weekend we are going to get a verdict from FIFA. And Eric Chell, it seems pretty calm about the situation, even though a man from Gombe is not. He's just trying to bring down what the man has done. That's talking about Eric Chell. I don't understand. And that's why, maybe for the interest of the viewers, that is why Mayowa has been calling out the man from Gombe, because it's looking like what the man has done. 18 games, 12 wins, 6 draws, no losses at all over 90 minutes, and you are still saying his demands are too much. And what has he done? I don't know what good success means to you. And of course, Eric Chell saying he's focused on coaching Nigeria and working on the squad list for the upcoming matches in the month of March, and he's not letting the drama get him down. I think that's the way to go for the man right there, Eric Chell. And still sticking with Eric Chell, he's still in the job, like I said, and he has landed a big catch for the Super Eagles of Nigeria, and the Super Eagles coach has convinced Rangers of Scotland defender Emmanuel Fernandez to play for Nigeria. And Fernandez was born in England to Nigerian parents, has been on fire this season, sparking interest from top European clubs. And Chell moved quickly, convincing Fernandez to choose Nigeria over England. And the defender has even gotten a Nigerian passport, making him eligible to represent the country. And Fernandez is likely to feature in Nigeria's upcoming friendly tournaments in Jordan, where they will face Iran and Jordan. And of course, this is a great opportunity for him to break into the team. I mean, I know Mayowa has always been saying that he doesn't want Nigeria to be like a team B of European nations. But of course, Eric Chell, we saw the master stroke when he brought in, a certain Benjamin Fredericks. This time around, Semi Ajayi, yes, he's still there, but he's over 30 and is looking like he needs a replacement at this point. Emmanuel Fernandez, don't you think it's going to also be like a good sign from Eric Chell, bringing him, being able to convince him to come and represent the Super Eagles of Nigeria over, the Three Lions of England, due to the fact that this man himself has been in great form this season, Jerry?
Yeah, I think I will want to trust Eric Chell's judgment.
Yeah.
He's been a good spotter of talents. Before now, we're struggling to really identify talents on the part of the Super Eagles coaches, and that is why the likes of Amaju Pinnick became a scout, because the coaches were not doing their job. He was all about looking for slots and looking for players to switch allegiance. But now, Eric Chell has proven that he has what it takes. He's a complete manager. The master stroke of bringing Akon Adams into the team after the recycling of Chidera Ejuke, the other Victor, and so many other players to play alongside Victor Osimhen, succeeding in bringing Akon Adams. And the master stroke was excellent. And we saw results. Even bringing Benjamin Frederick into the team, eventually too, was also a master stroke coming from Eric Chell, giving him the chance to prove himself. And so many other things we've seen him do. So if he has spotted Fernandez, I think he already has a plan for him. And hopefully he strikes good with the team. We'd like to see him in the friendlies. And hopefully, because if you look at Semi Ajayi, age is no longer on his side. His injuries no longer heal on time. So we need to start preparing for the time where he might not be available. And of course, we're already preparing for Lionel's situation too. And Calvin Bass is still pretty young. He still has 5 years to still play at top level. And he's not injury prone. And same as Oshayi Samuel, Bruno Yemachi, those Zaidu Sanusi, I don't know. I don't know his age, but it is what it is.
Is there a player you are still looking forward to see, Sanusi?
I think Sanusi, we need to get back.
I think the time is over.
Injuries are beginning to affect his form. His back-to-back injuries has affected his form. Hopefully, he gets back his form and start playing well again. Then, yes, we can talk about Zaidu Sanusi. He's a top player. Playing in Porto is not being fit. Porto is a top club side in Europe. And if you're playing as a regular in that team, it shows that you've done something excellently well. So with that being said, I hope to see Fernandez. When I saw the name, I thought it was related to Bruno Fernandes. The Fernandes of Manchester United.
Okay.
Maybe we'll still be scoring penalties for us.
He's a defender. I can't even say he's a defender. William Chuseko was playing penalties here.
Yeah, so it could be the Fernandes of Nigeria eventually, of the Super Eagles.
I'm not going to engage Mayowa in that talk. Mayowa, do you think Emmanuel Fernandez, is going to be a good, selection by Eric Chell, due to what he has done with the likes of Benjamin Fredericks, Akon Jerome Adams, and Igor Ogbu? Do you see this one as another, young eagle ready to fly for the Super Eagles of Nigeria?
I will not let the shade on Fernandez fly. I will have to respond. Until Liverpool want Bruno Fernandez. But
No, we
yeah,
have
but in any case,
we have enough.
But in any case, I think as much as it saddens me, and we spoke extensively about the league yesterday.
Yeah.
As much as it saddens me, this is an opportunity taken away from the player in the league in Nigeria. And yes, I understand the situation. You need to build a team, and at the moment, going local might not be the result. We've seen him bring in players like Benjamin Fredericks and the rest of them, and they've done so well for the national team. And that is the reason why a lot of people might be able to fault it. However, the downside of this is this: the moment you bring a foreign-born Nigerian, I don't have any issues against anybody who is born abroad, but in Nigeria that wants to represent Nigeria. I wholeheartedly want that. However, that is taking a chance away from somebody in the local league that probably break into the team. That being said, I think the guy has been doing so well in Scotland, and I've always said it. We want the best to feature for us, irrespective of if I don't agree whether it's Nigerian based or foreign based. I mean, if you are good and you are good enough, why not come and play for Nigeria? I mean, those playing in the defense, Shajai is above 30. Zaidus is in his late 20s, and we need to start building a team. We need to start building a defense line that are very, very young. The likes of Benjamin Fredericks, or Samuel. I think the oldest should be Calvin Bassey, who is around 35, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
While these other guys that are coming are still in their early 20s. These are kind of defenders we want to see that will serve Nigeria for a very long time. I mean, it's been a long while. We have defenders like Joseph Yobo, Uchoke Chukwu, that stayed a decade playing in the defense for Nigeria. I think bringing them in very, very young is an opportunity for them to have a lot of longevity. We'll be able to see them for a very long time. And I think you want to fault Electoral. He has done it before, and even Fernandez will be a good addition to the national team. I think I want to trust the president because of what he has done with the other new invitees that have become the mainstay of the Super Eagles. So I'm looking forward to seeing Fernandez feeling friendly, and let's see how he's going to fit into the national team.
Yeah, speaking of defenders, Jerry, I think I remember there was a time where the names like Kevin Akpoguma, Jordan Torunariga, they were also linked with the Super Eagles. I don't know what actually came out of that one. Even Nnamdi Collins, that's a player that I'm somehow feeling, I would say aggrieved, because it seems like we've lost the young man to the German national side. But what do you think should be done in bringing all these players? I know Mayowa, he doesn't really fancy, bringing players abroad. Do you still think that this is the way to go for now, just because of the quality in the NPFL or in all our other leagues? Do you think this is still the way to go for now, by this NFF and the Super Eagles?
Yeah, it's unfortunate that we have a league that is in comatose, and we have to rely on what is available. Why is laughing? We have to rely. We have to rely on what is available.
Number 12 is not Jerry. I will never agree with you on that. Number 12 is not comatose. We're not supposed to be in number 12.
Mayowa,
but number 12 is not comatose.
If you are number 12 in Africa, you need to be worried. If you are number 12 in Africa,
for Nigeria's standard. For Nigeria's standard, as the giants of Africa.
If you have 10 clubs, 10 countries in Africa better than you, that means you are in deep trouble.
We have 55 countries, and we are number 12. Yes, I don't agree with the number 12. Number 12 is far below. We should be higher than that. But number 12 cannot be comatose. If you are saying comatose, what do we say about the Somali League? What do we say about the Seychelles League?
Somali is under a war.
This is about the Sudan League that is non-existent.
Exactly. There's a difference between
Sudan League,
comatose and non-existent.
If not for the problems they are going through in terms of there's war and so on and so on. Sudan League was far better than Nigeria.
The
MRF was doing well.
The MPFL was way better than the Ethiopian League. And look at where the Ethiopian League are now.
Imagine.
So Mayowa 12th, just due to the standard of the Super Eagles. I mean, standard of Nigerian football. Trust me, it's
I'm
bad.
even sure
It's
that
bad.
if Eritrean league can even be better than the EPFL.
And this Nations League that CAF is proposing, we are going to see more leagues.
I don't know whether the Ghana League is ahead of the
Ghana League? No, I don't think so. That one is also in comatose.
It's in comatose.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's just disappointing because this has been leagues that has been bringing very, very big clubs in African football. Remember Hearts of Oak? Remember the Asante Kotoko? Now I don't even think they are still playing CAF competitions, and it's really. I'm not even seeing them in the Confederations Cup.
No, they're nowhere. I think they're nowhere in the rankings. And even recently, they're even making plans to add. I think Eimba and one other team, the Nations League. There's about to be a club
in the club. Okay, the club like Nations League for clubs.
Club side. So
maybe
and
way to go. But they already have the CAF Champions League and the Confederations.
Yeah, that's going to be organized by FIFA. Yeah, and they're going to include the top prime teams they believe in Africa.
Yeah.
And because it's not because Nigerian League is doing well, it's just because of the
those sides
market
are traditional
value.
sides.
No, it's the market value
of those sides
that Nigeria will bring to the competition.
Okay.
Because the market value is the fact that we are very busy on social media. We have a Gen Z race that they can bring a lot of attention to anything as far as Nigeria is concerned. That is the reason why. If it's about quality, Nigerian teams have no business there. Because this is saying about, I think we've been talking about having ex-internationals run our club sides. I think for Kan Wanko, I don't know what's happening with the Imba.
Yeah.
In spite of all the effort he has put in, we've not seen any result to show that this team in the next 4-5 years should be challenging on the continent, should be winning the league without stress. But it shows you that there's something wrong with the league.
I think they have a new manager now, and they're looking to get
got a new manager.
Yeah.
But it shows that
have to quickly adapt to the style of
nothing
play.
really attractive is happening with the Imba. Apart from I think they signed a good shirt sponsorship.
Yeah.
And what else?
Okay, we are going to talk about Imba.
So just to buttress the point you're just trying to make.
Yeah.
See, we're going to be in this situation for the next 10, 15 years if we don't get our acts right.
Acts right.
In terms of making sure that our players stay at home. And the only way to do that is to pump in money into the league. Build the infrastructure.
Yeah.
Get the right people managing the club.
Yeah.
In terms of these people are not far away. In every state we have top people who have good sense of business and so on.
Yeah.
Some are league to a business money-making league. And I'm telling you, you're going to take a lot of youth off the street. Those who play the football, those who manage the kit, manage the ground. Imagine how many staff Tottenham Hotspur.
When you see them during their camera roll, I mean, they are going to be
security
surprised.
personnel, the kitchen, the under 13, under 17, all the cater of the club side. Imagine how many youths are taking off idleness. Imagine every club hiring as much as 3,000 staff strength. Imagine how many jobs you're going to create. So they should be thinking in that limelight. And I think every time you say you want to employ a lot of youth, imagine what if you invest in sport. How many youths will be employed, and we leave the unemployment pool.
I think that's another message, to the people handling our football here in Nigeria. I mean, they are going to do a lot of people a whole world of good if they just decide to invest. Just simply invest. That's the word. Invest in our league. And trust me, a lot of people will stay. We love football in this country. And I don't know. Maybe that's what they're actually playing on against us. Yes,
but Hafiz, the thing is, they say investment is good, but investment without security, nothing thrives. Our league will never thrive, and investors will never come if we do not address the security situation. Government has to play its part. If bandits were kidnapping people in England, EPL will not be like that. Nobody will want to go and watch EPL.
Yeah.
I cannot travel to Maiduguri to go and watch any Kanani Warrior game because I'll be scared to be kidnapped. I cannot travel. The last time I was in Kano, that was over 22 years ago, I barely escaped with my life. Stadium violence, security not being provided appropriately is still an issue. These are the things that investors will see and they will not come. Government needs to create an enabling environment before our league will thrive. If government will not do their part, investors will be, there are a lot of people that will be able to invest in Nigerian football, but because of the stress and because of the risk that is involved, especially, risk that cannot be replaced, human risk. in terms of terrorism and security risk, they will never invest.
And I think it's well said from Maiwa. I mean, investment, not just investment alone, investment with security. And trust me, our league is going to get better. Let's quickly talk about the Super Falcons. Of course, they are gearing up for their friendly matches against Cameroon. Of course, the Indomitable Lionesses. And yes, they've been getting reinforcements ahead of their friendlies against the Indomitable Lionesses of Cameroon. And 4 more players have arrived in Yaoundé, joining the likes of Rashidat Ajibade, Oluwatosin Dimeyin, and Christy Uchebe, who were among the early arrivals. And the new additions include Rinsola Babajide, Shukrat Oladipo, Folashade Ijamilusi, and Kafaya Shitu. And the team is gearing up for a busy schedule with the first friendly against Cameroon set for Saturday, followed by another match next Tuesday. And more players are expected to join the camp on Thursday. And yes, these are the latest Falcons in camp. You have them right there on your screen. Jerry, what player are you most excited about? I mean, there's this talk about one of the goalkeepers, Oloko Fatima, and she has been doing well for herself. 4 clean sheets in 5 games. Do you think she should be the number 1? She should be trying to rival. She plays in the league, in the Nigerian league. Of course, she plays. It's not. I don't think it's Rivers Angel. I will try to get her club right now, but she's doing really well for herself. And I think a lot of people are saying that she might be, like a competition for Onadozie at this point. Who are you really excited about going into this friendly matches?
I mean, I'm not surprised that you're talking about her. She's a very attractive lady. Her videos have been trending online. I saw a video of her.
But she has been good this season.
Yeah,
that's what we are talking about. 4 clean sheets in 5 games. 4 clean sheets in 5 games. Let us stay on the football.
Her video was trending online, and she was even more excited than everybody in camp. She was just.
She's happy to be called up.
And she was dressed in a very, very interesting way. And I was even shocked. Like I thought first of all when I saw it, I thought first of all maybe she's one of the PR in the team. But when I read further and said she was a player, wow, looking at all, most of our
4 clean sheets in 5 games.
Most of our goalkeepers, and most of our players, they
look tough.
They look very tough, but female, and of course, you're emphasizing on her. It's very interesting, but. That means
it's a single man. It's
allowed.
I don't know what's going on. I was just talking about the goalkeeper.
She's a very good goalkeeper anyway.
We've been talking about Onadozie for like 2 or 3 years now. Yes. There should be a challenge.
Please, let's not start this Wabali's trend.
I'm not going to Wabali.
Let's not even start it.
I'm not going to Wabali. I'm just saying that there should be a competition in the goalkeeping department.
There's no competition. As far as the goalkeeping department in the Super Falcons is concerned.
It's for Onadozie.
Onadozie is the best goalkeeper in the world. As far as I know you would love to see her in the sticks, showing all the clubs and everything, but it might not happen for her. Maybe the Cameroonian game.
I'm simply giving flowers to who is doing well.
Maybe 10 minutes to go. You guys can enjoy the show. I'm going to give her some chance there. But that being said, I think I'm excited for Rashidat for the fact that Onadozie, the number 1 goalkeeper in the world, is in camp.
Maiwa, please, do you see any chance for Madugu trying to bring a level of competition? I mean, he dropped a starting assistant with Shuala, and you also said that it might be an opportunity for her to miss that tournament and for new players to come in. With players like Fatima and also Ijamilusi and also Give Monday coming back, who are you most excited about to see for these friendlies against Cameroon?
Well, maybe we should send you to go and cover the Cameroon game night. Probably be able to meet Oloko there because I can see the excitement on your face and I understand.
What is going on? Okay, go ahead.
But in any case, banter aside, I think yes, Onadozie has been doing so well. Definitely, Onadozie is number 1. However, God forbid, injuries happen. We should have a competent number 2 that will be able to, that will be able to replace Onadozie if anything happens. Nobody's praying for that, and definitely, I will not want to see Onadozie not being imposed. However, injury is part of football. I don't pray it happens to her, but it could happen, and that is the reason why somebody like Oloko coming to the national team is an avenue for us to see what she can do. Wearing the jersey for the national team. For Ijamilusi and Gift Monday, the last tournament, a whole lot of people, even myself, complained when Gift Monday was dropped. However, the performance of the girls showed that Gift Monday was not missed. This is an avenue for her to be able to to come back and tell the coach that I'm still useful to the team. And this friendly is an opportunity to show what he can do. I like the fact that Madugu is creating competition, and no matter what, even if you think your jersey is secured, if you see your competition file out and play very well, you might probably want to sit up. So I like what's happening. Let's see how the girls compete, and let make the best.
All right. I know Nadoze is number one, but I'll still be looking to see new faces. And of course, speaking of new faces, there are other players there aside the Oloko Fatima. Let's watch the Champions League. We are going to the Champions League.
Don't worry, I will talk to Madugu to make sure it happens.
Anyway, I would love to see a very good
and I saw the way the other players were all buttering up.
Why are you skipping the fact that she has kept 4 clean sheets in 5 games?
Yes, that's.
You did not mention that at all.
I said she has been doing well in the end of UFL. Yes.
Why are you not stating me that I said that? I said this now. I'm just trying to tell you what you could have said.
I know you made your point, but I'm just going to the fact that there's a trend online. I have to emphasize on that.
Well, I know my wife is with me on this one. Let's talk about the Champions League right now before we go off on the show. And of course, we've seen the knockout phase playoff games, and it's been concluded. And of course, tomorrow, yes, we will be seeing the draws for the round of 16. But let's quickly give you the results just in case you missed them. Atalanta had defeated Borussia Dortmund 4-1. It ended 4-3 on aggregate in Bergamo, Italy. Yes, a last kick of the game, a penalty was given to Atalanta, and Lazar Samazic, did the business converting that one beautiful penalty, by the way, to send Atalanta through to the round of 16. Paris Saint-Germain also drew 2-2 with Monaco. Of course, I don't know what happened with Monaco. They just got the red card. They got in the first leg at the Municipal, also getting it again at the Parc des Princes. 5-4 it ended on aggregate in Paris, and of course, PSG are also through to the round of 16. Real Madrid, yes, the Vinicius Junior. It was a Vinicius Junior show where they defeated Benfica 2-1. 3-1 on aggregate after that 1-0 win at the Estadio da Luz in Lisbon. And of course, Real Madrid are also through to the round of 16. Galatasaray, of course, they were almost knocked out by Juventus, but they came back and it was 7-5 on aggregate. A lot of people were not expecting it to be that close. But Galatasaray, Victor Osimhen getting a goal for himself. He looked disappointed, Jerry, I think in the performance of his players and also himself. But of course, I think Okan Buruk will want to do better when they get to the round of 16. Atletico Madrid thumped Club Brugge 4-1. Of course, with Alexander Solos getting a hat-trick. And Ademola Lookman, yes, our own Super Eagle, he got an assist for himself. And Bayer Leverkusen also drew 0-0 to Olympiacos, 2-0 on aggregate to advance. Bodo Glimt stunned Inter Milan. I think that was the shock of the round. 5-2 on aggregate and also qualified for the round of 16. And Newcastle, whitewashed, defeated, humbled Qarabag 9-3 on aggregate, after that 3-2 win in England. And the advancing teams, we've seen them: Atalanta, PSG, Real Madrid, Galatasaray, Atletico Madrid, Bayer Leverkusen, Bodo Glimt, and Newcastle. And they will be joining the likes of Arsenal, Bayern Munich, Liverpool, Tottenham Hotspur, Barcelona, Chelsea, Sporting CP, and Manchester City in the round of 16 draws on Friday. I mean, it's going to be mouth-watering. Look at the big teams against maybe not so big teams, but of course, I'm expecting to see big clashes at the round of 16. Which one do you think is going to most likely happen? That will be a big game.
Yeah, I've heard about Galatasaray, Liverpool.
Yeah.
And Barcelona, Chelsea.
I think Barcelona, they will be relishing that fixture.
It will be a reminiscence of back in the days of Ronaldinho.
Yeah.
The Deco days, yes. Yeah. And Iniesta's goal. We'll never forget that goal against Chelsea. So it's going to be a very interesting game to look forward to if it happens.
All right. Maiwa, thank you for coming on the show. What team, though, or what teams are you looking to pair each other in the round of 16 that I think is going to serve up an exciting fixture?
Well, Galatasaray started the 7-game winless run for Liverpool. I think I want to see a Galatasaray Liverpool again. Then, a Barcelona Chelsea will also be interesting, but actually, I'm actually looking forward to seeing a Galatasaray Liverpool. I want to see how Galatasaray will hold up against Liverpool the second time.
All right, Mario didn't tell us who Manchester United will be playing.
Maybe for me, I want to see.
It's all good.
You're not qualified now. You're not in the Champions League.
I know.
Don't take it to heart.
Maybe weekend you play your Champions League weekend on Saturday.
Don't worry, we'll swap position next year. Don't worry.
It's always somehow with these two. And of course, for me personally, I think I want to see Real Madrid against Bodo Glimt. Maybe somebody might actually stomp Bodo, or maybe Bodo Glimt might go on another Giants killing run.
Let them enjoy their
but it can only get tougher from here. there are other teams, there are big teams now that they will face. I want to see Real Madrid against Bodo Glimt if possible, or maybe Arsenal up against that Bodo Glimt. Of course, with that, we are going to be wrapping up on the show Locker Room this fantastic evening. Thank you to Mayowa for joining us on the show, and also to my man Jerry Apelohai, and also not forgetting the men behind the scene, the likes of Paul is there, and with Victor, and with Samuel, and also Hassan. Thank you very much for making it a fantastic part of the show, and also to the viewers out there. Of course, up next is Political Lens with Chukuma Okoro, and I am Afiz Ogubanjo, and this has been Locker Room, and I'm saying stay tuned and have a wonderful rest of the day. Bye for now.
Extraordinary. Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voice-over personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
Yo guys, your boy Chella. Shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut, salut tout le monde. Suspect 95. Là, on est sur VOP TV. On passe un bon temps. J'espère que vous kiffez. On est au Afrima. On est ensemble. VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know Stoneware from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation president. Outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much. Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. Like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel.
Hello there, good evening and welcome to Political Lens. I am Chukwuma Okoro. In case you don't know, we are broadcasting on Metro SLTV channel 264 on YouTube and other social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. You can also be a part of this conversation by calling in or sending WhatsApp messages to the number scrolling on your screen. You can also go to the YouTube comment section and let us know your thoughts about the topics of discussion. On the show today, Fubara bows to power, appoints weakest men as Chief of Staff, Secretary to the state government. Protests rock Kano over El Rufai's continued detention. And Senate committee asked for additional 30 billion naira for INEC to boost 2027 election. Well, let's bring in our guests. We've been joined in the studio here in Lagos, where we're broadcasting from, by Mr. Darlington Agomwa. Mr. Agomwa is a lawyer and a political affairs analyst. He will help us make sense of this topic. Good evening, Mr. Agomwa, and thanks for joining me on Political Lens.
Good evening, Mr. Koran. How are you?
Very well. Good to have you, sir. I appreciate your presence.
My pleasure.
And we've also been joined virtually by Mr. Chris Ojekere. Mr. Ojekere is a political affairs analyst, but he is coming to this show to help us provide context to what happened in Benin City, Edo State, on Tuesday, where members of the ADC who had gone to welcome Olumide Akpata into their fold were attacked by hoodlums. And, well, it's been an ongoing conversation. And I would like for Chris to help us provide more context because Nigerians are still interrogating what happened in Benin City on Tuesday. Good evening to you, Chris Ojekere. And thanks for
joining
us on Political Lens.
Thank you for having me this evening again.
Yeah, thank you, beautiful. Good to have you. We've been wanting to talk to you. Well, let's get into it. The African Democratic Congress, ADC, your party has accused the ruling All Progressives Congress, APC, of orchestrating a gun attack and assassination attempt against its leaders in Edo State, describing the incident as political terrorism and a threat to Nigeria's democracy. Well, the party said it is compiling evidence of alleged intimidation and violence against its members and plans to take the matter before the ECOWAS Court of Justice, as well as reports to diplomatic missions. Well, the ADC's National Public Secretary, Bolaji Abdullahi, said the party will pursue all lawful avenues, including international legal action, if attacks persist. While condemning alleged inflammatory remarks by Edo State Governor Mondo Bebelo, the party urged its members to remain calm, vigilant, and law-abiding, insisting it will not bow to intimidation. Now, Chris, I've been wanting to speak to you since this event happened on Tuesday. This incident happened on Tuesday, but I understand you have been very busy, trying to manage the situation. Now, bring us to the speed of the moment. This morning, Kasima Febua, the media advisor to Governor Okpebolo, was on a national TV, and he said, well, it is possible, most likely, that people who attacked the ADC members were prevented from attending that meeting. Help us walk through all of this. What happened? Briefly, let us know what happened. Because I understand that you were at that point, one of the compares of the occasion. Bring us up to the minute of what has been happening up until this moment.
All right, let me just tell you what happened as an incident yesterday. On Tuesday. Now, the Labour Party in Edo State had decided that they were going to defect en masse to the ADC. And they were being led by Olumide Akpata, who was the last governorship candidate that they had in 2023. His Excellency Peter Obi decided to grace the occasion because, as you know it, Edo State is described as Nigeria's headquarters of the obedient movement. Peter Obi has a large followership here. And I think that is always the point, the flashpoint, every time his name is mentioned in Edo State. You recall that the governor of Edo State had warned on public television, in fact, threatened Peter Obi on public television not to come to Edo State. It received wide condemnation from all over the world, and people couldn't understand why a governor does not know his limit within the constitution. So, however, Peter Obi decided to come to grace the occasion, as I have said. We were inside that, our secretariat. All of the leaders were seated inside the secretariat. They made speech well, and then we decided to leave the secretariat to go to Chief John Odiga Oyego's house. We had left shortly. It wasn't quite 7 minutes. We were in Chief John Odiga Oyego's house. When we started seeing feeds, video feeds, people were covering it live. Those because the secretariat is in a community of residential houses, and there were those who could see through their windows. There were those who could hide that they didn't see. And we are watching live as these hoodlums of the APC were maltreating people, shooting at some, destroying every property in sight. The DJ who had been outside to organize the event outside, every of his equipment was seized, his laptop was taken, phones were being robbed off citizens who were around the place. Everyone wearing ADC cap or t-shirt was being manhandled and beaten. The women who were selling opposite the secretariat and by the sides of the secretariat, their properties were being destroyed, their drinks being destroyed, their bottles being used as weapons, and so on and so forth. These hoodlums kept saying, we told Peter Obi not to come to Edo State, and you people went to bring him. We told Peter Obi not to come to Edo State, and you people went to bring him. Now, why we were wondering there at Oyegun's house what to do, how to handle the situation. Of course, we are quickly called the security forces of Oyegun's gates at the outside. A pact that could not drive into the compound. We suddenly heard torrents of shots as if we were in a war front. And we're hearing blasts, which we found out later was blast of windshield, blast of the back sheet of vehicles. Tires were busting, headlights were busting. Even they shot into petrol tanks. But just like God saved the situation, there was no explosion and the fire. Then suddenly, the bullets turned to the gates of this national leader, the first executive governor of Edo State, an octogenarian of over 86 years. They turned their guns and their bullets to his gate. I started shooting at the gate. And the shooting was so torrential, we were afraid that the gate might burst open and they would come in. The police in the compound could no longer resist it. They had to now repel these people by rushing towards the gate and opening fire. And when they saw that the police were there and opening fire, they ran away. They left mayhem in their train. They left destruction of property. It's God that saved us that no life was lost. The injured now are in the hospital. The Ward 10 chairman of ADC lives not far away from the secretariat. Some of them had gone to his house while they were committing that mayhem at the secretariat to go and beat him up. The woman that was selling by the side of the house that has nothing at all to do with ADC broke all her chairs that she was selling things with and beat up the daughter of the man. That's exactly what happened there on that Tuesday. Now, to hear that some people who have sold their souls to the devil, who could not show one single empathy that those states sons and sons are being used as thugs, murderers, and causers of mayhem, who could not show one single, fellow feeling that things like that are happening right under their watch in the state where they say they are the chief security officer. We hear some of them suggesting that it was what they call internal wrangling. Now, let me tell you about the so-called internal wrangling. The person they are referring to is the first chief whip of the Nigerian Senate, himself an octogenarian. Roland Owe is known by all. His politics is known by all. Everybody knows that he cannot even imagine such thing. And to make matters worse for their foolish speculations, Roland Owe was himself inside the hall. I was the one anchoring that occasion. I introduced him as the first chief whip of Nigerian Senate in the Fourth Republic. He addressed the occasion the same way that Chief John Odigwe addressed the occasion. They were sitting side by side. Okay. In between there was the former governor of Edo State, too, Professor Soreme Sumbo. And it was a camaraderie. You can imagine a place where you have Peter Obi, you have the former Labour Party candidate in Edo State, you have John Odigwe, you have the former governor, Professor Soreme Sumbo himself, Chief Rolando Ware, and such a wonderful, spirit going on there. There have not been anything they call wrangling. What they are referring to as wrangling was that they saw Chief Roland Owe complaining that the leader, the national leader, Chief John Odigwe Oyegu, is carrying out a leadership style that he didn't like, and that it was time to call him to order to change his tactics. It was nothing personal. It was an expression of opinion of how the leadership style, as he thinks, is being carried out. And as I speak to you right now, if Chief Owe is not in Chief Oyegu's house, they'll be talking on phone. I mean, in the hall, they'll be talking. I am waiting, not giving you stories that are. So what they did, and what confirmed to us more, the only people pushing that narrative is the APC. What they did, because the only language they speak is violence, and the only thing they understand is violence when they have a disagreement, they thought they found the major disagreement and thought they could cash in on it. They used alibi and cashed in on it. We also have our own ways.
Chris, all right, Chris, thank you very much for providing this elaborate context to what happened on Tuesday. We'll keep interrogating it. But as at the moment, has anybody been arrested for that incident in Edo State?
Just repeat.
Can you hear me? Has anybody been arrested as at this moment?
Nobody has been arrested. The police keeps telling us that they are investigating. We have asked the APC, as the chief security officer of the state, the governor, what are you doing about it? He said they are investigating and the culprits should be brought to book. And we said, okay, we are waiting for the culprits to be brought to book. But we are also, as you read just now, as a party, a responsible party, we are not going to fold our arms. We have right within the law to also do our investigation.
All right. The party is not, ADC is not going to fold its arms.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Let's bring in Barrister Darlington into this conversation so that he can give us the legal perspective to it all. Now, ADC says, well, they are compiling, incidents of this magnitude, of this manner, leveled against the ADC in some parts of Kebbi State, in Lagos State, now in Edo State, that they are compiling, these events and will likely take them to the ECOWAS court. Why the ECOWAS court? Why do you think that they want to go to ECOWAS court?
Yes, the best option for the party, that is ADC, is to head for the courts. But from all indications, the courts in Nigeria has given the public the perception that they are working with APC. So anything that will be against APC will not see the light of day in our court today. I mean, there are cases, plethora of cases that never saw the light of day, especially that of Rivers State, where lawmakers defected. And when the matter got to court, the court now started to cry more than the bereaved. The court was now trying to input what was not even there in section 109. And so up to today, that matter was never resolved because it will be against the APC. And so when you look at other cases, there are so many. In fact, one lawyer compiled all of them. There are too much to mention. So people are now having that perception that anything that you are going to the court with APC, just don't waste your time. It will never see the light of, you will not get justice. That is a fact. Then two, section 94 of the Electoral Act made a clear provision that whenever any party is to hold an occasion anywhere in any state, that they should be given what? Protection. Clearly stated. Clearly stated. So our laws are being violated. In fact, at times, I will look embarrassed trying to quote the law and what it provides for. Because I know I'm just wasting my time. Nobody will listen to you. APC doesn't obey our laws. They don't obey code. In fact, ECOWAS court even said that the worst culprit in disobedience of their judgment is Nigeria. Imagine a whole ECOWAS court where Nigeria is playing a major role. They don't obey their decision and their judgment. And so with all these things, Mr. Okoro, what do you expect the public to now think? What I'm saying here is that it may go to a stage where everybody may now resort to self-help.
But is that going to solve our problem?
But what option do you have? Why do you have the court? Is it not to adjudicate on matters so that you can get justice? And then you have your peace of mind. When you get justice, do you know how it feels when you go to court and you get justice? For something you know that, yes, you deserve justice and you get it. It gives you peace of mind. You are relaxed. You feel jubilant. But when you now go there, instead of getting there, they will even blame you. They will turn the case around and then blame you for bringing it to the court. Mr. Okoro, what option do you think the people have? Except to do what? Resort to self-help. And so when this thing happens, instead of even calling the police, you say, yeah, let us, we die here today. You go and get your own gun or your own cutlass. That is where APC is driving us to. They will not take cognizance of what they are doing now until people resort to this type of behavior. Then they will now turn around and look for those they will slam reasonable felony on their head. And whenever you do anything now, even a minor quarrel, they say you want to overthrow the government, just to keep you in the cooler. So where we are heading to is very, very dangerous. Do you know what happened? This thing that happened in Edo, have you imagined why anytime the opposition or P2B want to do anything in any place that is APC state, they will never allow that meeting to hold. They will go there and scatter everything. Have you not noticed the trend? Some people will go there and they'll call them hoodlums as if they don't know who they are.
Okay, so Barrister, do you think that they're going to ECOWAS court to solve this problem? Because, I mean, the ECOWAS court, their judgment, is it binding on Nigeria?
Why not? It's binding. It's binding. It's just that they don't obey it. And
so what will be the consequence?
At least let it be on record that, yes, such a thing happened.
Okay, just for record.
Yes, exactly. Yes, it will be reference point. Because one day, the chicken will come home to roost. One day, the chicken will come home to roost. And the day of remembrance, we shall remember all your atrocities in office, and this one will be counted among them.
If you look at what Monday Ogbebolo, governor of Edo State, said last year and what happened on Tuesday, does it look like he's taking this attack, against Obi personal? Obi's political ambition, does it look like he's taking it personal?
Is it not obvious? This is a governor who has a very big problem with figures. This is a governor who is a paranoid. That is, any semblance of opposition is like a nightmare to him. And the man that just spoke that obedient movement is like their headquarters is in Edo State. So whenever the governor hear or see anybody or anything that resembles Obi, it doesn't seem settled. And so he wouldn't want Obi to even come to Edo State to campaign, or anybody in Edo State to campaign for Obi, or anybody in Edo State to say he is in support of Obi. That is the impression this man is giving. But you know it can never happen. It's not possible. It can never happen. He's just wasting his time. This thing he's doing now, he is demarketing himself. Already, his shortcomings is not enough, and he's now adding this to it. His shortcomings have become a subject of post shots in the social media. It's not enough. He's now adding this one again. That means this man has already failed. He has already failed. And that is the truth. Because by 2027, there will be no godfather to help him. All of them will be campaigning for the election. Is that not true? Everybody, both the National Assembly members and the governors, all of them will be campaigning for what? Re-election.
But is there anything that can be done, to douse the tension about Obi going to Edo State?
Douse it?
Yes.
No.
There's already tension.
What do you mean? Obi, Peter Obi, if you have any business to do in Edo State tomorrow, go there. What are you telling me? Peter Obi, if you have anything to do in Edo State tomorrow, go there. Go there. They are just trying to blow hot air. They can't do anything. They want to frighten him.
Barrister, in the aftermath of what happened in Edo State, there's a social media post that is trending on X. One young man is saying, well, Peter Obi, the Edo people missed you. We are not going to miss. Don't dare venture into Rivers State.
To talk.
So how do you react to that?
I have just told Obi now, Obi, anywhere you want to go for any meeting or go there. Don't entertain any fear. They want to frighten you. Your name is Okute Ndibo, Okute Nigeria. Don't let this riffraff threaten you. Obi, hear me and hear me out. Let them scratch your skin like this. Then they will not know that
if they scratch your skin, what do you think?
I said they will not know that Igbos, the gentility of a lion is not a sign of weakness. So we have fought a civil war where we faced 3 world powers, three of them. That was in 1967. Now, you imagine what will happen with all the technology and with all we have known now. We have done it before. We are ready to do it again. If you push us to the wall, we will fight back. Okoro, if anybody push us to the wall, we will fight back. That is a fact. How long can we continue to keep quiet and be afraid? Who in this country? Mention any other person who have contributed more than Igbos in this country. Mention the person. Mention the group. So for what reason should anybody be threatening you? Look at Rivers. Look at Rivers that we saved yesterday. Is it because we don't want to talk? We saved them yesterday. The federal government wanted to use them as what? As slaves. Go and listen to what Ahmadu Bello said. Yes, Ahmadu Bello. In October, 12th of October 1960, that 11 days after our independence. Yes, 12th of October 1960. Go and listen to
what did he say? What did he say?
Said that this enclave called Nigeria belongs to them, and they will never allow any of these minorities to see the light of day. They will never be allowed to be on their own. They will always be their slaves and all that. I said, go and make. I have written about it in the Sun newspaper.
Okay.
And so this River State was among them. That was why Abacha, in fact, his second home was in that River State. When Ken Saro-Wiwa was hobnobbing with him, he thought that he had seen a friend. At the end of the day, was it not Abacha that orchestrated his death? In fact, Abacha said that he knows that this man has some power.
Okay,
that
all
they
right,
should not go kill him.
Barrister,
They should pour acid.
let's return to the topic.
So these are the people that are talking to the Igbos now.
Okay.
We should tell them their history.
All right, then. Thank you very much, Barrister Agomo. And to you, Chris, we'll come back to you in a bit as we move on with this discussion. But regarding the what happened to the ADC in Edo State, we'll stay in touch with you and you continue to provide us, developments. It's a developing story. We'll see all of that, what the government is going to do about arresting and prosecuting the perpetrators of that very dastardly act. Now, let's go to Rivers State, where Sim Fubara, the governor of Rivers State, has appointed Dr. Dagogo S. Ewokoma as the new secretary to the state government and Barrister Sonny Ewule as chief of staff, where the appointments were announced in a statement by his chief press secretary and takes immediate effect, with the swearing-in scheduled for 2 p.m. at the executive chamber, Government House, Port Harcourt. That's today, as we speak now. If it is not underway, it will have finished by now. Well, Wokoma replaces Mr. Benibo Anabaraba, while Ewule succeeds Edison here. No official reasons were given for the changes, though the reshuffle follows the recent political tension in the state. Fubara had earlier dissolved his cabinet of commissioners and relieved his special advisors of their duties, while the appointments are believed to be linked to the recent reconciliation between Fubara and his godfather, the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike. After intervention by President Bola Tinubu, the Rivers State House Assembly had withdrawn impeachment proceedings against the governor and his deputy following the president's mediation. Barrister, we are back to Rivers, back to the power play in Rivers. Fence mended, new alliances, peace in Rivers. What's going on?
It is because the Fubara is a political orphan. That is just the only reason why this nonsense is going on.
Political orphan, he's a member of the APC.
I said he is a political orphan. If not, why would the Tinubu be supporting Wike against a sitting governor of a state who is using his own governor?
What do you mean by the Tinubu supporting Wike?
Who is supporting Wike?
The president has been the one making peace all along.
Which peace?
Like the recent peace.
This is the peace of a graveyard. This is now, look, with this kind of peace, I don't need enemies. You are supporting an ex-governor to be my leader in a state where I'm the governor. What kind of peace is that?
Is that what the president said?
What did you hear when he told Fubara that Wike is your political leader in Rivers State? What
that does not mean that he's the leader of Rivers State government.
Can you just imagine? How can we have two leaders in the state?
One is political leader, one is government leader.
Where did that happen in Nigeria?
Where
did it happen?
Sherry Oborowe said, I'm the governor, but I have many leaders in the state. How many political leaders in the state? You heard him say
Hold on, please. When you are making this type of references, you have to be circumspect. On what context?
The state governor said it.
On what context was he saying it?
What is the context?
Okay,
it grew out of the altercation, the problem between Wike and Fubara.
Okay, hold on. Who is the chief security officer of a state? Who?
Of course, the governor.
Good. Chief security officer. And by implication, any governor in any state is the leader of that party in that state.
It's not in context. Even the APC chairman said, what's his name? National Public Secretary Felix Moka said, Fubara is the leader of the party in the state. APC, talking about APC. Yes.
So, where does Wike come in?
I said Wike is the leader. He's a political leader. Which Fubara admits, by the way.
Really?
Yes, he's my leader.
He admitted because he's an orphan. He doesn't have a father to protect him.
And you just asked me, where else does that happen? And I pointed Delta State to you. When the governor, without prompting on his own, said, I am the governor, but I have many political leaders.
Leave that one. Please, leave
Barrister,
that one. Don't use that man in Edo State. Who? I'm talking of a man who could not read his own budget. I'm
talking about Sherry Oborowe, the governor of Delta State.
Oh, okay, Delta.
Yes.
Really? Oh, Delta State.
You didn't hear him say that?
Hold on. All these places you are mentioning, are they APC states or Labour? Or
Delta is APC state.
Oh, APC.
Yes.
So you are using what they are saying in APC as a yardstick.
What else should I use? As at last count, by tomorrow or next tomorrow or Monday, we'll have 31.
So,
because Ahmadu Fintiri is moving over to the APC.
So
the Speaker and 15 lawmakers have already dumped the PDP, already in APC, in preparation for the governor's final defection.
Ogoro, please, when you want to make references, don't you go and check how these
okay,
guys.
When I want to make reference, I should go to the state of Texas or the state of Washington.
Please, I think where there is sanity.
Barrister, let's come to Lagos State.
Where there is sanity.
Barrister, in Lagos State, where you and I, where we live and work, who is the political leader of Lagos State?
Go and ask for Olu.
No, I'm asking you. You are the analyst here.
Look, I have just told you here, whatever is happening with APC is not a yardstick. It's not a very authentic yardstick to measure political.
When T.L.G. was the governor of Abia State, who was the political leader of the state?
You are still going foul.
Which foul? You said we should leave APC. I've gone back to PDP.
What happened in Abia State with between T.L.G. and Ojekalo? What happened to them?
What happened? Who was the political leader? Who was
what
the governor?
happened at the end of the day? Did the T.L.G. follow his so-called political leader? When you are now turning politics into godfatherism and all that, is that what you want me to sit here and clap?
Okay, so Barrister, which one should we use as a reference point when things are
don't use an aberration for Barrister, what is right. These are aberrations.
I'm asking you, which one should we use as a good reference, a decent reference point?
Use states that the governor is in charge. The governor is the political leader, is the chief executive officer. There are APC states. I mean, there are PDP states.
Like which
where
state?
nobody.
Like which state?
You don't know. You mean all the states? No more PDP.
Barrister,
states.
let's move away. Barrister, let's move away from this.
They don't have
now,
Godfather.
what has happened? Barrister, what has happened in Rivers State? You call it that? Well,
it's an aberration.
It's an aberration.
Yes. Don't use it as a yardstick.
So apparently, Fubara has bowed to superior power.
Yes, of course, because there's an orphan. What do you expect an orphan?
Okay, let's quickly run to Chris Ojekere and get his opinion on this. Chris, what do you think that is going on in Rivers State? New chief of staff to the governor, new secretary to the state government. By the way, this was what caused the problem initially. Fubara at some point said, I can't be the governor. You appoint my commissioner for finance, you appoint my chief of staff, you appoint secretary to the government, to the state government, you appoint commissioner for works and all of that. Why am I the governor? Looks like we are back to what caused the problem. Does it look like the problem has been solved?
So the ability to be able to understand a context, and I mean that word in both ways. I mean it as background and I mean it as a contestation. You should be able to understand the context in which you want to have a contestation as to determine whether you should get into that contestation or not. I recall that I once said in this your studio that Fubara should be a hero. And by being a hero, I mean he should take steps that are totally at polar ends to whatever steps that they are asking him to take. But the moment he decided that he was going to defect to the APC, I knew he had lost the battle. Fubara would have remained as an opposition governor, and when he was unjustly removed, it was my opinion then that he should have walked away and leave the president and Wike with the constitutional crisis that they have created. Now, they petted him back, so he's not coming out of this a hero. Now they are humbling him more and more every day. Exactly. And you have just rightly pointed out what history will always point out. Why in the first place did you go through all the routes, only for you to come back to begin to succumb or to accept the things you say you had protested against? So, you see, it tells us that he's not the man for the cause. The man for the cause would have fought that cause and made sacrifices. And such sacrifices would have left him a hero. And because the world is cyclical, what goes around comes around, he would someday have come to reap that his heroism. He might have suffered some temporary setback. But right now, he's going to go down in history as one of those that fell to these powers that be. That's exactly what has happened. The little argument you had there in the studio just now, with respect to him, he has submitted his authority and his leadership of the state to Wike, and that's what Wike has always said and asked. So that's what has happened in River State. And as he has started to compromise, there is no way he can stop halfway. He's just going to compromise through. So all he was fighting before, And nobody can now define what cause he was fighting before. Except to just say he was a man that didn't have the courage to carry through a revolution which he was opportune to have.
All right, Chris. Now, having this in mind, how are you able to predict 2027 for Fubara? Because Mike has said clearly, pointedly, you are not coming back as governor in 2027. We will look for somebody that we can work with. Do you see Fubara, upsetting the apple cart or what? Maybe trying to play some game and say, okay, I'm lawyer now. Let me just do a second term. Do you see that happening?
Every politician of the kind of warped psyche and mentality of Wike and the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Brother Tinubu, will never allow Fubara to come back in 2027. Because every deference that he has made now is going to be seen as hypocritical, and then his desire to hold on to power and to gain personal glory by it is already known to them. That's the game they play very well. So they are already rejoicing now as gladiators that they have won and defeated him. They're going to take him out of the way. You don't, in politics is like the military. Once they smell your disloyalty, and especially if it gives them the kind of discomfort, the kind of bad image that it gave them, and it's an unforgivable sin. But because they cannot do away with you just now, it serves their purpose to use you to achieve a greater purpose or a larger purpose. They will use you.
Yes. As far as Chris is concerned, Fubara is not likely to come back in 2027. Barrister, while Chris was speaking, I saw you shake your head in agreement. Do you agree with him?
Yes, I do. Because just like I wanted to, I was going somewhere until you brought him in.
Okay.
Sincerely speaking, if I were in the shoes of Fubara, I would have walked away. I wouldn't have come back after the state of emergency.
Who has done that before?
Because nobody has done it, therefore
nobody can do. We are looking at it.
Somebody must do something someday. Somebody must start something. That is what we are calling principled men.
Okay.
We don't have them in our Nigeria, especially with what we have today. No principled, nobody. And that is how countries are built. That's how societies are built. When you have principled men who will be so rigid in frowning at evil, those men always lead the trend. They lead the bandwagon. People will not see somebody they can look up to. And before you know it, it will take effect. Rosa Parks swore she will never vacate her seat for a white man in America in 1955. Was that not the beginning of liberation for the blacks? Did anybody hold any meeting anywhere and say we are going to do it? No, that single action, it reverberated all over America, and immediately the thing caught like wildfire. Okoro, was that not the beginning of liberation? Somebody must start something. The world is waiting for you. The society is waiting for you to start something. You will see how they will rally around you and say, thank God, we have been waiting for somebody to do this. We have been waiting for somebody to say this. We have been waiting for somebody to start this thing. That is always the point. We don't have such men in Nigerian politics.
All right, then. All right, thank you very much, Mr. Agoma. We'll keep reviewing and following updating politics in Rivers State and watching closely to see what happens by 2027. Now, let's run to Kaduna, where supporters of former state governor Nasiru El-Rufai protested in Kaduna over his continued detention, demanding his release and threatening a mass march in Abuja. Well, he was initially questioned by the Economic Commission and later transferred to the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offenses Commission, ICPC, while the Department of State Services, DSS, failed to produce him in court for arraignment on cyber crime-related charges. Well, the court adjourned the case to April 23 and declined to hear his bail application before arraignment. Authorities say he's been lawfully detained over alleged financial misconduct and unlawful interception of communications, while his aides and opposition figures, including Atiku Abubakar, have raised concerns about his health and due process. Legal experts note that constitutional limits on detention without charge, and analysts suggest the involvement of multiple agencies has fueled speculation about political motivations as the matter proceeds in court. Mr. Agoma, El-Rufai seems to have a cult followership in Kaduna. Is this organic or sponsored? I mean, people protested because of his continued detention. in Kaduna State. What is going on?
I have two prognoses or two analyses on this matter.
Go ahead, sir.
One, my Bible tells me that whatever you sow, you will reap. Okay. That is an incontrovertible law. Even God cannot change that law. He's the one that said it. The law of karma. It definitely comes around at every point in time. Then legally speaking, it is wrong for you to detain anybody more than 48 hours without taking him to court and without providing a charge. You can see the two extreme cases. Now, Aerofy, the offense he was alleged to have committed is a bailable offense under the law. Bailable. So on what basis are you now extending his detention? Nobody explained to us. You see when I told that APC, this administration, they don't obey our laws. They don't obey our laws.
We also have a law that empowers the police to detain someone more than 48, 72 hours. If they feel strongly that releasing the person is going to impede investigation.
Good.
You are aware of that.
Then the law says that you must have done your investigation.
Okay.
Before what?
Is that some form of contradiction? If the law says you can, and if the law says again, like you said, you must have concluded the investigation. So why detain the person?
That's what I'm telling you here.
So you are against that law?
What are you telling me?
It's a contradiction.
Yes.
In terms.
Go and check. Even in the Western world, before you can pull a man in, you must have done your work, your investigation, undercover everything, so that by the time you now bring him in, you'll be showing him his crime. Just show him these are the things we have done. Remember Ekuremadu. Remember our own Ekuremadu. Before the UK police brought him in, his investigation was waiting for him. As he landed in the airport, they come and see what you have done. Is that not what happened? That is what civilized people do. Omisokoro. You cannot detain a man endlessly. Then later, what after the investigation, you now discover that this man, he's innocent too. Who pays for the detention? Do you see why the law have taken care of that aspect? That you don't detain a man illegally. Except the matter was on the spot. Maybe, yes, you're an officer of the law. You saw a crime being committed. You can take the man in immediately, based on what you have seen. But when you are investigating a man for what he has done or what he was alleged to have done, you don't take him in. You do your investigation. Get all the facts he did not do. He won't even know that you're investigating him. He won't know. When you are finished, you cannot pick him.
Okay, Mr. Gomo, we seem to be running. We are actually running out of time. So let's quickly run back to Chris.
So
Chris, I'll come back to you. Chris, the North seems to be divided. Why people like Hakeem Baba Ahmed are asking Aerofy to answer to questions of fraud? People like Atiku perceive it, from the angle of political persecution. What do you see in all of this? Quickly.
More with the barrister, because our opinions are based on our own experiences and worldview. I believe very much in the law of retributive justice. What a man sows, he will reap. There are things beyond the law, or beyond what you refer to as the letters of the law. There are spiritual implications to certain actions, and sometimes they come back to visit us. But I also agree perfectly also with it. The law should be just to everybody. It should be equal. It should pursue equity, whether he's a Muslim, whether he's a Christian, whether he's from which part of the country. And so on that basis, we are going to have to speak for the law and on behalf of the law and in position of the law. So there is no law, even if laws contradict, there are other, legal processes and other substantial evidence and so on and so forth, with which you can understand by in context what the law should do. Keeping the man so long and you don't have a legal position to do so, you are yourself going against the law. So certainly there is political undertone in the persecution. It's a persecution in this case, but we cannot also say he's guiltless of whatever he's accused of. So you just follow the law. The law is subject
for
committing.
All right, Chris. Let's quickly run through this. Now, El-Rufai seems to have capitulated. The other day he said, well, that his statement about tapping or spying on Nuhu Ribadu, you know, shouldn't be blown out of proportion, and that it's not a statement that he made ordinarily. Does it look like he's recanting or what? What do you see? What do you think?
You need to sit in the place El-Rufai has sat for a couple of days to be able to understand why you begin to now hear such double statements. I mean, it's psychologically torturing, even if it's kept in a commodious situation. I mean, when your freedom is restricted for 48, 36 hours, and you're a man that is used to being a man, having your way and all of that, you can begin to break. So he shouldn't say that, because that is not how it sounded when he said it. So if he's doing that, then he's breaking. I mean, that's the simple truth.
All right, thank you very much, Chris. I'll come back to you for your concluding thoughts on this. Now, Barrister, El-Rufai says, well, what I said the other day, people should not blow it out of proportion. It's an ordinary comment that I made. How do you see that statement? Does it look like he's backtracking? He has not. Maybe he has seen lawyers have told him the political implications of what he said. Of course. The legal implications of what he said.
Of course. He doesn't even need to. Because he has already gone to court to challenge DSS for ransacking his zone without court order and all that. Under the law, you cannot prosecute a man for what he said alone. You have to apply both the mental and physical elements, the mens rea and the actus rea. Okay. For you to get conviction. Was El-Rufai the one that actually tapped the telephone of the NESA? The answer is capital no. Okay. He says somebody. They would have even asked him to bring that somebody before they can now begin to hunt him down. Right now, the somebody is invisible. And we are now charging El-Rufai for something he did not commit.
Maybe they are charging him to provide the person that...
No, you don't do that. You don't do that. You don't.
So isn't that person an accomplice? Or who is an accomplice in this case? I'm asking now. Who is an accomplice in this
don't worry.
Is it El-Rufai or is it the person that tapped?
Mr. Okoro, I am beginning to think that this DSS or these government officials, they don't know the limit of their beats. They don't know the law. Look, if you ask me, they have El-Rufai is already free from this matter. The way they went about it. I'm not joking.
Educators.
So I should come here. Did you pay me? I should come here. Be interpreting the law for you, Abi. I should come here. A matter that's in court. Let them come and see me.
Barrister, you are the analyst here. You said that he's almost free because
I am telling you because
so
yes.
How is it
I have told they are charging him for something he did not do.
Okay.
Is that not enough to
if you buy a stolen property, are you liable?
Is that what?
If you buy a stolen property, are you liable?
So what if I didn't know? If I go to
Alaba, ignorance of the law has become an excuse. Is that what you are telling me?
Hold on. If I go to Alaba International Market now and say I want to buy electronics and I enter the shop and I see so many of those electronics there, and I choose the one I want to buy and I selected and paid and they gave me receipt. Then tomorrow you come to my house and say I bought a stolen property. Please, on what ground will you succeed?
No, Barrister, we have seen people go to jail because they bought stolen property. I'm surprised that you are saying this.
Hold on. So all the property in the market, all of them are stolen. Is that what? When you have reasonable suspicion, like you see a car, maybe a car.
Barrister, let us reduce it to the El-Rufai case. Now, in this case, who should the government be trying? Is it wrong for the government to use El-Rufai to get to the person that tapped the NSS phone and now gave the notes to El-Rufai? Is it not proper?
I have just told you here, it takes two to tango. Did the NSA come to you and say that truly my phone was tapped? Mr. Okoro, have you had Nuhu Ribadu tell you that actually, yes, I remember the day my phone was tapped.
Okay, so Mr. Agomo, you're telling me that if you are driving on the road now and your vehicle is stolen by armed men and you simply walk home without reporting, now when the police recover the car and the man that stole it, that man is free because you have not reported to the police.
Hold on, no. How would the police make a case where there is no report?
So when they arrest the man and they know and they prove beyond reasonable doubt that he doesn't own that car and he cannot...
The police will take the car to their station and after 6 months they will auction it out.
Okay, if the owner doesn't come.
Yes.
So if the owner comes.
What?
So if the owner comes.
If you come after 6 months, you're on your own.
No, if you come within 6 months.
If you report, they will tell you, we have recovered the so car. Okay. So what are the evidence? What are the papers to prove that it's your own?
Okay.
At that point, yes.
So your position now is because El-Rufai, because Nuhu Ribadu has not come out to tell Nigerian people my phone was tapped.
Yes, that is where the case will start.
So El-Rufai is free.
I said...
But the federal government has sued on behalf of Nuhu Ribadu.
I said, don't worry yourself. You will see the drama in court.
Okay, Barrister, let me have your concluding thoughts.
I pray you will have good lawyers.
Okay, let me have your concluding thoughts.
Who will embarrass Nuhu Ribadu. I'm not joking.
Barrister, let's have your concluding thought.
My concluding thought is that Nigerians, please stop supporting godfathers. They are causing trouble in this democracy. Look at Soludo now. Does he have a godfather? That's why he's running Anambra State properly. That is why he can take decision to the benefit of Anambra people. Look at Alex Oti.
Who told you that Soludo doesn't have a godfather?
Who is his godfather?
Who made him governor?
What do you mean by that?
Who made him governor?
No, look, leave the people. The people voted him in. He's working for the people.
Okay, the people didn't vote for Bara'in. People didn't vote for Bara'in.
Those people are not godfathers. They are doing their civic responsibility.
Who made Soludo governor? That's what I'm asking.
I said they don't have godfather in the order of week. Okay.
Okay, you have now changed it in the order of week.
Yes, these are the people who claim to. So these other people that are independent, are they not working for their state?
And get his concluding thoughts. Chris, in 30 seconds, please, can I have your concluding thoughts?
The ruling party should not think that there will not be a opposition party in Nigeria. Whatever they do, you can't kill our democracy. For democracy
All right. Well, network is very floppy at this time. I can't. You are breaking. I can't get you.
Have opposition.
All right. Thank you very much, Chris Ojekere. I must say a very big thank you to these two gentlemen, Mr. Darlington Agomo, lawyer and political affairs analyst, and Chris Ojekere, ADC spokesperson in Edo State, who came here in the capacity of a political affairs analyst and brought us up to the minute of what is going on with the attack on the ADC secretariat in Edo State. Thank you very much, gentlemen, and I hope that we can do this some other time. I appreciate your presence.
My pleasure.
All right, now on behalf of the backroom staff, technical director, bus manager, ingest engineer, and the sound manager, I am Chukwuma Okoro. Up next is Issues with Nana Andem. I'll see you again tomorrow, 8 o'clock on the morning show. Bye for now and enjoy the rest of your evening.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't understand.
This
is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People television.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
I'm Sarah Nystrom from Sweden, aka Chief Omobawale, Communication Queen. Keep watching VOP TV.
I am Samantha Jacobs, representing the States. Miami's in the house, and I want to make a shout out to VOP TV. I'm a humanitarian, and I'm also a rep in the film industry and the art industry. I help dreams come true, and I help you keep on that path. Shout out to VOP TV because you're helping people stay on their path too. Cheers.
All right, my name is John Odibo. Keep watching Voice of the People because it's a fantastic station to be with all the time. Thank you very much.
My name is Pastor Elvis Ciro, the convener of the Voice Achievers Award, and keep watching VOP. Yes, that is the channel for all the people. No color, no race. Thank you so much.
Yo, ladies and gentlemen, this is Abasunkan from the Netherlands. I am a designer and I'm here in Eco Hotel and Suits. Keep watching VOP, the voice of the people. Don't touch that dial.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Umahi. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not continuing talk, please discourse.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Dalam, thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girl Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, it's about that shagging the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Blast Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers boy ever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Jenny Albano here.
A very good evening to you and welcome to another exciting episode of The Issues on Voice of the People television. And we bring you the most important and pressing issues shaping our nation today. I am your host, Nenna Ndomdioto. Today on The Issues, we're examining the complexities of Nigeria's politics and governance, from Tinubu denying wooing opposition and renewed call for state police, to acting IGP talking tough as President expresses confidence in his capability. Also, opposition parties reject 2026 Electoral Act and call for amendment. Finally, NAFDAC and union members at loggerheads over sachet alcohol ban. Join us as we break down the fact and provide context to help you stay informed. We'll take a short break, and when we return, we'll dig deeper into these topics. Don't go away. Glad to have you back. Let's dive straight into today's discussion. President Bola Tinubu has dismissed allegations that he is behind defections from opposition parties to the ruling All Progressive Congress. During an interfaith iftar with senators at the presidential villa, he insisted that he did not coerce or pressure anyone to abandon their political platforms. The president further stated that he would not fault politicians who chose to defect, adding that their decisions could be likened to leaving a sinking ship. Meanwhile, the president has urged the Senate to amend the constitution to allow for the establishment of state police. Tinubu said the creation of state police had become necessary, especially at this time when Nigeria's security threats have evolved. The president stressed that decentralized policing would strengthen grassroots security and enable states to respond more swiftly to local challenges. Today, I'm delighted to be joined by three distinguished guests. Here in the studio, we have Mr. Dele Fanimo. He is a senior journalist and a political affairs analyst. Glad to have you join us, sir.
My pleasure.
After a long
while.
After a long while. Okay, glad to have you join us.
My pleasure.
Joining us virtually, we have Mr. Festus Diri. He is Lagos State Secretary, African Democratic Congress, ADC. Also would have joined us later on in the show, Comrade Edosa Okumbo. He is a former Executive Secretary of the Nigerian Union of Journalists and a public affairs analyst. I'm glad to have you join us, Mr. Festus.
Thank you. Good evening, ma. It's a pleasure to be with you.
Thank you. Okay, let's start. Let me start with you. The president has said that he's not behind the defections, and we know this is contrary to the opinions of many, and even politicians, opposition politicians have said that the president has been the one, sort of behind the defections, and now the president is coming out to say he's not in any way behind this this defection. Do you align with him? Do you align with the statement? Can you go ahead, please? Mr. Festus Duru, can you go ahead and respond?
Okay, thank you very much. The president's statement is a political statement, and it is well known that the ruling party in Nigeria has been able to garner over 30 governors out of the 36 governors we have in the country. Despite that, the ruling party seemed to be uncomfortable in giving Nigeria real-time online voting result transmit. If the ruling party is that popular, I do not think it should have a second thought in introducing real-time online voting for the country. So about the issue of stifling opposition, coercing governors to join the ruling party, you don't expect the ruling party to come out and own it. Ideally, politicians will come to deny. It is a tradition. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me come to our guest in the studio. Mr. Fanimo, I'm sure that you might have a different opinion, but let me ask you, if the president is saying that he's not behind these defections, would you say that the ruling party is sort of, in a way, subtly stifling the opposition in Nigeria?
Since you said you know what my position is likely to be, and it's like you are preempting me. Or you are putting
I'm not preempting you. We can go ahead, please.
You are pigeonholing me to a particular position. But in all honesty, I find it ridiculous when parties begin to finger the ruling party, that they are the one trying to destabilize their party and making people jump ship. The question you ask yourself is like a man who meets another man in his bedroom with his wife. And you are now blaming the man in your own house. Who opened the gate for this strange man to come into your room? Who opened the main door before he could have access to your room? There must be at least one door before the room to your door. And so I don't want to. Of course, it would be an icing on the cake for the ruling party if other opposition parties can't fix their home. It's a game for the ruling party. But why would we allow the ruling party, if at all, let us even agree without conceding that the ruling party has, in a way, influenced crisis in other opposition parties? How did you allow it to happen? It means you don't have committed members in your party. These are party members that were ready to jump ship at any time. When this administration came into force, when they came into office, Labour Party used to have senators, members of the House of Reps. Today, none. They all defected. What that tells me is that they never had the love of Labour Party at heart, but they rode on the crest of the obedience and P2B and a tricycle. What do they call this? A tricycle now? I think they call it Marwa.
Okay, okay.
A rider in southern Kaduna took the Labour Party ticket. He only took it for fun, as at the time he took it. But lo and behold, he's in the National Assembly. And I doubt if he has not crossed to another party as we speak. So he just saw an opportunity. He was basically an opportunist. And he cashed in on that opening, found his way to the National Assembly, somebody who transformed from riding keke. And in a space of 3 months, they gave them 160 million worth of SUV. He didn't reject. So how could you tell me that that kind of person was on the ideology and pedestal of Labour Party? The same thing for others. I told anybody that cares to listen here, even last year, that these governors that are jumping ship, it's not as if they like Tinubu or APC, but it's just a question of self-preservation. They want to return. And if they must return, they must also find a ship that is sailing and not a ship that is sinking, like the president said. Because as we speak today, the three strong opposition parties, tell me who is comfortable running his ticket under this political party. Is it Labour Party that has been factionalized? And the Zamfara example is really a sort of Damocle over the head of politicians aspiring to offices in 2027. If Abure signs your form and you win an election, and then Nenadi Usman faction goes to court and the court says it is only Nenadi Usman faction that is recognized. Anybody that had contested under the signature of Abure faction automatically loses that election, even if he had been sworn in. A fresh lawyer from law school does not need sleepless night to win that case. Because that was what happened in Zamfara, the last election. Those who lost the election had gone to their various homes to lick their wounds. But Just one judgment, they swept off everybody on that platform. So nobody wants to be part of Titanic in this era, and that's why they are jumping ship. Okay, PDP also, check for PDP. PDP, as we speak today, Wike faction is there, the Turaki faction is there, and up till now, they are still in court. They have not taken a decision on who owns the party. Is it when primary had been conducted and they are giving you a ticket on Turaki, and then tomorrow they say Turaki faction is no longer the recognized faction? Automatically, you have lost your ticket. Now, ADC is in teeters because by 24th of next month, there is likely to be a judgment. The registering ADC along with other political parties. And it is clear that the chances of ADC post that judgment is nearly zero. Because it is clear in the electoral reform that you must attain certain threshold before your party can stand. And ADC does not qualify. That's one. Two, those who call themselves the aborigines of ADC, they are in court. But technically, the judgment is being withheld until the last moment. So, with all this scenario that I've painted, who wants to run on any other ticket apart from APC? That is the only reason why they are jumping ship. It's not that they like APC or they like Tinubu.
Okay, but of course, you mentioned the fact that one of the reasons they are jumping ship is for their own personal ambition or for their political ambition, let's say that way. But the APC has come out to say that there are no automatic tickets for these people. So what's actually the guarantee that they will actually get a second term a ticket in APC?
You see, would you have left 50-50 chance to 0 chance? If they're in APC, it's still a 50-50 thing. They may win, they may not win. They may get the ticket, they may not get the ticket. But it is clear that anybody that runs on Labour Party today is 0. It is almost clear that anybody with presidential ticket with PDP today is likely to meet its Waterloo in the court. ADC may be deregistered despite all the noise. So it is better to be in APC, and you know politicians, they are very funny. Some of them, what they want is just a leverage to power. You see somebody contesting as governor, last minute he says he has stepped down. Ab initio, he never wanted to be governor, but he needed to be in the optics so that they can offer him maybe commissioner or minister at the federal level. And these are the things they do. So some of them, they know that they don't have the capacity to be governor of their state, but because they were in a lesser known party, so they gave them the ticket, automatically when you are coming to a behemoth like the ruling party, your chances of getting the ticket may be slim, but you also negotiate and pledge your support to whoever is stronger than you, so that when he's beginning to share the spoil of office, you will be remembered. That's all the idea. That's what they are doing.
Okay, let's go back to our virtual guest. Let me come to you first. One of the things Mr. Fanimo said was the fact that some of these opposition parties have opened the doors for what is happening. So would you want to counter that? Do you think that that is what is happening? Or would you want to stand with this narrative that the opposition parties are painting that is actually political persecution ahead of 2027?
Well, thank you very much. It's not a debatable issue. 2027 is already mapped out for, it's going to be Nigerians against bad governance. And Nigerians have decided on the platform to propel that movement. It's going to be massive. Nigerians will all be out to make a key decision at the pool come 2027. You know, in our climate, it's where you have, when Mr. A is in Party A, because he's a member of Party A, that is the ruling party, he is seen as a saint. But when the same Mr. A leave the Party A to Party B, then he's seen as the devil. Nigeria leading political party is just like a man who remembers one of the refusals, the earlier refusals of his wife when he was trying to cut the wife many years ago. Any day a terrible man decides to or want to punish his wife, he remembers one of the very first refusals that the woman gave him before later accepting. So it is not new, it is not unseen, it has been so. But come 2023, it is not for the coalition party, ABC, as my comrade has pointed out. It is not for the ABC to come and display its strategy to the public. But when we get to that point, Nigerians will decide. It is not about propaganda. It is not about media adverts. The Nigerians are already prepared and ready. It's going to be Nigerians against bad governance. So I wouldn't want to discuss much about strategies and how ABC will go about that.
Okay, well, you know, you mentioned twice, actually, you've said it at the beginning of your statement, and you also said it now before you ended, that Nigerians, it's going to be Nigerians against bad governance come 2027. But I will ask, actually, how sure are you that Nigerians would actually come out to vote against, or to vote against what you call bad governance? Because we've had some Nigerians actually say, with all of what is happening, they would rather stay in their house on that day and not their houses and not come out to vote. But you hear you saying that you know that Nigerians are going to vote against bad governance. What makes you so certain that Nigerians would really come out to say they want to actually vote, or have they gotten to that point where they want to actually say they want to vote against bad governance?
Okay, thank you very much. If you take a look at what happened in 2023, February 25th, 2023, the masses came out in their numbers to cast their votes. But the electoral umpire decided to give the result in the middle of the night. Betrayed the hope of the people. And that is why the masses have been asking that the government in power, the National Assembly, should do the needful. The needful is to give Nigerians opportunity to have real-time online result transmission. If you look back at the recent election that took place at the federal capital, you believe with me there is a particular result sheet that a particular political party is called 121. And it is written both in word and in figure. But later on, after so much manipulations, you have 1219. Metamorphosizing from 121 to 1219. That is one of the reasons that Nigerians may think of vote apathy, when their votes will not count. But if you can give Nigerians, if you allow Nigerians to cast their votes and let their votes be counted, definitely we all know the result. If the party in power is not afraid of what the people can decide at the poll, it should give the people of Nigeria real-time, online result transmission.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll come back to you. Let me come back to the studio. Mr. Fanny Moore, you know, some persons have actually said that institutions in Nigeria are now being used as tools by the political, the political power, by political power, extensions rather of political power by the people, the federal government and all of that. Do you actually feel like institutions in Nigeria, the ICPC, the EFCC, do you think they're acting independently? Or would you, do you think that there's a perception, or do you agree with that perception that they are being used as an extension of political power? We've seen their cases of Malami, who is still in court today, cases of El-Rufai, who is the latest, you know, all of that have made people question how non-partisan our institutions have become, if they are still rather non-partisan.
You see, it's a lovable position. And I'll give you a clear reason for you to consider it as laughable and not plausible at all. Politicians and corrupt elements that are politically exposed in this country, most times when they are caught in the web of corruption, the first thing they raise, the alarm they raise is, it is because I'm in opposition. It is because I'm in opposition. Is it not even better for you to be careful and mindful of your activities in government when you know that you are in opposition? An average thief in this country will say, why me? Now, the question to drive this point home, if there is one person that is considered as the most visible opposition in this country today, it's P2B. Why have they not arrested P2B? Why have they not brought charges against P2B? Who is Malami compared to P2B post 2023? Who is El-Rufai that they went to organize one kangaroo protest in Kaduna? Can Southern Kaduna ever forgive El-Rufai? You see, all these things. You see, if the people of Kaduna had wanted to show love to El-Rufai, they would have shown love spontaneously, immediately the man was arrested. Now, having spent 10 days in detention, some people just arrange a small group, induce them, and say they want the man to be free. What kind of freedom is that? You have committed 3 layers of offenses. There is terror charge against you, there is cyber crime, and there is theft against you. You have been accused. ICP is pursuing theft. EFCC is pursuing sponsorship of terrorism. DSS is pursuing what you openly said with your mouth, and even close that particular statement saying, I know it is illegal. And then you are now saying because you are in opposition, that's why somebody is after you. It's just somebody, somebody who has been stalked for delicacy. The next thing you do is you douse yourself with oil and all the ingredients, and then you go near the fire, and then you just, what else do you want? It's just a push into the fire, and then you become a sumptuous meal. So why did he do all those things? Because he is suffering from delusion of grandeur. in psychology. He's so deluded that he feels that those powers he was wielding when he was FCT minister, destroying people's house, destroying people's life, and the power he had in Kaduna for 80 years, that he didn't allow even Jerusalem pilgrims, Christian pilgrims, to travel for 11 years. It was Ubasani that just lifted that ban recently. Kaduna, southern Kaduna people were slaughtered every day. You didn't find solution to it. Ubasani came and there was respite in those communities. So who is he to tell us that it's because he's in opposition? If El-Rufai had been cleared when he went to the Senate, you think he would be in this opposition? No. If Amechi had been invited to come and chop, would he be in opposition? The only person I see that may not even take anything from Tinubu is Atiku and Peter Obi. They stood apart, not these disgruntled elements that they just saw themselves in the midst of genuine opposition and then wanted to cash in, just like that keke rider that became a member of House of Reps and he collected 160 million SUV and didn't have any recourse to his party that sponsored him to that place before he defected. So what are we talking about?
But if you say all of this, but why, if you put it aside, most persons who have talked about this perceived partisanship of our institutions. When you look at someone like Yahaya Bello,
the question you ask yourself is, those people that have been charged to court by ICPC, it is the onus is on them to prove that I didn't commit this offense, not to come to the media space and begin to plead they are after me, they are witch-hunting me.
But why is someone like Yahaya Bello still...
Yahaya Bello is still in court.
But yes, we know he's still in court, but it looks like he's been shielded, sort of, because yes, he's still in court, but the other time he was allowed to travel, which if it was somebody in the opposition who is still in court, something like that might not have, permission like that might not have been granted.
I agree with you. I am not saying that government will not be hard or harder on opposition than those within them. But what I'm saying is, if Peter Obi had not minded himself when he was in government, by now he would be in jail. That's a single example that makes rubbish of everything they are saying. Former governor of Ekiti State, Segun Oni, when he lost in the court and Fayemi came into government, the first thing they asked Fayemi is, are you probing your predecessor? He said, why would I probe him? Even when I was outside of government, I was monitoring him. And there is nothing that I can hold against him. He said this was a man that on the day of that judgment, the security vote had been withdrawn. He was in his house, in the government house. And as soon as that judgment was read, he ordered his aides to return that money, several hundreds of millions of naira, to the treasury of the state, and that nobody should take a dime out of it. So what are you going to prosecute about that kind of person? You must come to equity. Must come with clean hands. These hands are too dirty. Don't let anybody deceive you by saying because he's in opposition. If you know that you are in opposition, why did you steal?
Okay, let's go back to our virtual guest. Let's look at the renewed call by the president for state police, and that's one of the things that I read out while I was reading. What would you think has actually stalled this amendment? First, as I'm actually referring to you, I'm sure you're still with us, right? What would you think that, yes, we know that the relationship the president has with the National Assembly seems to be a very platonic relationship, for lack of a better word. But how come they've not set the ball rolling from the time he started talking about state police, and why has this stalled up till now?
Okay, thank you very much. Before that, permit me to say a word in regards to what my fellow comrade has, some of the critical points he has raised, especially pertaining to, in quote, Mr. Peter B, whom he has described in his word, in resemblance as a saint, as far as Nigeria political terrain is concerned. The same Mr. Peter B is the same person that if he wants to have access to a certain environment in this country, a governor from that state will give stern warning. If you remember, some time ago when he visited Benue State to have access to the people who were destabilized, you remember what the governor of that state did say in regards to his safety. A few days ago, there was a threat to his life. The newspapers reported attempted assassination or attempted threat to his life. That same person who has been seen as a saint in Nigeria political terrain, the government in power has not sniffed out who are the people responsible in this, because this seems to some people as an attempt to shut the opposition, especially if the saint in quote in the opposition group are made to be quiet. What of the ordinary ones? That is, by the way, in terms of the state police, well, state police has its pros and cons. It has advantage, it has disadvantage. One of the advantages is that it will fast track the ability of the police to investigate matters without waiting for the central police authority to authorize such step or such assignment. But, you know, because of our climate, it is obvious that some of the governors, if not all, will take advantage of this state police to witch hunt their political opponents, to deal with their political opponents. So it is dicey. Nigeria is still evolving. Nigeria is still evolving. I think with regards to that state police, it is neither here nor there. Thank you.
Okay, so I would be right actually if I say that you don't support the state police.
At this moment, we are not ripe for such because the governors will abuse it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me come to you, Mr. Fanimo. The call for, we know that there have been renewed calls for state police, and the president had mentioned it sometimes, like few times. But would you say that this, would I call it this immediate or this rise in calling for this, is it about 2027? Is it a way of the president trying to be in the good books of Nigerians? Do you think so? Or do you think it's just about, like he said, the evolving security threats that we have in the country today?
You see, I don't know your community in the Southeast. But let's take it as community A. Now, I've never been to your community. If you and I were to be policemen, I mean the federal police as currently constituted, and then there's a creation of state police, and you and I are posted to your community, who would acclimatize and integrate into that community faster between you and I? It is you. Because you know Mazi, so. You know the Eze. And when they see you, they recognize you. Even if you have never been to that village, somehow somebody will say, this one resembles man, so, you must be the daughter. They will receive you. But no matter how sociable I am, if I get to that your community, it will take me about 6 months for that community to accept me. The fact that I'm not from that environment will make them feel uncomfortable, and I have to show some level of integrity and relationship for this community to accept me. That's the perfect analogy for the state police. If I get to my community tonight, if I hear gunshots, I can trace where that gunshot is coming from. I can guess the bad boys around that place and tell the police, go after this, go after this, go after this. By the time you arrest them, one of them must confess that he knows about this. That is the essence of state police. The father of that DPO was probably a farmer. He knows the forest. The uncle, who probably is a hunter, knows the reserve where he goes hunting for game. But somebody new to that community relies solely on the natives' intelligence to be able to do his job. Now, most of these attacks are targeted at vulnerable, far-flung communities. But we have somebody from that community, the man that is going to make a call, will call him straight. Say, Nena, they are attacking our community now. You don't need to ask, where is your community? Because you already recognize that person. And say, okay. Then you go to your DPO and say, Oga, you know this is my community. They are attacking the community now. How can we get there? You are going to be the one to lead the patrol team to rescue your people. But somebody from Adamawa, he would have to begin to ask questions. It might even use more than 20 minutes for you to even explain to him where the community is. That is the essence of having state police. So for me, we need state police. And operative of the state police will be empathetic to the various communities where they operate. And some of them will commit their lives to ensuring that such thing does not happen. Because the mother may be in that village, the father may be in that village at that moment. But anybody outside your state will feel less concerned. On the flip side, you're talking about governors influencing the state police. That's not true. The truth about it is, today, these federal police you see, they are just federal police on paper. It is most of these governors that are sponsoring them, buying cars for them, buying ammunition, buying safety jackets, and all that for them. So are they truly federal police? So, even if they are going to abuse, let's first try it. And then let's see the abuse. We will curb the abuse. And then things will get better. And then a policy does not take absolute shape at inception. It takes time for you to be able to do certain things, because there are some unforeseen scenarios that will play up that you have to adjust, you have to blend, you have to move, you have to change policy, you have to change clauses that enables that policy to take shape and all that. And over time, we'll fine-tune and get our bearing. After all, there was state police, there was local authority police in this country. So why is it difficult for us to do it now? So for me, I go with state police.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Let's move on to our next conversation. Opposition political parties have unanimously rejected the 2026 Electoral Act recently passed by the National Assembly and signed into law by President Bola Tinubu. Opposition parties who made us call during a press briefing to address the state of democracy in the nation demanded that the National Assembly immediately begins a fresh amendment process to remove what are described as all obnoxious provisions in the law. The further called on the National Assembly to ensure that the act reflects only the will and aspiration of Nigerians for free, fair, transparent, and credible electoral process in the country, adding that nothing short of this will be acceptable to Nigerians. And let me come to you first, Festus, though I know you already mentioned a bit about this while you were speaking the other time. But what do you make of the opposition's rejection of the, I'm sure you're part of the opposition, this has been the State Secretary of ADC, but what do you make of this opposition's rejection of the Electoral Act 2026?
I think I am in total support of the rejection. The National Assembly has capacity to give us electoral act that will be able to provide free, fair, credible election, whereby the vote of the people at the poll will actually decide who presides over the leadership of either the country, the state, or the local government. It is not where the people's decision, the people's choice is kept behind, and the judiciary will become the one that will decide on who rules the people. So I'm in total support of that media briefing that took place earlier today. Before I go further, sorry, in regards to the governors and the state police.
Okay, I think we have gone beyond.
Sorry, just a second. A particular governor whipped when a particular community was attacked. A community called Nimbo in Uzowan in Enugu State was attacked. The governor made frantic effort to call the higher authority of the police, but he didn't get the backup. So, if you look at, we have Amoteku in the southwest. We also have Ibubago in the southeast. These are resemblances of state police. How have they performed? Okay. That question should be looked at. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Fanimo, I wanted to speak to this rejection by the by the opposition of the Electoral Act. Do you see anything coming out of this unanimous rejection?
Well, that rejection would have resonated more if it was coming from the civil society organization, because political meanings would have been read to it if it's coming from opposition. But that does not mean that they wouldn't have their say as to the amendment or otherwise of the law. But one thing is, I will support continuous engagement. We have not gotten it to the level that we can say uhuru, but let them continue to engage government, and perhaps they will see reasons why some of these clauses should be amended. I was of the opinion that given the enormous resources allocated to the next election, I would have expected INEC, even in spite of the fact that there is this gap of where electronic transfer is not possible, that they should use manual. I want INEC to live up to Nigerians' expectation by ensuring that the failure of this electronic transfer method is so minimal that it will defeat the argument that politicians actually wanted manual transmission for rigging. So the onus is on INEC. Now that the law has been passed and been accented to by the president, it will take a long while for an amendment to take place. But we should target the electoral umpire. Make sure that we also, in some places, we should even support INEC. Even if it requires turning our router, carrying our router to those places and putting it on. Say, okay, use the 50 gig in this to transmit whatever you want to transmit. At least for us to have a credible election. I don't support an election that is opaque, that people cannot ascribe to. Look at Ghana. Ghana conducted presidential elections. They never went to court. Why should all elections be decided by courts in Nigeria? I don't support that. I want a credible, free, and fair election.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you for your submissions. And thank you, Festus Duru, for being a part of the issues as well.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah, that's all we have for today's episode of The Issues. We explored the challenges facing Nigeria's politics and governance. Thank you for being a part of it. Don't forget to tune in next time for more in-depth analysis and discussion. Follow us on social media to stay up to date on the latest news and insight. Until next time, stay informed. I am Nnenna Ndomdioto, and this has been The Issues on Voice of the People Television, where the future faces forward. Please don't forget to stay tuned for Hashtag with Vivian by 8 p.m. Don't go away.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface. exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Vop TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on Vop TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here is to Vop TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti, and you're watching Vop TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is Vop TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
I'm Sarah Nystrom from Sweden, aka Chief Omobawale, Communication Queen. Keep watching Vop TV.
Hi, I'm Samantha Jacobs representing the States. Miami's in the house, and I want to make a shout out to Vop TV. I'm a humanitarian, and I'm also a rep in the film industry and the art industry. I help dreams come true, and I help you keep on that path. Shout out to Vop TV because you're helping people stay on their path too. Cheers.
All right, my name is John Odibo. Keep watching Voice of the People because it's a fantastic station to be with all the time. Thank you very much.
My name is Pastor Electoral, the convener of the Voice Achievers Award, and keep watching Vop. Yes, that is the channel for all the people. No color, no race. Thank you so much.
Yo, ladies and gentlemen, this is Abasunkan from the Netherlands. I am a designer and I'm here in Eco, Hotel and Suits. Keep watching Vop, the voice of the people. Don't touch that dial.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Aviation. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discourse.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour, as they hot, Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
In a world where power shakes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, Vop TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. Vop TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, The African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is Africa News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
On edge of that.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
2560.
Welcome, guys. The show is Hashtags right here on Vop TV. My name is Vivian Oguche, and this is where we get to tell you all things topical, all things trending. If this is your first time, accept a very warm welcome from us. Now, we begin with the very first hashtag, hashtag VP Shetima. It's all about conflict resolution, and this time around, we are beginning our journey today from Benue State. You know how Benue State has been the hot seat when it comes to female herders crisis and all of that? Well, it looks like VP Shetima is wading into the conflict and is also zeroing in into the relationship between Governor Hyacinth Alia of Benue State and the SGF, talking about George Akume. Now, there's been a frosty relationship between the two over political control of the state, which has led the people to suffer. Now, VP Shetima says the people of Benue State deserve development, and also Benue State deserves peace. You know how they say when two elephants fight, the grass suffers, yeah? Well, the VP, talking about Kashim Shetima, is saying it's time for peace to reign. He even made it public because he made this announcement or this appeal during a ceremony at the State House in Abuja. I think it was a ceremony put together by the Renewed Hope Ambassadors. Yeah, it was a summit along that line. So we'll take a look at the very first post. The cable has it, and then we'll take a look at the video in a short while. So the cable says, Shetima to SGF Alia, okay, let me take that again. Shetima to SGF and Alia, mend fences and work as a team. Benue deserves peace. Vice President Kashim Shetima has appealed to George Akume, Secretary to the Government of the Federation, SGF, and Hyacinth Alia, Governor of Benue State, to put aside their differences and work together for the good of the state. Now, take a look at this video. Credit goes to TVC for it.
To His Excellency George Akume and His Excellency Senator Hyacinth Alia, to mend fences and work as a team. Senator Akume, apart from Dr. Abdullahi Ganduje, Senator Akume is the longest serving public servant in our current dispensation. He's in his 70s. He started work in Benue State Government House He was the director of protocol. He was a permanent secretary. He was a governor for 8 years, a senator for 16 years, a minister for 4 years, and now the secretary to the government of the Federation. You have seen it all. You are an elder statesman. Reach out to our junior brother. Let's build Benue together. Benue deserves peace. Benue deserves development. What binds us together, as I have always said, supersedes whatever that divides us. The trajectory of global growth is facing Africa, and Nigeria will make or mar that transition. Nigeria is greater than all of us. And as Martin Luther King rightly said, we either learn to live together as brothers or perish together as fools. And we are not a nation of fools. We are a nation of very intelligent, very smart people that know their onions. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your kind attention, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
And that was VP Shettima talking about Vice President Kashim Shettima addressing both the governor of Benue State, Hyacinth Alia, and the SGF, George Akume. Both men are from the same state, Benue State, which is the North Central, right? It's called the food basket of Nigeria. So a couple of things netizens are pointing out. So the post you're going to see is just a microcosm of how netizens are responding to this particular hashtag. So let's take a look at it. What have they taken, or what have netizens taken from that speech? Before that, though, let's take a look at what Daily Post is saying. There has been reports of rivalry between Akume and Alia over political control of the state. The face-off was said to have started shortly after the governor was sworn in 2 years ago. Last year, the paramount ruler of Tiv Nation, Tiv, intervened in the alleged crisis between the two. Now, this is just to let you know that this last year is actually referring to 2024 because this post was put up by Daily Post in June of 2025. Now we can take a look at the reactions. 35, or would you say Spider Tribe, at Spider Tribe says, if it takes Vice President Shettima, a Bruno man, to remind the SGF and Governor Alia to mend fences for the sake of peace in their own Benue State, then something is fundamentally wrong. The next one. So this is Youth in Process. Youth in Process says armed groups attack communities in Benue, destroying lives and property. Public funds are used to destroy security, detain suspects, and maintain prisons. Yet more funds are proposed for their rehabilitation while victims remain unsupported. It raises hard questions about priorities and safety in Nigeria. Since the new defense minister assumed office, no bandits have been arrested or paraded. What Nigerians witness is their rehabilitation, or what Nigerians witnessed is their rehabilitation and release, putting at risk the communities that helped apprehend them. So what is armed youth in process, or what is youth in process talking about? This is the nutshell, or this is in a nutshell the crux of the matter. The June 13, 2025 massacre. On the night of 2013-2025, attackers invaded the community, killing, maiming, and burning homes. While official figures initially cited lower numbers, local leaders and reports indicated that over 100 to 200 people were killed in the assault. Nature of the attack? Witnesses described a systemic, well-planned attack where assailants burned homes and shops, sometimes while inhabitants were still inside. The attacks included the use of AK-47s and gasoline to burn victims and structures. Casualties and displacement. Many of the victims were farmers and internally displaced persons inside the Ps, taking refuge in local market stalls. Hundreds of residents were displaced and many families lost their livelihoods as homes, crops, and food storage were destroyed. Follow-up attacks. The insecurity continued with another attack occurring months later, where residents reported that attackers struck during the early morning hours, killing more individuals. Concluding part of this post now as we wrap it up. So, this is government response and investigation. Following the massacre, the Nigerian government launched investigations with officials confirming a coordinated attack of terror. In February 2026, 9 suspects were arraigned in Abuja court or in an Abuja court in connection with the June 25 Yelwata massacre. The events in Yelwata were part of a broader, violent conflict in the Middle Belt region, driven by competition for land between farmers and herders. So when you talk about farmer herders crisis, this is just giving you a sneak peek at how it's panning out in Benue State. Now, we do hope that these leaders in Benue, talking about Governor Alia, Hyacinth Alia, and the SGF, George Akume, would really heed the request of the Vice President, Kashim Shettima, to come together, bring heads together, and ensure that peace reigns in that state. Yeah, we move on now to the next hashtag, which is hashtag Electoral Act. This is one of the biggest stories in Nigeria right now as well, because opposition leaders gathered in Abuja today to reject the just, will I say it? The Electoral Act. Let me just settle for that. Yeah, because I was thinking of how the president quickly assented this bill, to law and all, and how Nigerians are asking why so speedily. So I'll just settle for the Electoral Act. So we say hashtag Electoral Act. We'll take a look at the first post now, and of course the post that Atiku Abubakar, former vice president, put up. So this is Nigeria Story saying, leaders of the opposition political parties in Nigeria have rejected the amended Electoral Act 2026, signed into law by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Speedily, on the heels of that, we see the post by Atiku Abubakar, former vice president. Let's take a look at that one. So Atiku Abubakar says, this afternoon, I joined other leaders of the main opposition parties in Nigeria at a joint press conference in Abuja. We rejected the 2026 Electoral Act hastily signed into law by the Bola Tinubu-led APC administration. The rejection was followed by a call to reenact the law in line with the wishes and aspirations of Nigerians. I totally agree with Dr. Ajuji Ahmed, the national chairman of the New Nigerian People's Party, NNPP, who clearly articulated our rejection of the amended 2026 Electoral Act, especially Section 60, subsection 3, which encourages INEC to also adopt manual instead of mandatory real-time electronic transmission of results to the IREF portal, under claims of network failure in a country with more than 90% internet coverage. We jointly rejected Section 84, subsection 2, that imposes direct or consensus mode of primary election in political parties. That's the concluding part of this post. Let's take a look at it. So he says, I also agree with Dr. Ajuji that the amended Electoral Act 2026 is offensive, anti-democratic, and a deliberate attempt by the APC-led National Assembly to undermine transparency and sanctity of our elections. I use the occasion to call on opposition political parties to join in this mission to rescue our democracy. Now is the time to push back on the rigging plan ahead of 2027, and he signs, AA Atiku Abubakar. So I'm going to show you a video now. I'll walk you through it, as pleasantries are exchanged. And once it's time for the vice president to speak up, would let you listen to him. So let's take a look at that video now. So that's the vice president arriving the venue of the event, very popular hotel in Abuja, Transcorp Hilton. Greetings. I can see Senator Dino Milai there, among others, dignitaries coming to say hello. In a short while, you're going to be seeing people like the chairman of the party, the ADC, David Mack. You're going to see Peter Obi, amongst others. So I see some people wearing caps that that would look like the Kwankwasia movement signature cap. But you see, that's our former Vice President Atiku Abubakar saying hello to his colleagues. It is quite a full house. That's former minister and former governor of Rivers State, Rotimi Amechi, who is also a chieftain of the party. It looks like I see Tanko Yunusa, yes, the national coordinator of the Obedient Movement. So you see a number of speakers, and here you go. The former vice president is now speaking. Take a listen.
Of the chairman of NNPP. That speech has actually captured all the challenges we are facing in this country. I never thought anybody would be asked to make any remarks after listening to that speech. But let me say or advise that the speech delivered by the chairman of NNPP be sent to all the embassies, particularly the Western democratic embassies in this country, as the position of the Nigerian opposition political parties. And again, what you must bear in mind is that the collapse of democracy in Nigeria is going to lead to the collapse of democracy in Africa, because we are the largest democracy in Africa. These are some of the consequences that will definitely affect other democracies in Africa. So I will urge that, or I will call other opposition parties that are not here today to make sure that they are part of this movement of the unity of the opposition parties to ensure we restore our democracy.
Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar speaking there. Just for you to note that this is not a strictly ADC affair. This is a combination, really, or a gathering of opposition political parties. And you heard the Vice President saying that the position of the chairman of the NNPP should be sent to all the embassies as the stance or position of opposition parties in the country. And of course, in the introductory statement I read out to you there that he put out, you saw what he was talking about. So netizens are responding to his comments and, of course, the video he put up. Let's take a look at the responses now. So this is Ejaya who says, Alhaji, if you want real-time transmission and on election day there is no network in Adamawa, are you saying your voters there should be disenfranchised? That word is always a mouthful. All right, so that's a $1 billion question that Ijaya is asking, and which is what President Tinubu actually talked about, that there is a small percentage of regions, really, where there is no internet access. So what happens to them? It's why he said there must be manual backup and why he signed the electoral bill speedily. This is NN woman Gerald. This is a serious handle, I can tell you. Well, Gerald goes on to say that it's so apparent from how quick they signed the act that there is something not right about it. So Gerald is referring to the speedy signing or assent into law of the electoral bill or Electoral Act 2026 by President Tinubu, which has raised eyebrows and raised a lot of dust, really, in Nigeria. The matter has not settled yet, or the dust has not settled, if you will, and it looks like we're going to keep our fingers crossed to see how it pans out. We move on now to the next hashtag, another story that is breaking, talking about hashtag Fubara. So the governor of Rivers State, Siminalayi Fubara, today appointed a couple of officials, officers to his kitchen cabinet who are actually loyal to his erstwhile godfather, or should I say they are together now? It's his godfather again, because he's calling him my Oga all over again. I'm referring to the SST Minister Nyesom Wike. So people, a couple of officers or a couple of politicians loyal to Nyesom Wike have now been sworn into government, and they are also part of Sim Fubara's kitchen cabinet. But it comes with a caveat. There is a video I'm going to be showing you in a short while. Fubara warning his SSG that, look, if you mess up and if I so much hear a whiff of disloyalty from your end, I'm sacking you. You know, it's like a blatant warning. But before we get to that, let's take a look at the very first post and then another post before the video. So this is Nigerian Affairs Journal saying, breaking, Governor Fubara swears in Sunny Wule as his new chief of staff and Dagogo Wukoma as the new secretary to the state government. These men are loyal to Nyesom Wike. And you do know the tug of war in Rivers State, even though it seems like things have settled at the moment because the president intervened. It's just like a very deadly calm at the moment. So we see how it pans out. But let's take a look at the next post now, shall we? Hashtag Fubara. The next post. Nigerian Affairs Journalist again says, for the new chief of staff, you're working under me. This position, you are my personal aide, and it's not a position for you to start holding meetings and calling people without my permission. If you involve yourself in nocturnal, that is night meetings, I will sack you. And I'm very serious. Governor Fubara tells his new chief of staff, Sunny Wule. Take a listen, guys.
For the chief of staff for Government House, you're working under me. This position, you're my personal aide. It's not a position that, as you're living here now, you start holding meeting, calling people without my permission. Let me sound it here very clear. Your activity is to make sure that administratively, image making, liaising with whoever is coming for every official assignment here is handled perfectly well. If you involve yourself in nocturnal meeting and all those, I will sack you. I'm very serious. What is important to me today is peace, progress, and prosperity of this state. It is important to me. I'm not going to compromise anything for it. I believe that for those of you who have worked with me closely, you should understand that I don't say what I will not do. Maybe before, a few things might have gone wrong because of my not being very, very observant. Or maybe, let's say, I wouldn't say I was careless, but just let everything, not letting anything go. I'm watching everyone. Any step that will bring any form of embarrassment to this government or to my person, I assure you, will meet adequate punishment for it. It's a day of joy.
Gosh, the tone of that interview, though, or the tone of that statement or response or whatever you want to call it, compare it to how President Tinubu welcomed the new IGP, Mr. Disu, into his government or into his new position yesterday. It was with joy and soft words and praise. But this one, Governor Fubara is sounding very adversarial. So I think it shows that the dust have not totally settled yet, right? So he says, I know you're loyal to the FCT minister. This is me paraphrasing him, but he's saying this time around, I'm going to be observant. If you mess up, I'm kicking you out. So he's saying you must be loyal to me. That's what he's saying. And then he says something that what he really cares about right now is peace, prosperity, and progress. I mean, which is what the people will want, right? But I think it has a kind of rhyme to it, the 3 Ps, if you will. We hope that things will pan out well. That's the bottom line. So we take you to X, back to X, so you see how netizens are responding to hashtag Fubara. Mr. Ebony says he's calling Governor Fubara His Excellency, this guy. Gosh, the things people say on X. But then he says Governor Fubara doesn't have any loyal politician on his side, really. He's a political orphan. Aha! So there is a term there, political orphan. This is Olariwa Judo who says, to be forewarned is to be forearmed. I'm glad that Fubara is setting the record straight. Big Worry 26 just laughs. He's just laughing his head off. And that's how that one is panning out right now on X. We swiftly move on to another story now, which is hashtag Peter Obi. This is a follow-up to one of the hashtags we brought to you yesterday, talking about the assassination attempt. That's why it was called, really, assassination attempt on former LP, Labour Party presidential candidate, currently ADC chieftain, talking about Peter Obi. So Peter Obi was in Edo State alongside a number of other people, ADC chieftains, including former APC chairman, Chief Oyegun, and they were attacked by armed men and all. We hear that the case is under investigation at the moment, but it has raised a lot of dust, and people, according to Peter Obi, reached out to him in concern, and he is appreciating the love that was showered on him yesterday. He put up this post. Let's take a look at it. And of course, netizens are responding. Peter Obi says, "Thank you, Nigerians. I'm profoundly grateful to Nigerians from around the world for your prayers, calls, and solidarity following the incident at the ADC office in Benin yesterday. I especially appreciate your support during this difficult time for the family of the distinguished elder and former governor of Edo State, Chief John Oyegun, who has served Nigeria honorably in various capacities, as well as for another former governor, Professor Osumbo. Your support has strengthened my faith in our shared humanity and our collective hope for a better Nigeria. My deep gratitude is reflected in my renewed commitment to serve and build our nation." Let's take a look at the next page now. Experiences of lawlessness are not new to me. Years ago, the violence and insecurity in Anambra shaped my determination to seek the governorship of the state, convinced that leadership must restore order, security, and public trust. Today, the growing lawlessness across our country calls upon all men and women of goodwill to step forward, not in fear, but with a sense of responsibility. As Plato reminded us, the price good people pay for refusing to participate in government is to live under the rule of bad people. That's a very popular quote by the philosopher, late, of course, Plato. Let's go to the concluding page of this post now. This moment urges Nigerians to be even more resolute in electing leaders defined by competence, commitment, character, and compassion. Leaders who prioritize the nation above self and service above power. Together with courage and unity, we can build the peaceful, secure, and prosperous Nigeria our people deserve. A new Nigeria is possible, P.O., and that will be Peter Obi. So netizens are responding. Let's take a look at their responses. So this is SP3N who says, "Thank you for your calm, dignified response, even after such a frightening experience. The Plato quote hits hard. We cannot sit back anymore. Your resilience inspires millions. Stay strong, Presido. The good people of Nigeria are with you. Hashtag obedient forever." More reactions. So Da Costa says, "This statement sounds emotional and inspiring, but it leaves too many unanswered questions." There are lots of questions that Da Costa asked, but we just picked, these two paragraphs. Says, first, what exactly happened within the party ranks? Before projecting the incident as a national symbol of lawlessness, there must be honesty about internal issues. Political parties are not innocent spaces. There are documented cases of brawls, factional disputes, parallel leadership claims, and power struggles within parties across Nigeria. Ignoring internal breakdown while blaming lawlessness broadly is convenient but incomplete. Second, has the possibility of internal sabotage been ruled out? In Nigerian politics, internal sabotage is not new. History shows that party members sometimes deliberately instigate chaos to gain sympathy, shift narratives, or weaken opponents. If such possibilities exist, they should be investigated, not brushed aside with moral speeches. So the case is under investigation. We'll keep our fingers crossed to see the results that are going to be coming out of that investigation. More reactions. So this is AFCVAD, who says, The price good people pay for refusing to participate in government is to live under the rule of bad people. I'm re-energized. And that is coming from Damvik001. That's how we wrap up that particular hashtag. And just to let you know that that post was put up by Peter Obi yesterday following the events that transpired in Benin City, capital of Edo State, a couple of days ago. We're glad that he's doing very well, as well as his counterparts that were together with him when this very unfortunate event occurred. We move on now to another follow-up to a story we brought to you a couple of days ago as well. Or was that yesterday? Yesterday, yes. This is hashtag Kwankwaso. Yesterday it was hashtag Sheyi Makinde, and today it is hashtag Kwankwaso. Both men are actually protagonists in this story. Yesterday we told you how former Kano State Governor Rabiu Kwankwaso of the Kwankwasia movement, very popular movement in Nigeria, visited the governor of Oyo State, Sheyi Makinde. They had a closed-door meeting, and we saw how netizens were saying a former governor of Ekiti State, Ayo Fayose, will tell us exactly what happened. You know, we haven't seen that yet, but we're keeping our fingers crossed. But today, this video has surfaced online of Kwankwaso addressing the media after the closed-door meeting to tell them exactly what transpired. So I guess they're not waiting for former governor of Ekiti State to say whatever they might have said to each other. So there is a video, there is a post, and there are reactions. Let's take a look at the post first, and then the video. This is Ima Ike Ume, who says 2027 general elections. Senator Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso signals possible return to the PDP following a high-level visit to engineer Sheyi Makinde, the executive governor of Oyo State. The former governor of Kano State held a closed-door meeting with the PDP governor, a development widely viewed as part of ongoing political realignments ahead of future elections. Immediately after the meeting, Senator Kwankwaso briefed journalists on the discussions, reaffirming his commitment to strengthening the opposition and building a united political front for national progress. This is a big deal. Why don't we take a listen to Kwankwaso?
PDP, and PDP has been my party. In fact, we formed the PDP in 1998. By 1999, I was governor of Kano State, later Minister of Defense, all under the PDP. In fact, I went back to Kano in 2011 to 2015, still under the PDP.
So this is what you call an appetizer. Really? It's an appetizer, yeah. It's a sneak peek. So he kept talking about the PDP, how he was one of the founding members. So people are saying it's a signal that he might be returning to the PDP, seen as Governor Sheyi Makinde is one of the stalwarts of the party. Some netizens are asking that, is the PDP still in existence, considering the amount of internal wrangling, that is ongoing? But hey, let me take you to X now so you see how netizens are responding to hashtag Kwankwaso and the comments he made about the PDP. Because PDP was all he said. Let's take a look at the first post now, shall we? This is ISIP. Kwankwaso joining PDP. This one will shake things up for 2027. Let's see if the opposition can really come together and bring real change for Nigeria. Diamond says, is PDP still existing? Toba Shagari says, this confusion that Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso brings is enough to make him lose an election. When you have a politician who is so indecisive in choosing a political platform to defect to, it indicates a personal interest rather than collective national interest. He may just be a spoiler. Well, he has a right to their opinion, right? It's different strokes for different folks. We'll wrap it up on that one and move on quickly to the next hashtag, which is hashtag Governor Oti, talking about His Excellency Alex Oti, the governor of Abia State. You know how we're always bringing you reports of him as the star boy? We saw Starboy pay a visit to Starboy last week. I'm talking about former Vice President Professor Oshibajo, who paid a visit to Alex Otti, His Excellency Alex Otti, to say that you are doing so well. I couldn't help it but come to say thank you and well done. But today, this is on a light-hearted note, right? I don't know what message this Nigerian man or this electorate was trying to pass across, but it looks like some netizens got it. Now, you might not be able to wrap your head around this whole thing until I put the post up and then the video up and then the responses. So let's take a look at the very first post now. This is a man who seems to be in Edo State, but addressing Governor Alex Otti of Abia State. Some Tokonkwo, who is very popular online and brings us lots of breaking stories, is the one that put this up. Says, he's quoting the man now. He's a Nigerian, apparently from Edo State, who says, people are praising Governor Alex Otti here and there for the good works he's doing. What has he done? Since he became a governor of Abia State, Edo State is still the way it is. What has Alex Otti done in Edo State? I won't believe he's working until something happens in Edo State. So what has Abia State got to do with Edo State? What has Governor Alex Otti got to do with Edo State? Edo State has a governor called Monday Polo. It's what people are saying. But take a listen to the man for yourself.
People are praising Alex Otti here and there that he has done so much. What has he done? Since he became a governor of Abia State, Edo State is still the way it is. What has he done in Edo State?
I mean, can you even wrap your head around this? As well, if you're scratching your head like I am, let's go to X now to see how netizens are, reacting to this one. This is a Jezebel Reborn saying, Okpelo, reply him. Okpelo being the governor of Edo State. Exactly. What has Governor Otti got to do with this, for crying out loud? These are Nollywood actors, comical ones at that. Let's take a look at the next one, right? So this is Bro Winner, who says, this is where you'll know Nigerians' comprehensive capacity, I think is what he's trying to say. But there's another one. Let's take a look at that one. It looks like this next netizen gets it all. This is Ikemefuna, who says, indirect rage bait. I see what you did there. I think I see what he did. It's actually an indirect rage bait. So he's indirectly making comparisons between Edo and Abia State, indirectly making comparisons between Governor Monday Polo of Edo State and Governor Alex Otti of Abia State. And if you go to this post, the thread, oh my gosh, you're going to have a huge laugh. So if you just want to have a huge laugh really on X, check it out. It is hilarious. Another one really that is actually trending right now on a very serious note. This is hashtag Prophet Ayodele. Primate Ayodele. So the primate is prophesying that a sitting president is going to die between now and 2027. But netizens are picking bones with this prophecy because he didn't say exactly which country he's referring to, right? And they're saying there are so much countries and so much going on right now. So Primate Ayodele, they're asking, netizens are asking, it would have been so good if you mentioned the country you have in mind. But hey, let's take a look at the first post and a very short video of the primate prophesying, and then we'll take a look at the responses. The first post, the Nigerian prophet predicts sitting president's death by 2027. Ayodele, leader of the INRI Evangelical Spiritual Church, shared the prophecy in a video that spread quickly online without naming any country or leader. With about 195 nations having presidents and nearly 2 years left, skeptics calculated a high chance of it happening somewhere, while Nigerians speculated about President Bola Tinubu amid economic challenges. Ayodele has made over 15,000 predictions on politics and events, earning praise from fans for past hits and criticism from doubters like former spokesman Femi Adesina, who called him a false prophet. Femi Adesina really was a spokesman to the late President Muhammadu Buhari. We'll take a look at the next post now before I play you the video. This is Omore, who says, no country mentioned. Okay, these are reactions. Before we take a look at the reactions, let's take a look at the video.
A sitting president is passing away. A sitting president is passing away. So I don't know. Between So I don't know. Between now to 2027, a sitting president is passing away. A sitting president is passing away. So I don't know. Between now to 2027, a sitting president is passing away. A sitting president is passing away.
There you go. You heard it from the prophet's mouth. So let's go back to the reactions now. I don't want to sermonize on this because this is a big deal. So this is Temi Omore, who says, no country mentioned. Think about it. There are 195 countries worldwide and 300 days between now and 2027. The probability of a sitting president dying is 96%. I can also say it's 10%. But Omore goes on to say, pure mathematics, zero prophecy. More reactions? So this is Anuboy, who says, if he's sure for him, make him mention the country. More reactions? Ojike Uzoma says, if it comes to pass, or if it comes to pass, but he happens to be another country's president, he wins because he told you so. If his predictions did not come to pass, he would say he prayed to God and asked God to overrule it. Either way, he wins. So it looks like netizens are not really buying it, but the prophet has prophesied. We'll keep our fingers crossed to see how events pans out. But I'm hoping that if, we have prophecies like that and prayers are rendered, maybe negativity can be averted. This is just me thinking, right? But hey, let's not dwell here. We'll move on to the next hashtag now, which is our last for today, hashtag sacrifice. So a Nigerian woman who is based abroad, she's married, she's got kids, came online yesterday to shower praise on her husband for the sacrifice he makes for the family. This post has been trending since yesterday. She said that the father of the house does so much. She's saying, look, he's just like her God. Now, by the time she was done talking, netizens began to say, so what are you doing, you, the wife? If he does all of these things, how about you? So her husband came online today to defend his wife, to say, she does a lot. She actually does a lot, and she's my partner. It's beautiful. So we'll take a look at the first post, and then the first video, and then the second one. Yeah, that's how it's going to pan out. So let's take a look at the first post. So this is Chooks, who says, quoting the woman now. She's based abroad, like I told you. Without my husband, I'm nothing in this world. You guys should always treat daddy as your God. She's referring to her kids now. Instead of you to disrespect your dad, you disrespect me. Emotional moment, an abroad-based Nigerian woman and her children kneel to appreciate the husband. That's a video, guys. Take a look.
Now, guys, I brought you guys out here. Do you know why I brought you guys out here? It's early in the morning. Yes, yeah? Who is that? Who is that?
That's Daddy.
Daddy. Where is Daddy coming back from?
Daddy's coming back from work.
He's coming back from work. He's coming back from work. How many nights does Daddy go to work?
5 days. 5 nights.
5 nights. How many nights does Daddy sleep at home?
Just 2.
Just 2. Where do you all sleep?
On the bed.
7 days a week, you're sleeping on your bed, right?
Yes.
And Daddy goes to work 5 nights in a week, right?
Yes.
Very good. When Daddy comes back from work, what does he go straight to do? Chukwu does him come back here.
To dress up and he goes to take Chizaram to school, and then around 12 he takes Chinedu to school.
When Daddy comes back from work, he goes straight to take Chizaram to school at 8 o'clock, right? Who takes you to school?
Daddy.
Chinedu, who takes you to school? Daddy. And you go to school at 12, so which means Daddy comes back. Daddy doesn't rest. Daddy takes Chizaram to school at 8. Yes. And Daddy still managed to stay awake and take Chinedu to school at 12.
Yes.
And when Daddy takes Chinedu to school and come back, he stays with Neto and Chukwu Edozien. Yes. Do you guys think Daddy get any sleep?
No.
Do you guys think Daddy get any sleep?
No.
At 3 p.m., who comes to pick you all up?
Daddy.
Daddy comes to pick you all up, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Who showers you and who feeds you?
Daddy.
Daddy still showers you,
yes.
Right?
Yes.
And as soon as Daddy is done showering you guys,
need to be outside.
Baby, hold on. I'm doing something. Hold on. As soon as Daddy finishes showering you guys, What does he go to do?
He goes to dress up.
So it goes on and on and on and on what daddy does for the family. You saw daddy standing there holding one of the children. By the way, it looked like the kids were shivering because she said it was early in the morning. At some point, she knelt down and asked the kids to kneel down to say thank you, daddy. Very emotional. It's a long video, right? You might want to check it out if you're interested. It's beautiful. So, like I said earlier on, netizens started lashing out at the woman to say, so what do you do? Her husband came to defend her today. I like it. It's called marriage. Take a listen to the next one. But first, let's take a look at the post. For those wondering, with all the work my wife mentioned that I do, what exactly does she do? My wife does a whole lot. She works 5 days a week like I do, and she matches my strengths in every category. A broad-based Nigerian man reacts. Take a listen, guys.
Is our temperament. So yesterday, one of our videos went viral, and I could see a lot of comments on the comment section, and one of them was, a lot of them were busy asking, if you do all of this, so what does your wife do? Well, for the record, I'd like to let you know my wife does a whole lot of things that are not mentioned in there. First of all, I want to let you know my wife cooks. As you can see, we've got a very large family. 7 of us in total. It's hard to make that food happen, but she does the whole cooking. And she also works 5 days like I do, matching my strength in every category. And the remaining 2 days, she's always in here creating content. Like she's the brain and the editing and everything we do with the content. I'll tell you guys one story about when we just came in. I came in with the student visa, so my wife happens to be my dependent. She got a job before me, so we're kind of dependent on her, but one sweet thing happened. When she got paid her first salary, she sent both the payslip and the money straight into my account. For the fact I thought it was a one-off thing, I wasn't believing it was going to happen again. But this continued for close to 4 months, even before I got a job. We were surviving on her income, and she was completely transparent about it. So this now made me, when I started working, I started sending my payslip also to her. And this has made us keep our money in the same account, and we're now as strong as anyone can be.
So it looks like the feeling is mutual. The wife apparently earned her husband's trust and admiration, and he's just paying her back in kind. That's how we wrap it up, right? We say thanks to everyone who contributed to making the show a success. Bigger thanks goes to you guys for watching. If you liked it, keep it there again with us. Same time, same station for another edition of Hashtags. Until then, I am Vivian Uguche, and bye for now.
Extraordinary. Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop Tv. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop Tv on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on Vop TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Aviation. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discourse.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
Atlas. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voiceover personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
Yo guys, your boy Chella. Shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut, salut tout le monde. Suspect 95. Là, on est sur VOP TV. On passe un bon temps. J'espère que vous kiffez. On est au Afrima. On est ensemble. VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know somewhere from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation President. Outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. You're like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Aronzo. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe. Only are you, but on the Fuji Monsoon. Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adiwala Iba. Keep watching VOP TV.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
I'm Sarah Nystrom from Sweden, aka Chief Omobawale, Communication Queen. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, I'm Samantha Jacobs, representing the States. Miami's in the house, and I want to make a shout out to VOP TV. I'm a humanitarian, and I'm also a rep in the film industry and the art industry.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Aviation. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discourse.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop Tv. Now streaming on LTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get drum! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where